Would the meeting please come to order? This is the City Council adjourned regular meeting and special joint meeting with the Great Park Board. This meeting is taking place on December 9th, 2025. The time is 4:05 p.m. Would the clerk just take a moment to tell our friends at home and elsewhere how they might participate via Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets, and enter meeting ID 160-043-4844. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-254-5252 or 669-216-1590 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And for official attendance purposes, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agran.
Here. We're just about to move into closed session. We estimate that closed session will not take more than an hour, so we will be returning here at 5 p.m., no later than 5 p.m. At this time, I'd like to turn to the city attorney to announce the items that are on the closed session agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 items on for closed session consideration this afternoon. The first is a conference with real property negotiators under Government Code Section 54956.8. The property at issue there is 8000 Great Park Boulevard in Irvine, California, 92618. The agency negotiators are Sean Crumby, the city manager, Pete Carmichael, the assistant city manager, Jeff Melching, the city attorney, and the negotiating parties are the City of Irvine and Ellen Pace, executive director for Pretend City Children's Museum. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. The second matter on for closed session consideration is a conference with legal counsel concerning an item of existing litigation. This is under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The case is City of Irvine versus Orange County Transportation Authority et al. It's Orange County Superior Court case number 30-2023-013666419. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Melching. With that, we'll recess to closed session. And we will return.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize for the interruption. We do have requests to speak on closed session items.
Okay. Thank you for advising me of that. How many speakers do we have?
We have 7 requests to speak, 5 in person, 2 via Zoom.
All right. Well, let's invite all 7 of them up. And if there's a coordinated presentation, we'll somehow manage to keep it all within 15 minutes, I'm sure, right? Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Casey McCracken, Ellen Pays, Michael Kane, Bill Lyon, and Adina Stowell. And we'll start with Casey.
I think your microphone is not on. Can we adjust that?
We're good. Check.
There we are. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Casey McCracken. I've been an Irvine resident for the last 15 years. I live with my family in Stonegate, my wife and my 2 young children. I've been a board member at Pretend City for the last 5 years, and I wanted to come here to say thank you for all the support you've given us over the years and for the further support that is under consideration. I joined Pretend City because I really believe in childhood development. I really believe in giving opportunities, not only to my own kids, but to everybody's kids. I think kids should have every opportunity they can have to grow. And what Pretend City is about is learning through play. And there's study after study that shows that kids learn best when they're playing, young children. And there's studies that show that kids develop millions of neurons a second between when they're born to when they're 3 years old. 90% of brain development happens before kids are 5 years old. So those early years are incredibly important, and what Pretend City is dedicated to is allowing kids a place to be able to have the opportunity to learn through play. We also do other things. We do developmental screenings for kids. Pediatricians don't catch everything, and educating parents about developmental stages, educating parents on what to look out for in their kids and giving them a place where they can do all that for free is one of our missions. And so I'm really proud to be here today. As you all know, we're trying to move to the Great Park. We're going to do it. It's, to me as an Irvine resident, a really important and critical step because this, Pretend City is going to be there for the next 50 years as a pillar of our community. We all moved to Irvine because we love our families. We want a place where our families can grow up. We want a place for our kids. That's the #1 draw to Irvine. We have the best schools. We have the best places to raise a family. And I think Pretend City fits perfectly with that. And so I hope you'll support our move to the Great Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ellen?
Welcome.
Hello, hello. Thank you again, City Council members, for letting us come and speak. My name is Ellen Pace. I'm the Executive Director at Pretend City, and I just wanted to share a couple of things, truly, about the economic benefit of Pretend City. Research has shown that investment in early childhood is the best investment you can make in children. It prevents truancy, it prevents children from getting lost in other endeavors we don't want them to engage in as adults, and every dollar that you invest in early childhood is worth its weight in gold, probably 15 times its investment value by investing in early childhood versus other ages. We also, 2 years ago now, almost 2 years ago, did an AECOM report on the value of Pretend City to the economy of Irvine and the larger region. I don't think it takes a lot for you to understand or for us to be able to show you that there will be millions of dollars worth of jobs and revenue created by Pretend City, not just from the construction, but from our annual operation. And lastly, we need a new place because we have outgrown our facility. We serve over 200,000 people a year. When we move, we anticipate serving somewhere in the neighborhood of 350,000 per year. It's an incredible asset for this community, both the residents of Irvine and the larger Orange County area, because it really is, as a city about children and families, that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Keene?
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Mike Kane. I'm a father of 2 boys, aged 5 and 7, who attends Cadence Park, K through 8. I'm also an insurance executive and currently serve as president of one of the Great Park HOAs. My family and I are proud Irvine residents. My wife actually grew up here and attended IUSD school herself. We've been supporters and members of Pretend City for several years. Essentially, my kids have grown up there, inside that museum. And as any parent will tell you, those early years matter, as was previously said. And I truly understand that. It's where boys learn cooperation, patience, sometimes, communication, problem solving, long before they could articulate those skills. It's also where so many families quietly receive developmental screenings, often the first step in getting children the support they need in the time that is most important and critical, that matters most. As someone who works in risk management professionally and community development locally, I also appreciate the practical side of this partnership. Pretend City is not asking for handouts. This loan is being repaid. The organization has a strong financial track record, diverse revenue streams, and substantial private backing already secured. This is a responsible, well-planned investment. And from Great Park residents' perspective, this project aligns beautifully with what we were promised and what we want of cultural anchors, educational destinations, and community assets that serve families across all of Irvine. A larger Pretend City will bring jobs, tourism, economic activity, and more importantly, expanded access for Title I schools and underserved children who deserve the same early learning opportunities my children have had. Pretend City has outgrown its current home. This expansion allows Irvine to lead again in early childhood development and to build something that served the city for many generations to come. On behalf of my family, and as someone deeply invested in the support and success of this Great Park community, I respectfully urge your support and thank you for your time and your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Bill?
Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you all again. Bill H. Lyon, currently a Pretend City board member and capital campaign co-chair. I'll touch just very briefly on the financial strength of Pretend City. We're a very healthy organization. We've been in operation in Irvine for 16 years, even though the concept's almost 30 years old now. Many of our original donors, including our founders, remain actively engaged. Our 2024 audit showed a strong balance sheet with assets worth $17 million, including our operating capital campaign resources. Our annual budget is over $4.5 million, with 70% of that earned and 30% contributed by large and small donations from individuals, businesses, and foundations. We have a $1.3 million in operating cash and $2.1 million in capital campaign cash. In addition, we have $4 million in cash held as security for the first 5 OC service repayment grant, which will convert to our reserves over 3 years once we start operation in the Great Park. I've been involved with Pretend City since before my 21-year-old daughter could walk, and I continue to be an active supporter with my time and resources. As I shared, I think the last time I was here, I am a co-chair of the capital campaign and have made a significant gift to the new building and also providing a personal guarantee to back the construction financing. We're happy to report that we've raised 72% of the funds for this project, including the very generous loan from the City of Irvine. We're very grateful for your investment in this important community asset and want to highlight for all that we'll be paying that back. It's not a gift. We're incredibly appreciative of the city's past and continued support. Finally, we look forward to partnering closely with the City of Irvine to support the developmental success of every child and being the early childhood hub and resource center for families across the Southland. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Adina?
Welcome.
We're still good on time, right?
We're doing fine.
I'll wrap it up quickly. Appreciate your patience today. My name is Adina Stoll. I am a long-term resident of Irvine. My family moved here in 1979, so I smelled orange groves and I saw cows. I attended IUSD public schools. I decided to go all the way up to LA for college and law school. This was before UCI, but immediately went back to Irvine to work and buy a home, and now I'm raising my own family here. So needless to say, I am a big fan of Irvine. When my kids were little, just like Casey and Bill, I had the pleasure of taking them to Pretend City and saw firsthand the power of play and how much they were learning while playing. And so it really was a privilege when later on I was asked to serve on Pretend City's board, and I think I've been on the board now for 6 or 7 years. Time goes by fast. I also chair the development committee and serve on their giving circle. So I have a little bit of knowledge about Pretend City's financial viability. Pretend City has a board-approved strategic growth plan that focuses on expanding community impact, driving growth and contributed revenue, and moving to a wholly owned facility, ensuring sustainability beyond the expansion. Pretend City also emphasizes responsible resource management, ethical governance, and innovation, key factors for maintaining long-term financial health. Pretend City is positioned for long-term financial resilience, as I just mentioned, and operational success because it has strong reserves, a diversified revenue stream, and a proven ability to attract philanthropic and corporate partners. On that note, Pretend City is bringing important cultural, business, and health assets with us to the Great Park that reinforce the value of our brand, including Rady Health, you may know them as Chalk, Discount Tires, Ingram Micro, Trader Joe's, and many others. Again, I thank you so much for your support of Great Park on behalf of myself, Pretend City, and for all the children and parents and grandparents and caregivers and families of Irvine. Pretend City is a really special place, and we very much appreciate your support. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks so much for your comments, and we, of course, look forward to what this wonderful partnership will bring to our community and the larger Orange County community. Mr. Peterson, do we have any other speakers?
We do. We have 2 more on Zoom.
All right, let's hear them. By the way, if the speakers on Zoom are cut off abruptly, it's Mr. Peterson who does it, not I.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is James Wong. James, you may unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, Council. It's James from Woodbridge. I'm talking about item 1.2 on the closed session and regarding OCMF. I want to thank Council for getting to this point. OCMF has been a long time coming, and we've been tied up in litigation for a while now. Your last vote helped to secure a settlement. Now we just have to approve the settlement. Let's get it done. This is Keep the Metrolink More project, which will unlock 15-minute frequencies from Irvine Station. That's going to be great for commuters, great for people visiting LA, and great for all of the people who live near Irvine that commute in here to serve Irvine residents. Let's get it done. Please approve the final settlement for OCMF.
Our next speaker is Brian Yanity. Brian, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Brian Yanity. I'm Vice President South of the Rail Passenger Association of California and Nevada, and I am commenting on item 1.2 in the closed session. And I would agree with the previous speaker that I appreciate the Irvine Council negotiating up to this point with OCTA, and now is the time to approve the final settlement so we can start construction of the Orange County Maintenance Facility. It will be a great asset not only to the city of Irvine, because it will enable much more frequent service to Irvine Station, but it is important for the entire region. And this is a region of 22 million people if you include San Diego County. Although it will be Metrolink trains, which do go to Oceanside, it'll just increase the fluidity and reliability of passenger rail service throughout Southern California, but particularly in Orange County, far beyond Irvine's borders. And the 2028 Olympics are coming, and we need enough capacity in our rail and transit systems, and this project will enable that. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And with that, we'll recess to closed session and be back in 35 minutes. Would the meeting please come to order, having been in closed session and now reconvening to the council meeting. I'm going to turn to our city attorney and ask him if he has any reportable action from our closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There was no reportable action this afternoon.
Thank you. There being none, the opportunity now is for us to rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, today led by Councilmember William Go. And following the pledge, we'll be able to actually be seated. Go ahead, William.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. At this time, it's my great pleasure to introduce Jay White, who came to Irvine with his late mother, Estelle, about 20 years ago when they purchased a mobile home at the Meadows. Jay's love of music and singing ability made him very popular, kind of a star. From singing the national anthem at local events and performances throughout Orange County and beyond, he is beloved by everyone who knows him and counts him as a friend. Jay has had the opportunity to perform with Shari Belafonte, Steven Tyler, and Aerosmith, Winona Judd at the Grand Ole Opry, the Beach Boys, and Donny Osmond. He has also helped raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for organizations like the Lily Claire Foundation, the Vince Ferragamo Golf Tournament for Special Olympics, and a children's foundation supported by Tommy Lasorda and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Jay has performed in our council chamber many times, and we're just thrilled to have him back. As part of tonight's invocation, Jay will perform first, What a Wonderful World, and next, the Christmas song, which is, of course, more commonly known as Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire. Thank you, Jay, for joining us this evening. Give him a big round of applause, please.
I see trees are green with roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies are blue and clouds are white, a bright blessed day, a dark secret night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbows, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? To my friends in the Irvine Council, that I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. There's much more than I'll ever know, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, your old time carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe will help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow, they find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna sigh to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase from kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas. Merry, Merry Christmas to you.
All right. You can hear me? Now we hear you. Let's get here in the middle. And you know what? Let me invite my colleagues down. We'll take a picture with Jay, okay? The last time we were together was actually about 20 or 25 years ago. Can you put that picture up again? Oh, there it is. All right. Look at that. Look at those two handsome guys. All right? All right. That was when he had earned a recognition in the Special Olympics, and has gone on to do wonderful things. So with that, I'm going to present this little gift. I'm also going to invite up former Mayor Beth Crom. Come on up, Beth. And Beth is a dear friend of Jay's and of the entire Irvine community. So let's smile and become famous, okay? Here we go.
Everyone here can say they were here the last time I ever spoke at an Irvine City Council meeting. It's very nice to see people who were part of City Hall when I was on the City Council and when I was mayor, but it's also nice to see new faces on the City Council, and just to see that there are so many people working hard every day to attend to the needs of our growing and diverse and dynamic city. So thank you for all the work you're doing. Every second and fourth Tuesday,
I just have a little party in my head because you're here and I'm not. But thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be here with Jay, who really, I know that his mother, Estelle, is looking down today, very proud and very happy that he came back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Larry, Beth will take your place when you can't make some of your...
Did you say she's going to take my place?
Yeah.
Watch out, Jay. Those are fighting words. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to see you both. We have 2 presentations this evening. I'm going to turn to our city clerk to announce presentation item number 2.1. Please give the title of this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first presentation is on the One Irvine Workforce Apprentice Program.
Thank you. And welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agran and fellow council members. I'm here to provide an update on the One Irvine Workforce Program. This is part of the Youth Service Corps, and my name is Jen Hale. To my right is Jennifer Warren, and together we run the program. So just a quick summary. Back in 2024, the City of Irvine successfully applied for $1.7 million in grant funding from Cal Volunteers Youth Service Corps to create a program that we named the One Irvine Workforce, of course. This program's goals are to develop a youth employment program to increase the pipeline of future government leaders, and to strengthen local capacity to address community concerns and needs. The program consists of 2 divisions, our summer high school program, and you all met them back in July, and then our adult apprenticeship program, which is a full-time 14-month apprenticeship program. And today we are here to honor and recognize cohort 1 of that program, and they are actually graduating next Tuesday. They've been here since November of 2024. These 8 apprentices will be graduating, and we're really excited to share that many of them have actually found permanent homes with the city.
It is important for us to recognize this program would not be successful without the contribution of the leaders of every city department. We have seen managers mentoring apprentices and sharing their pathways into public service, and experts sharing lessons and guidance for navigating a career in local government. Mentorship that emphasizes hands-on learning and real-world experiences is truly the One Irvine way. I would like now to introduce them each to you. When you hear your name, please stand. So I am going to start with Avery Thomas. She is in the city manager's office under council services. Next, we have Sine Aguirre. She is in human resources. We have Alejandra Corza. She is also in the city manager's office under health and wellness. Dylan Bivens is next with the Community and Library Services. Phoebe Evans with Public Works and Sustainability. Is that Zach? Zach Merzogi is with AS, with our Administrative Services. We have Hunter Carr with the City Clerk's Office. And last but not least, we have Ruben Castaneda with Community Development. And all the way at the end, we have Tammy, who has been our #1 person planning and helping and guide all of these and mentoring as well. So these are our 8 apprentices, and
let's pause and give them a big round of applause. All right.
very hard over this last 13 months. So you can sit down, I'll stop torturing you now. So please enjoy some highlights. We made a video of this last year.
I bring in a lot of new energy and perspective to the department. Our apprenticeship taught us to go back to the basics and really ask the whys and really redevelop processes, and also really encouraged our team to lead and mentor, and that's really a skill that a lot of members of HR have not been able to do in their career, so I feel like this really gave them that opportunity. I was surprised at the enthusiasm that Sine brought. She was so passionate about what she was doing, what she was learning, and I also saw that with all the apprentices throughout the city. They were willing to do anything, pick anything up, and just really develop themselves as a whole.
The One Irvine workforce experience changed my life by exposing me to a wealth of knowledge that I could be submerged into. And in this way, I was really able to develop my career as well as explore what it means to be a public steward. Being part of the Youth Service Corps has allowed me to hone my experience in climate policy implementation, collaboration with the community, as well as compliance.
Our team loved the opportunity of sharing and mentoring these individuals and allowing them to truly share their passion on the job. And with the Apprentice, they actually brought new energy and allowed us to free up some backlog projects. What surprised me most was their exceptional level of commitment. This Apprentice came with a foundational interest of building, and ultimately he ran with it. He did his studying, he did his due diligence. He's even secured a building certification, which is very impressive, and he is molded as a resource to our team.
I've been interested in starting my career in public service for a long time, so when I saw the One Irvine workforce opportunity, I thought it was something that would really jumpstart my career in public service. And so far it's been such a great experience. I have such an amazing community supporting me, and I think the one thing I've really taken away from this is how much I enjoy being able to work alongside my community. I feel like there is such an amazing opportunity to give back and work hard every day.
Being a part of the One Irvine workforce really opened my eyes to the world of local government, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to see where I can take my career. My favorite thing about working at the City of Irvine is being able to see firsthand the impact that I've made on my community that I've lived in for most of my life. I'm really grateful for the Youth Service Corps for making me a better individual and a better professional overall.
What surprised me most about this program and the competitive nature of being a City of Irvine employee is the talent and the caliber of these individuals that have actually accepted a position as an apprentice with the City of Irvine. All of them have been extremely talented, thoughtful leaders, hard workers, and it was one of those things where sometimes you just need to help get someone's foot in the door and help them be successful. And that was one of the most rewarding and interesting things about this experience for me. I've been so impressed with this first cohort of apprentices, and I know that these are going to be the future leaders of this organization, and hope I'm back here in a few years saying I got to know these folks win.
So we'd just like to briefly give some information about the future of our One Irvine Workforce Program. We are actually really excited to share that just a few weeks ago, we were notified by the state that we have been awarded a third round of funding, which will allow us to fund these programs through December of 2027. What that means right now is we actually have cohort 2 of our full-time apprenticeship program. They started and joined the city back in October, and they will be here through December of 2026. And then we also have December of 2026. Then we also have the summer program next year and in 2027, where we can continue to make an impact on the city's youth. So we're very excited. With the city's investment in training and development, with all the support of the department leaders and folks just like you, we just really want to say thank you on behalf of the One Irvine Workforce Program. We're here to answer any questions if you have them.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for bringing these wonderful young people to us, and to see them kind of launched on potential wonderful careers in municipal government, in government and public service. Makes me feel pretty good about the future.
Me too.
Great. All right, I'm going to turn to my colleagues now. Are there any questions or comments? I think you covered it all. And, oh, I'm sorry. There we are, Councilmember Liu. Go right ahead.
Just a quick comment that I've worked with some of them, and they've been wonderful. And Alejandro was in our CERT cohort as well. So these are people who not only work hard, they also go above and beyond and try to learn new things. So congratulations.
All right. Now, I understand the stage management here requires a photograph. Shall we call them forward, and shall we all remain seated, or shall we? Or should we go down? I think if you come up, we'll remain seated, and we'll have a wonderful photograph, you too, and come on down, we'll all be famous, all right? Thank you. Thank you so much. They're all with ties and really snazzy. All right. Thank you. Okay. Can you get us all? Move over a little. There we are. Okay. Uh-oh. Thanks again and congratulations. All right. At this time, we'll turn to item 2.2. Would the city clerk please identify this item by title?
Thank you, Mayor. Our second presentation is an update from UCI Health Irvine.
Outstanding.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for council for letting me speak tonight about an exciting new chapter for healthcare here in Orange County and in Irvine. My name is Nate Shinagawa. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of UCI Health. I'm also an Irvine resident. I live in Oak Creek. So Mike Carroll, I believe you are my representative, so thank you. So I think I'll start off by just very briefly talking about UCI Health, and then I'll go to the next slide here, and which will talk about the campus. But UCI Health, I'm sure many of you are familiar with UCI Health, but we've had a tremendous amount of growth and change over the past few years. And so UCI Health has its main hospital in Orange, which is about a 25-minute drive from here. And that's our main academic center with 459 beds, over 1,000 faculty, about 1,000 med students, residents, and fellows that are training at that site. And it is the level 1 trauma center for Orange County, a very busy place. And we are filled to the brim. Today, I believe our occupancy is at about a little bit over 100%. We're filled all our beds, and we have patients in the ED that are waiting for beds right now. Orange was our main hospital for a long time, but back in March of 2024, we purchased 4 community hospitals from the Tenet Corporation, which is a for-profit healthcare system, and we recognized that there was some real risk of them leaving the market and these hospitals not continuing. And so with the support of the Regents, we were able to purchase these hospitals, and we were able to then ensure that we could provide good healthcare access for additional members of the or residents of Orange County. So we purchased Lakewood in Los Angeles County, but then in Orange County, Placentia Linda, Fountain Valley, and then Los Alamitos. So for a long time, though, there was, it was a peculiar thing. We're UCI Health, but we had no hospital in Irvine. And I remember when I interviewed for this job, I actually never set foot in Irvine, even though I was working for UCI Health, because our headquarters, or our main campus, was in Orange. And so around, right before COVID, there was a lot of discussion about what should the next chapter be. And there was a real need to expand access to healthcare, especially for academic medicine in Irvine. And so in 2019, and then approvals in 2020, we embarked on the building of the new UCI Health Irvine campus. So I will go to the next slide here. This new campus has been in development now for about 5 years, and I'm very proud to report that the California Department of Public Health gave us a license today to operate the hospital, and we will see our first patients at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So, thank you. So this hospital is very exciting. So you can see on the image there, so there's a few phases. So this is not just a hospital, it's an entire medical campus. So the first building that's right on Jamboree Road there is the Wen Center for Advanced Care. That is everything from an urgent care to laboratories and imaging space. The second floor is all the Children's Hospital of Orange County and their specialists. We wanted to also bring them from Orange and have their specialists here at Irvine. And then the third, fourth, and fifth floors are also clinic spaces. The building to the left on that image is our Cancer and Ambulatory Care Center. And so that is a cancer center. If you're familiar with our Child Comprehensive Family Cancer Center, that center in Orange, this is actually bigger in size than that, and we are still keeping the one in Orange. And so really effectively doubling our oncology footprint. And so the second, third, and fourth floors of that building are for oncology. But then on the first floor, we have created what we call the mega floor, which is an operating room that spans 3 football fields. It includes that building on the left, underneath that entire plaza, and then to the right, the main hospital. That is 15 operating rooms with, and 5 procedure rooms with additional shelled operating rooms for us to grow. And then finally, so those have been open for over a year, but then finally, we're opening the hospital tomorrow. So the hospital is 144 beds. It is a state-of-the-art center. Every single room in that hospital is over 250 square feet. It is bigger than, if you're familiar with an intensive care unit room, those are the biggest rooms because we have things like ventilators that need to be in there, right? We decided to make every single room that size. So that way we could be acuity adaptable, but also so that we could, in the event, because remember, we designed this during COVID, right? That in the event of another pandemic, we can flex these rooms to truly be able to take care of the Orange County community and the Irvine residents the best we can with those capabilities. So the hospital is state-of-the-art. It has a CT scanner that can do a full body scan in 2 seconds. It has the Da Vinci 5 robot, which is the latest robotic surgery technology that not only allows for the typical robotic surgery that many of you are aware of, but it also has haptic feedback, which means that the surgeons can actually feel as they're touching skin or bone or whatever it might be, they can feel it through the robot. It also has things like augmented reality as well. So this is an absolutely state-of-the-art campus. We do have an emergency room there, 20 beds, and we also just got that designation from the county this morning to be able to be an emergency receiving center. So 144 beds opens tomorrow, and we're so just grateful to have the support of the mayor and council. I mean, I think it's not just about UCI Health when it comes to healthcare in Irvine, right? I mean, this is truly, I think many of people have called it, you know, just a real center or a hub for healthcare in Orange County and throughout California. Now that we have already great institutions like Hoag, we have City of Hope that has just opened up a hospital, and then now this UCI Health campus, I think the residents of Irvine have a lot to be excited for healthcare. So with that, that's my short presentation, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for, there we are. Dr. Shinagawa, I had the pleasure of hearing yet another dynamic presentation from you for my office and a number of residents. This was some months ago, and a number of us, I think, have toured this hospital. It is an amazing hospital, so different from what we've come to expect over the years, and we're just delighted. Councilmember Carroll spotted the signage. It says UCI Health Irvine.
Yes.
Even though we're right on the Newport border,
Right.
Irvine. All
That's
right.
right. That's right.
It's wonderful. Any comments?
Oh, I forgot to mention one very important thing about this hospital.
Yes.
This is the first all-electric hospital in the nation, and I believe the world. So there is no natural gas. And so no natural gas on this campus. And so very exciting to have this technology. It was a big investment for us to be able to do it, but we wanted to be part of creating a sustainable future, and so that has been a key part of it. So another
Wonderful.
exciting thing.
And you're an Irvine resident, aren't you?
I am indeed at Oak Creek. That's right.
Good.
Yes.
It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
Council members, let's see, Councilmember Treseder would like to speak with you. Go ahead.
Thanks so much for coming and giving this presentation. It's very exciting developments for our city. I just want to mention that I have been to the Chow Family Center for screening, and it is so nice. It really challenges my perception of hospitals. It's almost like going to the spa. I can tell it's very patient-focused.
Thank you.
I also just want to say I do really appreciate that it's an all-electric hospital. Hopefully this hospital will last for decades, and the amount of greenhouse gases this will save us will be profound. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything further? Well, let's give you a congratulatory round of applause once more, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
This takes us now to public comments for non-agendized items. We were estimated to start this at 5:45, and we're actually a little ahead of schedule. This is the opportunity for people to be heard as to items not on our published agenda, but nevertheless relevant to city business and the city council here in Irvine. How many requests for public comment do we have this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 19 requests to speak. 19
requests. I'll tell you what, let's make it 90 seconds max, and in about 1 minute, shut it off so that we can stay within the allotted 30 minutes, all right? And with that, I'll once again turn to our city clerk, Carl Peterson, to call the public commenters.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Kian Maluia, Susan Sayer, Allison Walter, Crit, and Scott Purley. And we'll start with Kian.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Mike Levin as his district rep. On his behalf to read his letter for support for the city of Irvine regarding the San Onofre nuclear generating station.
I'm going to interrupt just so people understand, because you're from the Congressman's office. We're happy to have your public comment here. That item will come up later tonight, but welcome, and please take a couple of minutes if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Member. Appreciate it. So on behalf of Congressman Mike Levin, dear Mayor and Irvine City Council, I'm writing to thank the city of Irvine for bringing attention to public safety concerns posed by spent nuclear fuel stored at San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, otherwise SONGS. It is commendable that the city and community have come forward to engage on this critical issue. As you know, addressing nuclear waste safely and effectively is one of my top legislative priorities at the federal level. Local challenges like those at Songs stem from a larger national problem involving the absence of a long-term collaboration-based solution for spent nuclear fuel. When I entered Congress in 2019, the federal effort to address this national challenge was at a standstill. I'm proud to share that I have been able to work in a bipartisan fashion to begin to create real progress. My colleagues and I have grounded our work in a roadmap developed by a task force of local stakeholders and experts that I convened when I first entered Congress. The Songs Task Force was a community-driven effort led by Greg Yaxo and Admiral Lynn Herring that resulted in several federal policy recommendations, and we have worked diligently to carry them out. I invite Irvine stakeholders to join the task force and participate. Guided by that community-driven plan.
Thank you. Your time is up.
No, wrap it up. Take another 30 seconds if you need.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the Congressman is working on a few bills. Most notably, he is the sponsor of a bipartisan Spent Fuel Prioritization Act to mandate the Department of Energy to prioritize removal of waste from high-risk, high-population sites like Songs. And he's also introduced the Inspect Act, which would require the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to maintain a resident inspector at decommissioning plants. We plan to supply the City Council and the Mayor with the full letter, and we will do that soon. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and please thank Congressman Levin for his diligent work in this important field. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Susan Sayer.
Somebody want to do applaud him? Okay. Welcome, welcome, Ms. Sayer.
I'm waiting for him to hand out something.
Okay. While he's doing that, your time is up.
Good evening. My name's Susan Sayer, and I'm an Irvine resident. As the goal of Irvine Connect is to reduce traffic congestion on Irvine's roadways, the Irvine Connect survey should address the needs of members of Irvine's workforce, students, tourists, and visitors who live outside of Irvine, as well as those of Irvine residents. This survey fails to address the transportation needs of anyone other than the Irvine residents, who are responsible only for a portion of the Irvine's traffic. 100 copies of the survey you're all receiving were given, distributed to Irvine Regents Point residents to complete. However, I have issues and concerns regarding the survey, and we could not complete it. The survey form is a script for staff conducting the survey. It is not designed for people taking the survey. Please refer to pages 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 9. The survey is too lengthy, cannot be completed by visually impaired, non-English speaking people, speaking community members. The survey is not relevant for new Irvine residents who are unfamiliar with the city of Irvine, as the maps do not indicate the location of the venues located along the routes. Many survey questions are not relevant for residents living west of the 405, as these residents do not have access to the Irvine Connect. Online surveys have the additional service issue that many people may not respond to the surveys due to being advised by law enforcement, bankers, investment advisors, and accountants to limit their social media contacts to family members, friends, and organizations they are members of due to the increasing prevalence of online scamming activity.
Ms. Sayers.
Pardon me?
Your time is up.
Okay.
Would you please confer with our staff and see?
I am. They're very great, wonderfully. Mike Davis is working with us, and we're working on.
And let's see how we can improve these surveys, make them better. Thank you for your comments.
Allison Walter.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. I recently met with Julie Zioli and Allison Tran to talk about the library projects. There's an urgent issue. University Park Library. The city has a 4-year lease for University Park Library with the county. Plans to build a new library will not finish within that timeline. 2024 library projects prove this. Santa Cruz's project slipped from a completion date of 2026 to 2028. Florida's project in Maitland won't open until 2028, perhaps. Newport News, Virginia's project has moved from 2027 to 2029. If Irvine voters approve a bond in the 2026 elections, a new library might open in 2030, way past UPL's lease expiration. If UPL closes, Irvine will have only one library for over 300,000 residents. Libraries are essential infrastructure ensuring knowledge flows freely to every resident, regardless of income and background. Begin negotiations with the county today to amend Section 7 of University Park's lease agreement before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Crit.
Welcome.
Mayor, City Council. I'm here to give you a little update on the dog park. The dog park, we've cleaned it up a little bit, but we do have some concerns. The hazardous waste that the county has a collection center there for they abuse our parking lot, and we have a lot of garbage and batteries, and I had a battery that had a light connected to it sitting in the middle of the parking lot, which was half taken up with storage for the county's collection. And so that's an issue because we run out of parking. Often people will park on the no parking street out front, which to date I haven't heard of anyone being ticketed, but it's unsafe. It's a very fast road. And so when people are managing a dog getting out on a no parking street to go to the dog park is not a good thing. In addition, we have some other concerns. The wonderful community message board, which speaks to kindness, is beautiful. However, we had some legal issues, I understand, that there were some concerns about its proper use, and we hadn't had any issues that I was aware of or any misuse of it, and the city put in a more expensive than the sign, our message board itself, defense system of a glass container around it so that only the city could post in there. So that kind of defeated our whole purpose of our message board for the community. Something to consider. I don't know if we had a problem there. I think we have a solution before there was a problem. So
thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Scott Purley, and if I could also call forward Joanne Slobodian, Ron Galasso, Alan Meyerson, David Lingerfeld, and Jack Walker.
Welcome.
Okay. Council members, my name is Scott Purley. I'm an Irvine resident for more than 50 years. In November 2024, the Council approved the establishment of the Office of Inclusive Excellence. Councilmember Martinez-Franco's memo of October 20th to the City Manager states that this office would, quote, lead Irvine's citywide efforts to build a culture of inclusion and belonging across operations, services, and community life, unquote, implying that such a culture does not exist or meet the council's expectations. I can only infer from that statement and the associated functions that it is your intent to recommend how we act and think. The office was approved despite the absence of any disclosure of what the terms excellence or culture mean, or any current policy shortcomings or any metrics that might measure the success of the office. Councilmember Franco's request for an update on the implementation status at the October 28th meeting was tabled after many speakers at the meeting expressed considerable confusion about the purpose of the office and associated functions. Nonetheless, city resources should not be applied to this effort without a clear public disclosure of a perceived problem or goal, a clear understanding of how its success or failure would be measured, and an explanation as to why the responsibility for correcting the problem, if there is one, should not be assigned to the current DEI committee. In my view, the council should reverse the decision to establish the office. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Joanne Slobodian.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Tonight, I'm asking you to protect Irvine residents in 3 critical ways: by supporting stronger public safety leadership, by securing and honoring the Oak Creek easement, and by giving Irvine a clear, transparent January ballot focused directly on Oak Creek with no bundling like before. Councilmember Liu, warned the city months ago about the dangers of nitrous whippets and proposed common sense safeguards to protect our teens and families. The proposal was denied, and now Fullerton just passed the same type of ordinance Melinda called for. Other cities are stepping up. Irvine should not wait for tragedy before it leads. So I'm asking you directly, be like Councilmember Liu. Reconsider her proposal, strengthen it, pass it before tragedy strikes. We also keep hearing that the Irvine company has submitted the Oak Creek easement. So I'll ask publicly again, where is it? Has it been recorded? Our community deserves clarity. If the easement truly exists, show it, protect it, and once the city receives it, do not give it back. Irvine residents will not support that outcome. As you prepare the January ballot, please remember what residents want: clarity. No bundling, no distractions, just a clean, transparent ballot that speaks directly to Oak Creek. And on that ballot, be like Councilmember Tressiter. She has always said that she wants language her students could understand: clear, direct, honest, and transparent. Irvine expects leadership on public safety, open space, and on truthful ballots. Tonight, you have the opportunity to protect Irvine. Thank you. Be like Melinda and Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Ron Galasso, an Irvine resident for 16 years. I'm a Marine Vietnam vet that flew out of El Toro in 1966. There are 3 of us Marines that formed a program called Valor, Veterans Advancing Leadership Opportunities and Resources, a mentoring program targeted at 18 to 25-year-old Generation Z. Our goal is to host a proof of concept workshop with the city and Irvine Valley College in the coming months. The goal of our Gen Z mentees is to provide them with the tools and relationship skills to be our future leaders. We'd like to schedule a formal Valor program presentation to Larry, the city council members, and Chief Kent. And we look forward to it. This has been a 3-year process getting this together, and we're really excited about it, and our partners at Irvine Valley College.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Alan Meyerson.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Alan Meyerson. First thing I want to say is some groups of Irvine residents who claim that, who speak for all Irvine residents, don't speak for all Irvine residents. I just wanted to say that. And I know you guys hear a lot of complaints most of the time. Most of the comments are complaints. I wanted to compliment you on the season at the Great Park Live facility. It was fantastic. I know I've spoke on this before, but I want to encourage you to consider making that a permanent venue. I think the city can save a lot of money. Other cities are building amphitheaters. I don't think we really want to compete with those amphitheaters. I think we can save maybe a couple $100 million if we just make the facility that we have now permanent. It's flexible. It's designed to do classical concerts, rock concerts, festivals. There's a lot of room in back of the seats where people can just kind of wander around and be at their leisure. And then there are seats available for reserved seats. So you don't get that with an amphitheater. I think this is a much better way to go. And I just wanted to compliment you on the season that was at the Great Park Live. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Lingerfeld.
Welcome.
This is that's good timing, good intro into what I have to speak about, which is I'm here to express deep concern regarding the lack of meaningful outreach and consultation with residents about ongoing and future projects at the Great Park. As members of this community, we are directly impacted by decisions to add, remove, or deprioritize projects, yet our voices are too often left out of the process. The recent dissolution of the Resident Task Force has further reduced our access to timely information and opportunities for input. While the city previously met with residents monthly to share updates and gather feedback, we now rely on informal networks and must trust that the city will keep us informed. This is not sufficient for a park of this scale and importance. Residents have formed a neighborhood club that meets monthly and is ready to serve as a resource for city outreach and engagement. We urge the city to use the club as a regular forum for consultation before any new projects are proposed or existing ones are changed. Our community deserves transparency, respect, and a genuine partnership in shaping the future of the Great Park. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jack Walker, and if I could also call forward Doug Elliott, Jason Garshfield, Benjamin Rausch, and Claire Chong.
Welcome.
Good evening. This is the second time that minutes involving this proposed Office of DEI omit major details and create the impression that the Office of Inclusion already exists or has been approved when it has not. These repeated omissions all point in the same direction, and they create the appearance of a narrative being advanced through the public record. That is unacceptable. Let's be clear. Council never approved this office. The required analysis was never completed. The DEI committee was never engaged. The legal questions were never resolved. And Irvine already received national awards and a perfect DEI score without this office. You could very well use the money for things that we need much more, like a credible and coherent waste management, which is a joke compared to most cities in Europe and several in the US. So why are we spending staff time, budget attention, and now inaccurate minutes on something Irvine does absolutely not need? Please correct the minutes and restore public trust by ensuring the official record reflects reality, not an unapproved initiative. Thank you, Mr. Agran and Council.
Thank you for your comments.
Doug Elliott.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. I'm Doug Elliott, a city commissioner and OCPA Community Advisory Committee member, speaking only for myself. I wanted to share a little good news about OCPA. Last month, the board received a clean independent audit report for the fiscal year ended June 30th. During that year, OCPA's net position increased by approximately $150,000, bringing total operating reserves to $45 million as of the end of the fiscal year. I see my timer isn't working. Anyway, the complete audit report is available on the OCPA website. Second, OCPA is finalizing its community power program for submission to the board in February. The program is based on input from thousands of Irvine residents and other city participating residents. The program would provide renters and small businesses with portable plug-in electrification equipment like induction cooktops, high-efficiency air units, and app-based devices that encourage participation in energy savings and demand response, and also would provide high-priority initiative for the Comprehensive Energy Efficiency and Electrification Program.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. That's on the...
Finish up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that program is on the website also. Public comments will be open from December 18th through December 25th. So I encourage everybody to take a look and add their comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, the topic of e-bikes was discussed at some length, and I share many of the concerns that were expressed, and I've had a few close calls myself, both as a pedestrian and driver, as have other Irvine residents I've spoken to. So I agree very much that we need to get a handle on the situation. At the same time, it might be helpful to see this in part as a structural problem. The fact is our local policymakers over the past half-century since Irvine was chartered have, in conjunction with the Irvine Company, built us up into a uniquely unwalkable city where you need a car to get almost anywhere. If you're a teenager who isn't old enough to drive or can't afford a car, an e-bike might be one of the only ways you can get around. And I was a bit concerned to hear some members of the council take a very punitive tone towards teenagers, particularly given that some of our elected officials are far from blameless in this regard. I'm old enough to remember in 2023, when now Representative Dave Min was arrested for driving drunk over twice the legal limit, and he was quickly forgiven, endorsed by Democrats of Greater Irvine and the Irvine Democratic Club. And when he came to the inaugural meeting of this council a year ago, he was given a round of applause. So if you want the kids to behave, maybe the adults are going to have to set a better example. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Benjamin?
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm here to support Irvine's proposed investment in LGBT+ programming in its new Center for Healthy Living. I applaud the city's efforts to uphold the dignity of LGBT+ residents such as myself. You see, I'm an Orange County native, but I grew up in a highly controlling religious environment, which didn't give me the skills and knowledge I needed to succeed as an adult. Fortunately, my local Heritage Park Library was there for me. When I first came out a year ago, I was able to pick up the Pride Guide, the first pro-gay health book I had ever held. And I felt comfort seeing the safe space sign on the wall that let me know that it was finally okay to be myself. I hope that Irvine continues to be a safe place to be LGBT. According to Gallup's August 2025 poll, 23% of Gen Z adults identify as LGBT+, which constitutes almost 10,000 Irvine residents. We know Irvine is one of America's best places to raise a family. As you already know, we're part of your families, and we hope to form families of our own someday, albeit non-traditional ones. Thank you for supporting our health.
Thank you for your comments.
Claire Chong?
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council and everyone listening. My name is Claire Chong, and I'm a student at Portola High School. I've spoken multiple times about wanting to reduce single-use plastic in school lunches, but tonight I'm here to just simply raise awareness and encourage personal action. I've been paying attention to how much single-use plastic gets thrown away at school every day. We use plastic utensils, bottles, lids, and containers for just a few minutes, yet they stay in our environment for decades. Even when we don't see where they go, the impact adds up fast. I want to remind everyone that small choices can create big impacts. Bringing a reusable water bottle, a fork and spoon from home, or a lunch container might feel like a small chore. But if many people start doing it, those habits can prevent thousands of pieces of plastic from being thrown away each week. I truly believe students and many others care about the planet. Sometimes we just don't realize about how much our everyday routines can make a difference, but they do. And it's something we can do right now without waiting for a big change to happen first. We all live on the same planet, and the choices we make today shape the future we'll live in tomorrow. Awareness is the first step. If more of us start thinking about reusing instead of throwing away, even in small ways, our schools and communities can become cleaner and more sustainable for everyone. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one more in-person speaker who does have a PowerPoint, so I'll go to the Zoom speakers and then we'll return to him, if that's okay.
Excellent. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much, Mayor, council members. I want to remind everybody about how Mayor Agran talked about how he wanted to promote kindness in the city back in March during his State of the City speech, the council meeting where he canceled me using technical difficulties. Recently, the city gave recognition to the Orange County Turkish American Association, which was then taken to LA County at a celebration of Turkish Republic Day, where Kemal Ataturk was proudly displayed, and the ambassador of Turkey was there, and only Irvine and Huntington Beach, and Tony Strickland gave recognition to OC, Turkish Armenian Association, out of Orange County. Those three entities. So that's who Irvine is now joined with, Tony Strickland and Huntington Beach. The Orange County Turkish Association has schools in Irvine that promote Armenian genocide. What part of this is kindness, Mayor Agran? What part? You want to transact with neo-Nazis, would you? Maybe you would. You want to transact with the Ku Klux Klan? Or maybe you would. Who knows, Larry? What are we to believe from you? You talk out of both sides of your mouth. You give little donations to your Commissioner Teva Bazazian for some illusory memorial.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Tomas Castro. Tomas, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, council members. My name is Tomas Castro. I live in Woodbridge, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm commenting to thank the council once again for rescinding the notice of intent to withdraw from OCPA back in September. This action was an important step in guaranteeing reliable, clean energy for Irvine residents, especially as investor-owned utilities continue to raise rates on affordable families. Now is the time to stay the course and allow OCPA to succeed. On that note, I want to thank Vice Mayor Maya for continuing the negotiations that have led to money coming back to our city. To disrupt this process by agendizing yet another special meeting on OCPA would simply be a waste of time that risks driving up prices for vulnerable ratepayers. Mayor Agran, if this is your intent, I would invite you to recall all the times this year that ignoring the community's will has brought you pain. In the meantime, more Irvine residents are opting into OCPA. Several weeks ago, the Woodbridge Village Association voted unanimously to join us. Energy affordability will be a high priority in the state legislature next session, and in that regard, I encourage the council to support the actions of our Assemblymember Kati Petrie-Morris in her capacity as Energy and Utilities Chairman to continue achieving affordable clean energy for all Irvine residents. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Deepa. Irvine is at a breaking point. Our traffic situation is not an inconvenience anymore. It is a crisis. Every major corridor in the city, Stan Canyon, Veronka, Jeffrey, Culver, Irvine Center Drive, and the I-5 and 405 exchanges, is gridlocked far beyond what any past projections predicted. Residents are spending more time in traffic than ever before, and it is directly tied to the city's nonstop approval of new development without first fixing the infrastructure needed to support it. We cannot keep adding thousands of units while our roads, intersections, parking structures, and transit systems lag years behind. Promises of future mitigation are not enough. The impacts are happening right now in real time and not in some imagined future study. Irvine's planning reputation was built on responsible growth, not unchecked expansion. Prove the infrastructure can handle more residents. Approving new construction is irresponsible and unfair to the people who live here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ankur. Ankur, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Ankur Parikh, and I am a senior at Woodbridge High School, as well as a resident of District 5. I would like to say that the way Orange County Power Authority is going, that I would really hope that the city will continue to support Orange County Power Authority and stay within the organization. Orange County Power Authority is the way forward for us as a city to continue supporting renewable energy and continue to fight against the climate crisis. There is really realistically no path forward that would minimize greenhouse gas emissions in the same way that staying in Orange County Power Authority would. And for my future, as someone who's currently only 17 years old and I want to have a livable world for the rest of my life, that means a lot to me, that we as a city are able to continue to provide and do the best that we can to provide a better world for the future. So I would encourage us to continue to support OCPA as a city. Thank you.
And if I could call forward Prakash.
And this will be the final presentation, is that correct?
That's the final of the original list of speakers, correct?
Yes. All right, and we we typically put those with a graphic or something to display at the end. So welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm Prakash. I have a lot to cover here. So next slide, please. This is a table of the special taxes that the Great Park residents pay every year. You can see that some residents pay more than $23,000 per year in special taxes. That's in addition to their property taxes. Over 40 years, some homeowners will pay more than $1.4 million in special taxes. It's a remarkable number if you think about it. In fact, Great Park homeowners pay more special taxes than any other neighborhood in America by a lot. Next slide, please. And we will go to the next slide. So why do people opt into this? It's because they saw a huge field of dirt and imagined a grand municipal park one day. And life in Great Park was great, but the dream is slipping away. And with all that's going around the Great Park these days, people are waking up. more homes, overcrowded schools, and a great park that's unlikely to be delivered. Next slide, please. This is the latest funding update. You can see the total available funds here is $1.1 billion, most of which is the special tax. Next slide, please. And here's a list of all the projects that need to be funded. If we build everything, it'll cost $1.6 billion. Next slide, please. Simple math says we're $530 million short of funding. When considering inflation, the hole is much bigger. What does this mean? It means that the Great Park budget is broke with a capital B. We do not have the money. We do not have money for new projects, and we don't have unlimited money for our partners. Next slide, please. This is a list of all of our commitments at the Cultural Terrace. We're nearly $80 million into the cultural. Thank you.
Why don't you take another 15 to 30 seconds, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. We're nearly $80 million into the Cultural Terrace now, and we have 3 new partners we are talking to. This may go to 100 to 150 million. We are broke, but we keep giving money away. How does this make sense? And on the next slide, I'll end it here. We hope that council or subset can think about these items, and we hope to engage with you in the new year. Happy holidays. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
That concludes public comments for non-agendized items. Taking us to the city manager's report. Mr. Crumby, do you have a report this evening?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Just a few quick items. We'd like to lead off with a brief update on immigration from our police chief, Mike Kent.
Thank you, City Manager Crumby. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. From my understanding, the City of Irvine has not had any ICE or Border Patrol operations in the City of Irvine since I last reported on this item at our City Council meeting on November 25th.
Thank you.
Second item, we have 2 quick updates from our Community Services Department. First, related to opening of the Katie Wheeler Library, and then we've got a really great story to briefly talk about our TRIPS program. Chris Lama and Julie Zioli will present both.
Thank you, Sean. Good evening, Mayor Agran, City Council members. Just the first quick announcement regarding Katie Wheeler Library. I'm here with Julie Zioli as well, our city librarian. As you know, we continue to enhance the Irvine Public Library services. We're really excited to share that the next library scheduled to open is the Katie Wheeler Library. So the facility has remained under county purview since it closed in June, and the city will assume access beginning in January of 2026. So we anticipate reopening that library to the community in the first quarter of 2026. So in January, we'll come back and let you know an exact opening date early next year. So in the meantime, in preparation, city staff is actively developing an entirely new collection of approximately 30,000 books, establishing updated information technology infrastructure, and purchasing new furniture, as well as hiring additional staff to support the library's operations. That's my quick announcement. If you have any questions, Julie and I are glad to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We look forward to the opening of the Katie Wheeler Library. That's a favorite here in town. So what was the date by which you expect it to be open again?
We're looking the first quarter of January, so shooting for the month of March, but once we get in and get access to the library, we'll come back and let you know the exact date of that opening, and we'll certainly invite all of you as well as the community for the opening.
Please do. Thank you very much. All right.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take the next one then, and join with me here is Ryan McGraw, Superintendent of Human Services. Just a quick heartwarming story about our TRIPS transportation program. The picture that you see up on the screen there are the Rosenbergs, and I'm going to tell a quick story about the Rosenbergs. So the TRIPS program recently replaced 3 vehicles with new accessible minivans. With assistance from the Public Works Fleet Division, 2 Toyota Sienna minivans were acquired early this fiscal year and put into service on Monday, November 10th. So the first riders were the Rosenbergs that you see there on that picture. And what's really special about this is they booked the first trip on that van to a local restaurant to celebrate their 72nd wedding anniversary. Mrs. Rosenberg expressed her heartfelt gratitude for being able to celebrate such a special occasion with the help of the TRIPS program. Inducting the new vehicle for this special occasion made the day a bit more special for them. The couple shared how comfortable and smooth the ride was, and they were genuinely impressed with the new minivan. They are residents of Regency Point and relatively new participants in the TRIPS program. So they're just really one example of how TRIPS impacts the daily lives of older adults by helping them stay connected, independent, and engaged in the community. The Rosenbergs were going to join us tonight, but they were unable to after all. But I did want to, if they happen to be watching, wish them a very happy 72nd anniversary.
It wasn't because they lacked a ride, was it?
No, I assure you it was not for that reason. Thank you for asking.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your report. You have something
One
further?
last item, Mayor, thank you for the report, Chris. So just really quickly, I'm happy to report that the Irvine Company has provided the city with an irrevocable offer of dedication related to the open space easement at the Oak Creek Golf Course. So that's the first step in the process for recordation of that easement. We anticipate that document, it's being routed for signature right now, and we anticipate it being recorded before the end of the week. So just want to get that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's then move on to City Council announcements, committee reports, council reports. Council members have an opportunity here at this meeting to make very brief reports, 3 minutes or less. And I'll start with Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm proud to present an annual report, so to speak, to highlight our office's work in our last meeting of this year. To start, take a look at our impact by number. So we resolved 127 constituent cases ranging from maintenance to public safety. We passed 5 memos, including an affordable childcare program for children ages 0 to 4. Hopefully we'll get it done soon, and a new library community center in District 1. And finally, we hosted 15 community events, and I personally attended over 300 events across our community. Next slide, please. Ensuring City provides senior services is personal to me. In June, we hosted a senior resource fair that covered vital topics, including senior scams, and provided resources to seniors in our community. Next slide, please. Engaging with our youth is investing in our future. This year, our office hosted over 40 high school and college interns. We also hosted a youth conference focused on financial literacy and career networking. I continue to advocate for our students as an official liaison to both IUSD and TUSD. Next slide, please. Public safety has remained a top priority of mine. We partner with OC Fire Authority for a town hall on fire resilience and with IPD for a firearm safety town hall. Additionally, my office completed CERT training to ensure we're ready to assist you before first responders arrive. Next slide, please. Finally, I'm proud to continue advocating for the veterans in our community. We hosted the city's inaugural Flag Day celebration, which honored the history of our flag and allowed us to present flags to deserving local heroes. Furthermore, we supported the IMAC 211 Marine Corps Ball by helping with fundraising and donating food boxes and dresses. I've also been a consistent advocate for the Gibson Canyon Memorial Park, which will ensure veterans and their families with a resting place in Orange County. And to find out more about the work that we've been doing all this year, please visit melindaliuirvine.com. And if there's anything my office can do to assist you, please don't hesitate to reach out. Our goal is to serve the residents of Irvine in any way we can. Thank you, and have a wonderful year.
Thank you for that report, Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. We have the slide. Oh, yes. Good evening, everyone. Our office remains active and engaged with our community and local businesses. Next slide. Recently, we had the opportunity to to tour the Norgate Gonzalez Market Commissary, and it was truly an incredible experience. We received a behind-the-scenes look at how their iconic Mexican-inspired foods are made, from fresh masa and seasoned meats to the vibrant sauces that fill the air with familiar aromas. The moment I walked in, I was transported back to Mexico. Norgate Gonzalez Market is more than a grocery store. It's a proud family-owned Mexican-American institution built on heritage, flavor, and community. So I want to thank to the entire Norgate team for opening their doors and showing us the care, tradition, and craftsmanship behind every dish. And just a cool fact about the Gonzalez family, they provide over 400 jobs here for the city of Irvine, and we are grateful for their continued investment. Next slide. Before Thanksgiving, our team also joined Carrasco Law to help distribute turkey dinners to families in need. Although they recently relocated to Irvine, they are already making a meaningful impact. We thank them for the commitment to our community. Next slide. And as we continue in the spirit of giving, our office, together with the Office of Vice Mayor May and several local partners, are collecting winter jackets and assembling care packages for our Irvine farm workers. Donation boxes are available outside the chambers, so if you're cleaning out your closet, please consider donating a new or gently used jacket to support the hardworking individuals who help put fresh food on our tables. For more information, please contact Norma Mora at nmora@cityofirvine.org. Next slide. And last but not least, make sure to follow our social media channels and sign up for the newsletter to stay informed about the latest happenings in District 5 and the city. Thank you, and that concludes my announcements.
Thank you for your report. I see no further requests, so I have a number of announcements to read into the record. The Irvine Animal Care Center's holiday donation drive is underway through January 15th. This fundraising effort supports special programs, including enhanced care, third chance for pets, and foster care, which allow the center to provide homes for animals in need and help at-risk animals recover from neglect, injury, or abandonment. If you'd like to support the donation drive, please visit irvineanimals.org/holiday drive. Next, there's still time to support the Irvine 211 Marine Adoption Committee's Holiday Toy Drive before it ends Saturday, December 13th. Donations of new unwrapped gifts for infants or children ages 12 and younger can be dropped off at locations throughout the city to help brighten the holidays for Marine families. And a final drive-through drop-off event will be held this Saturday from 9 a.m. to noon right here in the Irvine Civic Center parking lot. For a list of drop-off locations and more information, visit cityofirvine.org/holiday toy drive. Next, I'm pleased to share with the community that the city of Irvine has been recognized once again as a top workplace in Orange County. This is for the 5th consecutive year. The city was ranked among large companies with 500 or more employees in the Orange County Register's list of top workplaces for 2025. Irvine was the only Orange County municipality to receive this recognition. This award, which is determined by employee feedback, underscores our organizational values, the quality of our leadership, and our steadfast commitment to the employees who make everything we do possible and typically make it look so easy. Learn more about this award and view current job openings at cityofirvine.org. This award, which is determined, they gave me the same page twice, okay. Next, Woodbridge and Beckman High School football champions. Congratulations to regional football champions, Woodbridge and Beckman High Schools, as they advance to the state championship games this Saturday. For the third time in school history and the first time in 27 years, the Woodbridge Warriors are CIF Southern Section champions after beating San Fernando 13-0 last Friday. All right. And after a hard-fought 46-40 victory over Hillcrest Friday, Beckman High School claimed the regional title and will now compete in their first state championship game. If you'd like to cheer on our local athletes this Saturday, Woodbridge plays Reading Christian at Fullerton High School at 11 a.m. and Beckman plays El Cerrito at Buena Park High School at 7 p.m. So you can go in the morning and in the evening. Congratulations to both teams on a successful season, and of course, we wish them the best of luck this weekend. That concludes our announcements. I see no further requests. This allows us to move on to additions or deletions to the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions, Mr. City Manager?
None tonight.
Point of personal privilege, Mayor.
Yes, please.
I move that we move up a couple of items to be heard now. One is 6.6, that's the vice mayor vote. I'd like to talk about that first. And then after that, I'd like to move up 5.1, that is the vote about Planning Area 51. So my reason for wanting to move up the vice mayor vote is because I know it's on the minds of a number of folks up here, and I don't want it to be a distraction as we contemplate the remaining items on our agenda. In terms of PA 51, I know there's a lot of folks here from the public who want to comment on this. I don't want to make them wait longer than they have to. It looks like there's a lot of youngsters here. I'm sure they need to go home and do their homework. So I'd like to do that next, again, right after this.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion seconded by Vice Mayor and Councilmember James Mai. Any discussion? Let me just observe that 5.1 should be coming up in about 15 minutes. The consent calendar is next, and that should be an item that takes 5 minutes or less. And then we can go on to 4.1, or we can put that off and take 5.1. And as far as the choice for a vice mayor, that always winds up being inside baseball among council members here. And frankly, I think 5.1 should come up first, and let's finish with that business in the balance. So I would be voting against this motion. Anybody else? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
No.
Carries 5-2 with Councilmember Carroll and Mayor Agran voting no.
All right, so we're going to select a vice mayor now. Here's what I propose by way of a procedure. Those who wish to compete for the office of Vice Mayor, please self-nominate, and then we'll do a quick roll call vote, although I would like to give any of the self-nominated folks an opportunity to say a few words on their own behalf.
Mayor, I would like to nominate Vice Mayor James Mai.
All right, no second is necessary. Anybody else? Anybody else? All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Liu.
I was hoping to nominate Councilmember Treceder just because she's the only at-large member left, and she had never been a vice mayor, even though she's had seniority. I hope you will accept, but I understand that you just nominated Vice Mayor James Mai, so.
I guess the procedure is, do you wish your name to be placed in nomination? Councilmember Treceder?
Me? Oh, thank you. No, that's so kind. Maybe next year.
All right. Anything further? I guess the clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, before we do have one request to speak via Zoom.
All right. Is somebody present who wishes to speak?
No, they are on Zoom.
Zoom. Very well. Please call the public commenter.
Thank you, Mayor. Our speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agran. Shouldn't you select someone else to take this position now? James Mai has had his opportunity to be the vice mayor. He demonstrated a lack of transparency with the OCPA, not reporting about what was going on at the meetings. Then he took the opportunity to showboat about the agreement that he signed into with the OCPA and didn't comment about how the rates got increased again. And this is who you're going to have represent the city if something happens to you and to run meetings? We've had an opportunity a year now to witness him during meetings. He couldn't conduct a meeting. He can't carry the water to conduct the meetings. And that's the primary purpose of this. Although I don't agree with Mike Carroll's style and his politics, I think he's probably the best candidate to replace you if something were to happen, God forbid. And all this politicking, all this cute little smiling and, you know, everybody patting each other's backs and taking sides, you guys aren't getting business done. You guys are making yourselves look like fools. It's clownish. The purpose here is to represent the citizens. I mean, James Mai thinks he represents 320,000 citizens. He doesn't even understand district elections. He goes to the Bridging the Gap in a suit when he's supposed to be doing, labor work. Everybody else is dressed in, you're in a cap and a polo shirt and jeans, you're ready to do work, and he's in a suit. This is what you have to represent the city? He is a tax scofflaw. His business, he can't do business as an entity because he doesn't pay his business taxes. Do you understand that? Our business licenses. This is the person you'd have represent the city if something were to happen to you, God forbid. Let's be realistic. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Is there somebody standing here who wishes to be heard?
Yeah, I'd like to have a word if that's okay.
Please, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that Vice Mayor Mai will do a great job as Vice Mayor as he has been. And so I would like to point out that there was a bit of an issue a couple years ago with seating. And I remember when somebody who was on the council at the time was demoted from vice mayor, she was asked to move one seat away so that the new vice mayor could sit next to the mayor. And that was a small point of contention at the time, but it seemed like there was a lot that hinged on that. So it seems to me, and I wish no offense whatsoever to Councilmember Go, but if we are going to apply those rules consistently, then James Mai should sit one seat over next to the mayor. And I'd like to ask Mr. Nishanian whether any single one person up there would ever meet his approval.
Thank you. Any further requests?
That is all, Mayor. And if I may ask for a motion to close the nomination period and a second, and select Vice Mayor Mai to serve as, or to continue serving as Vice Mayor for the ensuing year.
All right, absent any further requests, I'll move to close the nominations.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The nominations are closed. Let me just say a word. I very much appreciate Councilmember Mai's work as Vice Mayor. I might add that he and two other new council members, actually three others, have all been very dutiful in showing up at events. Councilmember Go, Councilmember Liu, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. We appreciate that. It's helpful to me. James and I have worked well, and no doubt we'll continue to do so. I think he's going to overcome the opposition on this vote. All right? Anybody else? Councilmember Liu.
So I just wanted to make a quick comment about this, that our current succession plan is for the vice mayor to ascend to become mayor if mayor should ever become unavailable in any way. And that was, I'm assuming, an oversight when we went into district, which to me is kind of troubling when we denied 5/6 of the city. That's why my nomination for at-large and not-large member. But quality-wise, I believe every one of my colleagues are very qualified for this.
All right,
but for that, I think I'll have to take a principal vote on this one.
As far as the succession provisions and so forth, please feel free to agendize that matter in the new year if you would. With that, would the clerk please call the roll? And
do we need to call the roll, Mayor? Can we just take it by acclamation?
We can.
I would move that.
Councilmember Carroll moves that Councilmember Mai be chosen vice mayor by acclamation. I'll second that. Would the clerk please call the call?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
I'll abstain.
I'm sorry?
I'll abstain from this.
She can do that.
May I do that? Because I said I'd have to take a principal vote on this. I'm sorry. I just cannot participate in this.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Liu. The municipal code says that you cannot abstain unless there's an instance of a conflict of an interest. But if you do abstain anyway, your vote will be recorded as a yes.
I understand.
With an asterisk. All right?
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 with one abstention. Councilmember Liu, with the understanding that that vote will be in the affirmative.
Congratulations, Councilmember Mai. All right, let's move on quickly. Can we do the consent? Does anybody wish? Do we have any requests on the consent calendar?
We do have 4 requests to speak on the consent calendar.
4. On what items?
It looks like, at least in, I'm sorry, we have 5 on item, sorry, Mayor, one moment, please. I'm sorry, we do have 4 on item 3.1.
On item 3.1?
Correct, which is the minutes, and there's 2 on Zoom.
Is this something that can be taken care of in a few minutes, or you don't know?
I don't know. I would defer to you on that, Mayor.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's just take a couple of minutes and see if we can get through the consent calendar right away. Is that all right?
Mayor, there was a motion to reorder the agenda that put item 5.1 in front of the consent.
Okay, ahead of consent and ahead of 4.1. Very well. 5.1, would the clerk please identify this? Well, hold on here. Let's see, does this come before or after the joint meeting language?
It comes after the joint meeting language. So you're still in a meeting of the City Council of the City of Irvine that does not include the Great Park Board, so it's appropriate to take up 5.1.
Okay, very well. Item 5.1, this is a public hearing. Would the clerk please identify this item by title?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5.1 is a general plan amendment, zone change, amendment to a density bonus agreement with an associated property exchange transaction between Heritage Fields, El Toro, and the City of Irvine for land within Planning Area 51.
Very well. This is a public hearing, which I'll now declare open. At this point, we'll turn to our city staff, ask them to introduce this item and present it to us, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Agran and council members. My name is Stephanie Frady. I'm the Director of Community Development, and I'm joined tonight by Pete Carmichael, Assistant City Manager. The project before you contains two separate but linked components. The entitlements requested by 5 Points to accommodate new residential development and an associated property exchange between the City of Irvine and Heritage Fields. I will discuss the entitlements under consideration, and then Pete will take over and go through the provisions of the property exchange. As background, the project submittal that was the catalyst for tonight's discussion was a set of applications from 5 Points for a new residential project located in Districts 2 and 6 of Great Park neighborhoods in Planning Area 51. Briefly, the applications include the construction of 1,814 dwelling units, which is comprised of 691 entitled but unbuilt units, plus 1,123 new units within 6 tracts, as shown in color on the aerial map on this slide. To support the new residential development, new parks and recreation amenities are also proposed. The city's advisory bodies reviewed the entitlement applications and provided positive recommendations on each. Most recently, the Planning Commission approved necessary subdivision maps, master plans, and park plans for the residential development contingent upon City Council approval of 3 items. First, an associated general plan amendment. Second, a zone change. And third, an amendment to the Heritage Fields Density Bonus Agreement. The Planning Commission also recommended that staff and the City Council continue discussions with the developer regarding community benefits of the project and recommended the Council consider the disbursement of CFD funds in greater detail before making a final decision on the project. The following slides will go through the details of the 3 remaining project entitlements that are before the Council for consideration tonight. The first entitlement is a general plan amendment that proposes revisions to the text, tables, and exhibits within the general plan land use element to accommodate an increase of 1,300 residential units and a corresponding reduction in non-residential square footage for Planning Area 51. The results of converting non-residential intensity to residential reduces traffic impacts at a rate of approximately 12,000 fewer daily trips. It also generates over $200 million in CFD proceeds, of which those funds can go towards Great Park construction, IUSD school expansion, and public infrastructure. And finally, a switch from warehouse and office uses to residential units helps the city meet its RHNA or housing obligations. The second entitlement, the proposed zone change, will amend the Irvine zoning ordinance to establish a new zoning designation of 8.1C, Trails and Transit-Oriented Development, or TTOD, for vacant areas in the southern portion of Planning Area 51 in order to align with the updated general plan. The zone change ensures that if residential units are built on Heritage Fields property,
there must be a corresponding reduction in non-residential intensity. Finally, an amendment to the Density Bonus Agreement, or DBA, is necessary to reflect the provisions of the property exchange, as will be discussed later in this presentation. The property exchange aligns with Irvine's affordable housing implementation procedures and will expand city resources to support affordable housing. Of note, a traffic evaluation was prepared for the proposed entitlement project, and based on required city standards, the project does not require traffic improvements to address deficiencies at intersections or roadways within the project site or adjacent properties. Also, in September of 2025, an addendum to the Great Park EIR was prepared to identify environmental impacts of the proposed residential project, and the analysis determined that no new significant environmental impacts would result from the project. Finally, in November 19th, 2025, notice of this council meeting was properly provided via mail and publication in accordance with city requirements. To date, staff has received numerous comments regarding the project. All comments have been provided to the council in advance of this meeting. Now I'd like to turn it over to Pete to discuss the property exchange.
Thank you, Stephanie. As Stephanie mentioned, we have two project components before you tonight. The first set of slides that Stephanie just reviewed are related to the entitlement application, the land use regulation portion of the application, if you will. The next few slides I'm going to go through are linked. This is the property exchange, and as you see on the exhibit shown on the screen now, the properties highlighted in gray and green are subject to the land use entitlements. The two properties in green, which are highlighted, are actually city-owned. And so that is the nexus of the linkage between the entitlement application and the property exchange. The property exchange is really four primary components. I'm going to go through each one independently here. The first is a land component of the exchange, some impacts to the Community Facilities District, or CFD, component relating to affordable housing and additional public benefit. To start with the land component, again, the parcels in green are parcels that are owned by the city and will be transferred to Heritage Fields. It's about 26.5 acres across two parcels. The parcel in red, also commonly referred to as the Crescent, is a 35-acre parcel set to be transferred from Heritage Fields to the city. The Crescent property is of note because it creates an exciting opportunity for transit-oriented development and an important linkage between the Great Park and the greater Spectrum area. As shown on the exhibit here, this important linkage is of growing importance. The Spectrum on the south end of the exhibit attracts nearly 17 million visitors on an annual basis. The Great Park today attracts between 5 and 6 million, with many more expected as the park builds out. So the linkage is important as it connects the Great Park, the Spectrum, to an important transit node in the city. It's also a potential opportunity for a transit-oriented development. As the city grows, it's an opportunity to put new residents close to transit, reduce vehicle dependency, and really lean into smart planning principles over the next few chapters of the city's growth. The next key component of the exchange is the Community Facilities District. As Stephanie mentioned at the outset, this is these are fees paid by residents of the Great Park neighborhoods through their property tax bill, and is a source of infrastructure improvement at the Great Park and in the Great Park area. The property exchange facilitates the conversion of non-residential, commercial, industrial uses to residential. That generates over $200 million in new CFD revenue, which, as Stephanie mentioned, can be used for a variety of sources. At least half of that coming to the city for use at the Great Park, and the other portions earmarked for schools, roads, utilities, and other public infrastructure. Also of note as it relates to the CFD, Five Point has in process a senior community at the corner of Marine Way and Ada. The agreement would ensure that that community pays a multifamily rate, a reduced CFD rate, as that application moves forward. Next of the four components I mentioned at the outset related to the property exchange is affordable housing. Three key things to note here. First, the exchange agreement includes a waiver of affordable housing responsibilities. from 5 Point. That's 61 units pursuant to existing affordable housing obligations. It's about 195 units pursuant to the pending obligation for the 1,300 new units, a total of 256 units. Based on the city's affordable housing in lieu fee, that's a value of about $29 million to the project applicant. Heritage Fields earns that waiver by way of the incremental donation of land to the city. As I mentioned at the outset, the city is providing about 26.5 acres to 5 Point Heritage Fields. Heritage Fields is providing 35 acres to the city. Based on recent appraisal, that 8.6 incremental acres is a value of about $66 million. So the third point on the slide here, what is the net benefit? That $66 million less the $29 million in lieu fees is a net benefit to the city of approximately $37 million. Lastly is an additional public benefit. Heritage Fields has agreed to contribute $15 million towards planning at the Arta site. $5 million of that would be an advancement of CFD funds by Heritage Fields at the close of the property exchange. $5 million would be a new contribution from 5 Point 1 year after the close of the exchange. And the final $5 million would also be a new contribution at the earlier of 3 years from the closing or commencement of construction on Arta facilities. Those funds are authorized for use on a library to the extent the library is expressly authorized by the zoning, and other uses allowed under current zoning at the Arta site, including a columbarium. Third, those funds would be allowed to be used on transit facilities to the extent the library is not authorized. It is worth noting here that the library is not an authorized land use under current zoning at the Arta site, and a ballot initiative may be used at a future date to expand allowable uses at the Arta site, to include a library, potential housing to fund that library, and a variety of other uses. So attempt to summarize here both the entitlement and land use side of things that Stephanie presented, as well as the property exchange that I presented. The entitlements have 3 key components that are before the City Council: a general plan amendment, a zone change, and a density bonus amendment. And this really enables the conversion of non-residential to residential uses in Planning Area 51. Second point is some key benefits that come by way of the conversion from non-residential to residential. As Stephanie mentioned, significant reduction in traffic impacts to the tune of 12,000 fewer trips on local roadways on a daily basis, generation of over $200 million in new CFD revenue, again for Great Park and public infrastructure, and importantly, it replaces warehouse, industrial, and commercial uses with residential, helping the city meet its housing obligations. Third point here, benefits of the property exchange. As I mentioned, the Crescent site really is a transformative opportunity for the city to create a downtown-style transit-oriented development. Long-term city revenue expected through that Crescent site through leases and property disposition. Economic development opportunity is we look for a downtown urban energy to attract a young workforce and a home for the city to drive higher rates of affordable housing. And then last point is the last slide I hit, which is $15 million towards planning on the Arta site at the Great Park. With that, we'll move to recommendations. We've consolidated them here. Numbers 2 through 4, again, related to the entitlement applications, and number 5 related to the property exchange. And with that, we're happy to take any questions you might have.
Very well. I think as a procedure, we want to move fairly quickly to public comments. However, I would like the council members to have a chance to ask questions of you or to take 5 minutes or even a little longer if need be to lay out their view on this matter, and then we'll turn to the public for comments. Are there, well, I'll tell you what, I see no requests, so I will, I'll take the opportunity to speak a little bit, if you don't mind. First of all, I want to thank our presenters here, our wonderful staff for their presentation, for putting together this entire complex matter. I want to thank the city attorney as well. And I want to speak to the legal context in which we are operating here. As things stand now, the zoning, well, let me just say, the land use deal is linked to the public benefits provision. This went through the Planning Commission, I guess about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Planning Commission approved it with no public benefits, but with an accompanying recommendation that the city council should work with the applicant and work with one another, of course, to identify public benefits that ought to accompany this particular application. That being the case, I was in touch with our city manager, the chair of the Great Park Corporation, Councilmember Carroll, and we, in turn, spoke with the applicant, 5 Point or Heritage Fields, about what could be done to make this a more attractive proposal as it came to the city council. Bottom line, $15 million was identified as an accompanying donation from the applicant to the city for public benefits in the Great Park area, specifically in the Artisite area. The Artisite has a long history, some of it fairly tortured. I'm not going to go into it, other than to say that it is, and by the way, Mr. Melchin, if I make a mistake at all, don't hesitate to correct me. And I want to go back to the initiative in this city that was adopted on May 12th, 2020. Citizens of Irvine had collected an amazing, all-volunteer effort, 20,000 signatures to see to it that the Artisite at the Great Park was zoned for a Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery. Once the signatures had been collected and it clearly had qualified for the ballot, the city council, then sitting, voted in the affirmative to adopt the initiative, which means it became the law as though the citizens themselves had voted for it and there was no need for an election. It obviously was very popular. Sitting here, there's only one council member sitting here who voted for that. He was then sitting on that city council. That's Councilmember Mike Carroll. It passed, as I recall, 4-1. So that is the law of the city. Again, it's the law. It's not an opinion. It's the law of the city. And although this document is a long one, there are really only a very few significant passages that govern us today and that are relevant to today. On page 30 of the initiative, Development District 9 was described as follows. This district is the location for a Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery. This district will be the exclusive location for a veterans cemetery. Structures determined to be of historic value may remain. A perimeter system of trees, trails, and gardens for use and enjoyment by cemetery visitors and the general public shall integrate the district with the Great Park and adjacent uses. And that's it. That is the governing language. So uses that are outside of the parameters of those phrases and sentences and descriptions, those uses are not permissible except if the people of the city, in a ballot measure, vote to amend that original language and allow for additional uses. I'm just going to read the relevant section. This initiative, if approved by the City Council or a majority of voters, pass this initiative, shall become a valid enactment of the city, binding on the City Council and all other city officials. Once this initiative becomes effective, which was May 12th, 2020, no provision of this initiative may be amended or repealed except by a majority of the voters of the City of Irvine voting on the amendment or repeal in a special or general election. And finally, once this initiative becomes effective, as provided by law, its provisions shall prevail over and supersede all provisions of the municipal code, ordinance, resolutions, and administrative policies of the City of Irvine, which may be in conflict with any provisions of this measure. And that's it. That's it procedurally, that's it substantively. And so anything we do on this site has to fall within those parameters, or if we wish to do something that's in conflict with the zoning language, we have to put it on the ballot for the voters to decide. I lay out this framework because this is the framework under which we've been operating for over 5 years now. And it's been a real struggle. What I'd like to do is just take 2 minutes more here to show the slides as to what we have tried to do within those parameters, what we have successfully done over the course of the last 5 years. Can we show the first slide? First of all, this is the artist site at the northern end of the Great Park. It's 125 acres. Next slide, please. This is what it's looked like for decades, but it doesn't look like that anymore. Some of us were insistent that we at least do the demolition and begin creating the Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery. Next slide, please. This was also part of it. The idea was, though, that as provided in the initiative, we would build a perimeter park around the artist site. The first mile of which would be on Cadence. It would be an elevated perimeter park, about 100, 150 feet wide. As it turns out, containing, we learned at our last meeting, about 1,000 trees. And this area would look something like this. Next. All right. And then show the next slide, please. This is Cadence near Poussin Way. And with the installation of the perimeter park, it should look like this, something like that. Next slide, please. This is the perimeter park from the outside, an artist's conception of it. There have been different suggestions made. Our minds are open, but a perimeter park permitted by the zoning is an essential element in my mind of the Veterans Memorial Park, gardens, and cemetery. Next slide, please. You'll recall the language also spoke to the question of saving historic features. This is the historic aircraft control tower. There are so many stories associated with this aircraft control tower. Mind you, this was a Marine Corps air station and also had control of civilian aviation from 1942 right up to today. Right up to today. We want to save that historic tower. And if we do, an artist's rendering reveals in the next slide how that would look. You see the aircraft control tower, and in front of it, aircraft control features that involve our civilian aviation now and would be of great historic value as well as present-day practical value. Now, all these features are within the allowable zoning, but a lot of what we're going to talk about tonight, whether it's a veteran service center or whether it's a library, or whether it's a columbarium, those require voter approval. Those require voter approval. Show the next slide, please, which is a columbarium. A strange word, was unfamiliar to me until about 10 years ago, and I began to understand a lot more about cemeteries and structural storage of cremains and so forth. This is a 200 niche, roughly 200 niches in this particular sculpture of a columbarium. I refer to it as a wall of honor. A wall of honor. Why? Because there's place on that particular wall, this particular one, for about 200 family and veterans remains to be stored. The storage is in about a 1 foot by 1 foot area behind the face of it. And what's stored there? Well, here's another thing I learned among veterans and everybody else. Roughly 80% of all burials now are in fact cremations stored in these wonderful columbaria. And inside each of those niches will be the remains of the veteran. Also, there could be keepsakes. These are veterans after all. There may have been service awards that are included as well, an American flag, and as family members perish, dependent family members are also included in the particular niche. 7,000 niches, columbaria with niches like this. The niches, 7,000 of them, would be contained on 1 acre of land. What I believe we should have at the Great Park, at the Veterans Cemetery, is a program of planned, designed, and constructed columbaria on 1 to 2 to 3 acres at the most that would be sufficient for the next 30 years and more. Councilmember Mai has expressed great interest in a Veterans Service Center or Veterans Resource Center, which I think would be a great use on several acres at least at the Great Park. But that requires a ballot measure and voter approval. It's not related to cemetery use. Councilmember Carroll has expressed strong interest, as have many people who are here over the years, and I must say I've been very supportive as well, of creating a library on the Artist site as part of the Veterans Memorial Park, Gardens, Cemetery, and Library. But that library is not a permitted use. So it too would have to go on the ballot. Not so with the columbaria, but yes, with these other features. So I hope this somewhat elongated introduction will help fill in some of the gaps, some of the history, and understand whatever we talk about and whatever we do tonight has to be within the confines of the rule of law in this city. We can't just wave it away. We can't just ignore it. We have to be faithful to it and talk respectfully to one another about how we move forward. So that's my comment. Thank you. I'll turn to Councilmember Treseder and then Councilmember Liu, and others may wish to, at the dais, say a word or two, and then we'll begin to turn to public comment. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you for those remarks. I just want to clarify with Mr. Melching, because my understanding is that the city is exempted from zoning for city projects. Is that not the case?
Yes, Councilmember Treseder, by the date on which the initiative measure that the mayor discussed was submitted to the city for inclusion on the ballot, which was September of 2019, by that date, there was already on the books in the city an exemption in zoning code section 1-1-6, which states that notwithstanding any other lawful exemptions to zoning regulations, the provisions of this title shall not apply to any buildings, improvements, lots, or premises owned, leased, operated, or controlled by the city, or any city project for public purposes by the city of Irvine. So that exemption, again, it predated the initiative and it remains on the books today. On its face, it appears to say that projects on city-owned property and city projects would be exempt from zoning.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Mr. Melching, I want to I want to inject here. This is a very, very important point, a matter of some contention here, but I want to read Section 14 of the initiative, which is now the law of the city, which said, once this initiative becomes effective on the earliest date provided by law, and that was May 12th, 2020, as I believe, its provisions shall prevail over and supersede all provisions of the municipal code, ordinances, resolutions, and administrative policies of the City of Irvine, which may be in conflict with any provisions of this measure, including any such provisions enacted after the submittal date of this initiative. So, we have a disagreement. Obviously, if there were an effort to not take this to the voters, to circumvent the voters, you know how strongly I feel about this personally. If there were an effort to do that, whether it's with the library, the Veteran Service Center, not the columbarium, but the any other feature, if that were to be the case, there'd be a lawsuit. And ultimately, there would be a judge who decided it. We're talking 3, 4, 5 years by the time this thing made its way through the appeal process and so forth. So I want everybody to be eyes wide open here. We've got an abundance of lawyers. There are an abundance of opinions, but I am very, very confident that this language is controlling. That's my response. Councilmember Liu.
So kind of a follow-up since we're already on that, but I also have another comment or question before that. So I just wanted to clarify, Mayor was saying that the ballot was mentioning that anything in conflict after the initiative would be invalid. Is that what I hear? Anything enacted after the 2012 ballot?
No, I think what Mayor, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think what he said was that he believes that Section 14 of the initiative measure says that the initiative measure prevails over any inconsistent provisions in this case, the zoning ordinance, and that the City Council would be directed to modify the zoning ordinance to align with the initiative measure if such a conflict existed.
Okay, so in the case that we're dealing with right now, that there's no change in the zoning ordinance?
No, there is no change in the zoning, no change to this provision of the zoning ordinance, the exemption provision of the ordinance. And maybe to simplify this, I want to acknowledge first, and I apologize, Mayor, I should have acknowledged when I was speaking before. This disagreement between you and I, it's not new. It's years and years old, and it's always been very respectful. I completely respect your point of view. I don't share it, as you know, and you don't share mine. Section 7 of the initiative measure says that the city general plan and zoning ordinance in effect on the submittal date, and again, that's why I mentioned the submittal date before, that was September of 2019, and the general plan and zoning ordinance as amended by the initiative comprise an integrated, internally consistent, and compatible statement of policies for the city. So my view is that Section 7 says there is no inconsistency. So it's true, Section 14 says if there was an inconsistency, it would need to be resolved in favor of the initiative. My view is that Section 7 says there is no inconsistency.
So that was my question. That was going to be my question. I mean, do you think there's an inconsistency? Obviously, your opinion is your opinion, which I tend also to agree that I don't see any inconsistency in this case. But just to clarify, since now we have our own library system and we're not part of the county library system, would this library qualify as something that is a government use or city property?
Obviously, the details are yet to be known about how the library will be implemented, but there's every expectation that it will be a city-owned facility on city property.
Right. Not that we are, but so I just wanted to continue with my original comments that, well, I guess I also need you to clarify, would this be a mandate on how we're going to use the site, or it's a permissible use?
Tonight, before you, there is...
I'm talking about the fact that this area is allowed to be veteran cemetery and anything else that was included in that. Would that be a required use of that, or it's just permissible?
It is, I think I've got your question. It's a permissible use. There's nothing that mandates that the city council build what is allowed by the zoning. The zoning simply allows something to be built.
Okay, so I wanted to continue that since we are in a representative government and this council had consistently voted down the proposal of a veteran cemetery, you know, the public has spoken through the council as their representative, and just wanted to make sure that it's not about against veterans or anything. It's just that we have not had any agreement from the public, as we heard from you, and we're taking that vote according to your will. And I wanted to make sure that I'm in full support of the memorial, and in fact, looking forward to that. I've spoken to many local residents who actually serve El Toro, and they are also looking forward to that. And they are supportive of the Gypsum Canyon site. So both can be true, and I am hoping that we are able to honor that. And I believe that the fact that we are going back to this again, it is quite frankly troubling. And on top of that, this has to be a veterans columbarium according to the law, because that's what Mayor had stressed over and over again, that this is the law. So I question whether this will qualify and meet the requirements to be certified as such by the appropriate agencies such as Department of Veteran Affairs or CalVet. So we have done some other research on that matter, on the qualifications. I'm not going to belabor the point right now, but if that needs to be clarified, I just want to post this question right now at this juncture.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
I did want to, I started to say something before, and I just wanted to make it clear. The agreement before you tonight, the zoning before you tonight doesn't mandate any use on the Artis site, and nor does the agreement. The agreement provides funding, but it does not mandate the expenditure on any particular use.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It does not prescribe any particular use or set the list of allowable uses on the Artis site. I misspoke. I apologize.
Why don't I, Councilmember Treseder, then Councilmember Mai.
Thank you. I appreciate the mayor's response to your statement about the zoning. I want to ask, and I did hear you with the back and forth with Councilmember Liu, and I just wanted to ask if you had anything else that you would like to say about the mayor's response. Is that all covered?
I think I covered it from a legal standpoint. And I think, yes, I covered it from a legal standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, I believe in the rule of law here, so thank you, Mr. Melching for clarifying many things that are unclear here. One of the things you said is zoning. We're not mandated to build anything on that. Just for clarification purposes, does this columbarium need to go to the ballot, yes or no? Because I'm hearing conflicting things here.
If it were a veterans columbarium, it would not need to go to the ballot. You need to give me a second to take a look at the initiative text to determine whether it would need to go to the ballot if it were not a veterans columbarium. And if it were, sorry, you just said I was clarifying things. I'm going to make it a little complicated here. If it were a city-owned columbarium, because of the exemption, it would not need to go to the ballot.
Okay, but if it was going to be a veterans, it would have to.
If it's a veterans columbarium, no ballot. If it's a city-owned columbarium of any type, no ballot. If it is a privately owned columbarium, might need to go to the ballot. I'd need to check.
Okay. The second point here is, yes, Mayor, I was very interested in a Veterans Resource Center to the point where I went to all the colleges, IVC, UCI, Concordia, who already have a Veterans Resource Center, and I wanted to do something for the veterans that are living and the veterans within the city, because the colleges have this, but we don't have something citywide. My question also to Mr. Melching as well is, does that have to go to the ballot?
The Veterans Resource Center?
Yeah.
If it is city-owned,
right?
No.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. I really like to, I would never want to circumvent the voters, and so we have a number of voters here. We have a number of people here, and I would love to hear from them.
Thank you. Perhaps we can call Councilmember Liu. Do you want to hold off? All right. Let's turn to public comment. How many requests do we have?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 66 requests to speak.
All right, 66 requests. Let's limit the presentations to 90 seconds. Also, I would say that there are a few people we wanted to call up first. First, I want to give the applicant a chance to come forward. Is there a representative from Heritage Fields here? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Agran. I actually had a presentation put together, but Stephanie and Pete did such a phenomenal job. Every point I had, they made. We're excited about this opportunity to partner with the city once again to create a vibrant transit-oriented district downtown. We feel these public benefits that have been included definitely will enhance the Great Park and the Great Park area. Beyond that, again, they did a phenomenal job. City attorney and city manager, really, we've been working hands lockstep with them for over a year to get this done. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have tonight.
Right. I think be it to stand by in case there are questions. All right. I do have one, actually. So with respect to the 15 million, how it's used, you're agnostic as to that. It's the city's decision.
Correct.
Very well. Thank you. All right. Let's start. We've got a couple of people who are actually have been in the chain of decision-making on this. Well, I think we have a few commissioners here tonight. Is Raj Bhatia here? Planning Commission, you come forward. Don Geller is here. Lou Forrest. Anitha, is Anitha here? Anitha here? Is she here? Very well. At the front end, I'd like to have kind of the the leadership, the policymakers, the decision makers who have touched on this. I'd like to have them very briefly comment. And then, excuse me, and then Anita, I asked Anita if she had any additional people who were in the leadership. Robert, we are operating in accordance with Robert's rules. Mr. Geller.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I mean, this is a bit unusual. Usually we go with, first come, first serve in terms of who signs up to speak. And I will say I didn't realize that we could have our commissioners come up early. I would have invited my commissioners to come here to speak. I would prefer just for us to do what we normally do. It does seem a little bit strange.
Very well. Mr. Geller, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members, and thank you for the presentation. This item has not been reviewed by the Finance Commission, so I am just speaking for myself. As you know, I've always been fiscally conservative in my approach to funding projects, and I hate to spend money that we don't have. At our commission meetings, a question that I and my fellow commissioners always ask is, where's the money going to come from? Well, fortunately, this plan provides a funding source for a number of very worthwhile projects at the Great Park, such as a very needed central library, additional money for the framework plan that could be used for advancing plans in the cultural center, and other tremendous projects to help our veterans at the Memorial Park, including a needed Veterans Service Center, the restoration of the iconic Central Tower, and a respectful columbarium to honor our veterans. This plan can generate more than $200 million for schools, child care facilities, roads, public transportation, and infrastructure, and a contribution of $15 million from the developer for some very special projects. It would create a new housing project with affordable housing near the Spectrum and train station, providing housing for many of those that work here in Irvine.
Thank you. Your time is up.
And I just have one more, a few more sentences.
Take 15 seconds.
This is a complicated endeavor, as well as was the buying of the asphalt plants and the creation of the Gateway Preserve. But Irvine is up to the task. The Finance Commission would obviously love to take a close look at all that's involved and make recommendations to the council, as all of our commissions should do. I support the council moving forward with the consideration of this plan. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
Thank you for your, what's your point?
Could I please ask the commissioners to mention who has appointed them to their commissions as they give in their remarks?
As you know, Kathleen, I am Mayor Agran's commissioner.
And chair of the Finance Commission.
I am also the chair of the Finance Commission. That was voted by the commissioners.
And just to accommodate my council colleague, Mr. Batia, please come forward. Another of my appointees who is a planning commissioner. Go right ahead.
For the record, I was here at 3:02, so I probably would have been one of the first speakers anyway. So, good evening, Mayor Agran and council members. My name is Raj Bhatia, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, a Cadence Park resident, and arguably the commissioner who lives closest to the Artist site. At our November 6th Planning Commission meeting, I authored the motion to approve Heritage Fields zoning changes with strong encouragement for continued discussions towards meaningful community benefits. I want to thank 5 Point for stepping up with the $15 million contribution, which, if directed wisely, can help accelerate the planning and design work for the long-awaited top priority projects for Planning Area 51. As someone raising a young child in Cadence, I want to emphasize how important it is that we stay faithful to the Great Park Framework Plan, especially the Phase 1 civic amenities that residents have expected for years. The Great Park Main Library will be a true destination, educational, cultural, and a point of pride for all of Irvine. Most importantly, I want to acknowledge the importance of respecting veterans and honoring the history of the former El Toro Marine Base. A columbarium is ultimately a decision for this council to weigh carefully tonight and vote on their conscience. Additionally, because this is a sacred ground with a deep military history, having a Veterans Resource Center would be imperative. Keep veterans at the heart of ARDA by allowing the site to grow into a true civic destination with a world-class library, transit connectivity, transit connectivity, and amenities for all families. And for all the veterans present here today, your sacrifice and dedication to our country is deeply honored and never forgotten. Thank you for your leadership and for allowing me to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Thank you, City Council. I'm Lou Forrest. I'm Betty Martinez, Sustainability Commissioner. I am speaking as a resident. I have advocated for years for the Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery. This was widely supported by our people, and I'm proud to say I worked on it. And I wanted to say, Gandhi said that the greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Even though I'm a veterinarian, I don't think it's animals, I think it's the veterans. Irvine in the past 10 years has treated them badly. The veterans component of this plan will help atone for past sins, and that includes not only young veterans, but it's to honor those that have fought so hard to keep this as a viable unit. And you have to realize that land was there for those folks. Whatever the law says, it's our moral duty. With an eye toward sustainability, I do like the idea of having the transit center for swapped. That makes just good sense. I live in affordable housing in University Hills for many years.
Thank you. Your time is up.
You can take another 10 seconds and finish up.
I am worried about the waiver of affordability in this clause of receiving a waiver of existing and future affordable housing requirements. So that is my big problem, but thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anita here?
She actually has declined to speak at this time, but has signed up to speak later in the meeting.
We had invited her to have somebody join her if they wish. Do you wish to avail yourself of that? I can't hear, I guess.
She said she'll go at the scheduled time as to when she, yeah.
Go right ahead. Call the next one, please.
Thank you. If I could call forward Dave Cafaro, El Winata, Ray Ferrari, Paul Simons, Liz Sepris, Barry D., Tom Tracy, and Joanne Slobodian. And we'll start with Mr. Cafaro.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Dave Cafaro. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Irvine Chamber, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the thousands of businesses in our community whose operations depend on access to qualified talent. We wholly support this project, which will provide needed homes near essential sectors of our business community. We hear this story all the time. Access to family housing close to work is a major challenge in recruiting and retaining top-tier talent in Irvine. As we know, a thriving economy is dependent on having access to housing near jobs. Increasing the inventory of new homes in the city is essential to long-term economic vitality. This project doesn't fully solve for the need in total, but it's a strong step forward. We encourage you to approve advancing this project for the benefit of Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you.
El Winata.
Welcome.
Hello all. Learned a lot of fancy word today. Thank you again. I just want to say something. I'm El, and I'm also the owner-operator of Blue Hummingbird Coffee. And all I want to say is whatever decision that the city wish to make, please think about the city of Irvine long term. I'm a resident. I love it here. I want to retire and hopefully die here. So, so please just make sure that, 50 years down the line, the city of Irvine is still as strong fiscally, culturally, and really in all matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Ray Ferrari.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you, council members. My name is Ray Ferrari. I've spent my entire career, over 10 years, working in and around the Great Park, and so I've seen firsthand a lot of the amazing development that's happened there over the years. I spent 8 years working for the Orange County Soccer Club and worked very closely with 5 Point, Great Park Neighborhoods, City of Irvine officials. And the last 3 years I've been at Omega Accounting Solutions, which you may not have heard of, but they're a large employer located in the 5 Point Gateway complex at Alton and Barranca. And I'm here representing the company, and a lot of us actually don't live in Irvine, but we're very excited about the prospects of having some great new housing opportunities in and around the complex. Shortening commute times and shortening traffic in the city is very attractive, and for us, the ability to actually walk across the street from our potential home to our place of work is very exciting. So very supportive of this movement, and thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Paul Simons.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Paul Simons. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Orange County Business Council. OCBC is the leading voice of business in the region and a strong advocate for expanding housing that meets the needs of our workforce. The most important issue facing our county and the state is the need for more housing supply. Failing to address this shortage poses the greatest threat to our long-term economic prosperity. Irvine should be commended for taking this issue seriously, and tonight's item provides an opportunity for the city to show what is possible when cities and private parties work together. Employers are creating high-paying jobs across Irvine and in nearby cities, yet collectively, we are not building enough housing. This is a good deal, swapping 26.4 acres of city-owned land for 35 acres, ushering in 1,300 new homes, while planning for a mixed-use, transit-oriented development which would not only connect the Great Park and Irvine Spectrum areas, but also realize even more housing, is a win-win-win. Admirably, Great Park Neighborhoods has already provided a path to home ownership and permanent residency for thousands of working families over the past 12 years, which directly benefits the city and the entire region. OCBC urges the city to build on that progress and approve this item. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Liz?
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Cipres, and I've been a resident of Irvine since 2006 and a resident of the Great Park neighborhood since 2016. I'm very fortunate to have the opportunity to live and work in Irvine and find my dream home in the Great Park. I like that the proximity is close to hospitals, shopping centers, transportation, and I'm excited about the new retail and food that is coming to the Great Park next year. The Woodbury Shopping Center is heavily impacted, so having other shopping opportunities would be great. Living and working in Irvine was the reason I came to Irvine, because I was employed by Irvine Valley College and I wanted to reduce my commute. I'm hoping that this development of new homes will provide other professionals the opportunity to live and work in Irvine. Now that I'm retired, I don't need to live in Irvine, but I choose to stay here because I've grown to love this community and the many amenities that have afforded me as being a resident of Irvine. Now that I'm retired, I also spend more time outside. I'm a cyclist, and the resident parks are very enjoyable, as well as the many walking paths, so I'm glad that the new development has creation of more bike paths. With this new phase, I want to make sure that the Great Park remains a walkable and bike-friendly neighborhood, and as it's built in a responsible way, as many of the communities of Irvine have been.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share my views and my experience here living in Irvine. Rising tide floats all boats, so I'm hoping the decisions you make positive impacts on our community for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry?
Mayor,
Welcome.
council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed Great Park Neighborhoods Housing Initiative. My name is Barry Jaroskovich, and I'm Vice President at Parker Aerospace. Our organization generates over $6.5 billion in annual sales from 36 locations worldwide. 4 of those operating divisions are headquartered in Irvine, with a combined workforce of approximately 1,800 salaried and hourly employees. The aerospace industry has been in a significant growth spurt and will continue well into the next decade. A key element of supporting this growth at Parker is a need for people to design, build, and test and support the major systems that Parker provides to the global aerospace markets. A major obstacle in recruiting and retaining our workforce continues to be housing within the greater Irvine area. I personally have lost employees due to excessive commute times from Riverside County, as that's the only place they can go to find available and affordable housing. We are under continual threat of employees quitting as frustration mounts in their search for a permanent home in the area. The proposed Great Park Neighborhoods housing, providing up to 1,800 new homes within walking distance to 3 of our 4 Irvine facilities, will positively impact 2 key factors affecting home ownership in Irvine: availability and affordability. Therefore, I wish to express my full support behind the proposal for the new housing. It's good for Irvine, and it's good for the businesses that call Irvine home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Tom Tracy.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. My name is Dr. Tom Tracy. I've lived in Irvine since 1996. What are we doing for our veterans? What are we doing for them? We live in and we boast about our Irvine being a growing and vibrant community with a diverse population, the envy of all cities, and a place where people want to live and they want to be here and they care for this place. But we're missing that one group, our veterans. What are we doing for them? Veterans represent about 11,700 people in the city of Irvine. What are we doing for them? Think about this. The veterans have sacrificed their time, their health, their safety for our freedom. What are we doing for our veterans? Veterans willingly gave up their lives to protect our country. What are we doing for our veterans? Veterans willingly sacrificed their personal time. They sacrificed their family time. They sacrificed their physical and mental health to provide safety and security for us. I think we owe them something else. They seldom ask for anything in return. What are we doing for our veterans?
Thank you. Your time is up.
My name is Chief Warrant Officer Tom Tracy, United States Marine Corps, retired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanne Slobodian, and if I could also call forward Alan Meyerson, Jas Cower, Steve Berger, David Lingerfelt, Zara, Mert, Yagiz, Alex Ding, and Jeffrey Zhao.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm here because the public deserves clarity and honesty about these land swaps and about what may go to the voters in 2026. On December 8th, 2025, LAist published an article titled, "Irvine Considers Waiving Affordable Housing Requirements for Developers in Land Swap Deal." And here's the exact sentence that concerned me. In the land swap, 5 Points will also give the city $15 million to use towards the construction of a columbarium for cremated remains, a new library, and other amenities on a 125-acre plot of land within the Great Park. This project may go to the voters in 2026. But the city attorney just said, if the city owns the cemetery, it doesn't have to be voted on. Let's be clear, a columbarium is still a cemetery, and many residents have cultural or personal concerns about living near one. Residents were told that the 2026 vote would be about Oak Creek. So why are a cemetery, a library, and a 125-acre Great Park project suddenly being floated for the same election? Last time Oak Creek was bundled with parks that didn't need protection, while the land residents were worried about what was excluded. People remember that. Mayor Agran, you have pushed this cemetery for years, even when the Great Park residents opposed it, and even when your very own council voted it down. Now, LAist says it may go to the voters in 2026. That is persistence in the face of public rejection, not leadership. The same deal also waives affordable housing or 1,300
Thank
units.
you. Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Alan Myerson.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening again, council members. Alan Myerson, lived in Irvine since 1985. Councilmember Liu, you said you want to support what the people and the citizens of Irvine want. 2 initiatives were passed for a cemetery in the Great Park. The people spoke. They spoke twice. I don't know why everybody up there, or not everybody, but Councilmember Treseder, Councilmember Liu, I don't know why you're focused on the columbarium. You should be focused on the benefits to the city that this deal will bring. There's a lot more than that. At the same time, just because there might be a columbarium there doesn't mean the Gypsum Canyon Cemetery won't be built. It probably will never be built, but it doesn't stop it from being built. Why can't we have both? Why can't the city choose to have a columbarium there so that we can honor these veterans that want their remains to be in Irvine because they flew out of that base? I'm not really quite sure why there's such a hatred and a severe opinion about having a columbarium at the Great Park. I just don't get it, why you don't want to honor our veterans that want to be there. And you also, again, you should look at the benefits for the city. You want affordable housing. You want it near a transportation center, Councilmember Treseder. You said that many, many times, and this will give you that transportation center with affordable housing.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Let's see how interested you really are in that.
Thank you for your comments.
Jess Cower.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Jazz Kaur, and I'm a business development executive who works in Irvine, lives at the Great Park, and I'm a mom of 2 teenage daughters who attend Portola High School. Those who know me realize I am a people person. I moved to Irvine from Michigan about 4 years ago, and Irvine is home. I call it my home. I place a high value on making new friendships, connections in the community. And I'm really happy that my daughters have made same amazing friends as well. I'm grateful to live in Irvine because of amazing schools, safety, strong sense of community. It's also a great place to do business. I'm fortunate to live really close to where I work, which means I get to spend more time with my kids, spend time in the community, exercising, being outdoor, and more time volunteering, supporting my community. I would love to see more families enjoy the same kind of experience that I've had. So I am here to voice my support to this plan and more housing that serves people like me who work here. And so I would encourage you to approve this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Steve Berger.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members, Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor Mai, and other council members. My name is Steve Berger. I've spoken to the council before. I am a big proponent of anything that supports our veterans. Our veterans are among the most maligned, most disrespected, most forgotten, most taken for granted segment of our population. And it is they to whom we owe our rights, our liberties, our freedoms that we so casually take for granted and that we greatly enjoy. We have a unique opportunity now with our great park to honor and support our veterans, including the final expression of their loyalty to our country, which is the willingness to give their life. And we have an opportunity to honor that, and we should do that on the site of the Marine Corps Air Station, the former site of the former Marine Corps Air Station. That was a site where many veterans served. Veterans are now dying out very quickly, and we should remember them, we should honor them, and we should use the Great Park to do so. Thank you very much for the
Thank
opportunity
you
to speak.
for your comments.
David Lingerfeld.
Welcome.
So I'm going to change my speech up just a little bit. I mean, I keep hearing there's confusion why there's pushback on this location. And, you know, I have to say it. I mean, Alan, you wonder why there's pushback, why you don't understand it? Larry, you want to know why you don't understand it? You're not Asian. You don't understand it, okay? And so with that, I'm going to start with my prepared speech. And Mr. Agran, this is with all due respect. But here it goes. Council, Mr. Larry Agran, you keep insisting the artist site is the only option for a cemetery or columbarium because of the voter initiative. But let's go back further. Why was ARTA picked in the first place? Many believe it was chosen as revenge against the developer 5 Point. At that time, it was just an empty base, but now it's surrounded by homes and schools, including many Asian families, for whom burial sites nearby raise significant cultural sensitivities. This is not simply a matter of preference, it's about respecting deeply held traditions and values in our diverse community. If you refuse to work with residents to find a better location on the base, you risk killing the columbarium project just like you killed the cemetery. When you opposed the Strawberry Fields land swap simply because it wasn't on the base. Again, I've gotten to know you over the years. I know you think you're doing what's right for Irvine. I've really enjoyed getting to know you, so please take this to heart. Work with us, not against us. Let your legacy be one of solutions, not setbacks.
Thank you for your comments.
Alex Ding, and if I could also call forward Jeffrey Zhao, Justin Wang, Jenny Du, Jonayan, Hoi, Mia Yang, Harvey Liss, and Yao Teng.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Agran and fellow council members. My name is Alex Ding. I am a sophomore from Portola High School, and I also grew up in Irvine. I love it here. And as Mayor, you have mentioned, today we have two crucial projects for the ARDA site, the Veterans Memorial Park and the new public library. Well, to me, I think the construction of both facilities should be encouraged and supported. The Memorial Park, it represents commitment to our history and our respect to those who fought and sacrificed for our freedom, those who also deserve a meaningful place for us to honor them. The library, it represents the future, the knowledge and the peace that those veterans fought to protect. And as a young resident, I urge you to recognize that the library can only exist because of the sacrifice the memorial represents. We really have to understand the depth of that sacrifice and pay respect to that. I urge the City Council to support the proposals and the necessary measures to make this dual symbol a reality. Let the memorial remind us of our past, and let the library inspire us toward our future. Thank you, and I think only by remembering the past can we truly safeguard the present.
Thank you for your comment.
Jeffrey.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agran and City Council members. My name is Justin Wang, and I'm a student here in Irvine. Firstly, thank you for giving students the chances to share our voices, and I strongly support the proposal to build a new public library at a great park. As students, we do not just need places like to hang out, but also we need quiet, safe, and well-equipped spaces to study, prepare for exams, and work for projects. Right now, many of our libraries and study areas are crowded, especially during finals every semester. More learning spaces, technology resources, and self-study areas will directly support our education and mental well-being too. Modern library is not just about books. It is also about access to computers, tutoring, group collaboration, and a place where every student feels supported. I also appreciate that the city's plan to improve roads, schools, and community infrastructures. Safer traffic routes mean safer students walking or biking to school. Also, I support planning for affordable housing for teachers and your families around schools, high schools too. When teachers live near students at work, it actually builds a stronger and healthier community. Lastly, I'm sincerely thank you for investing in both students and ROS future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jenny Du.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Du. I'm a sophomore at Cranleton High School, and I live here in Irvine. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I support the Great Park land use update because it reflects the real needs of our community. Affordable housing, open parks, and shared places, and a new public library. These are more than buildings, they're investments in students, families, and working residents. Parks and the opening spaces are essential for young people. They give us the places to exercise, relax, and connect with our community. In a high-pressure academic environment like Irvine, the green spaces are necessary for our mental and physical health. Our library has already shown how great the need is. On the weekends, they're often completely full with almost every seat taken by students and children. Many of us depend on the library for a quiet study place, Wi-Fi, and economic resources that we now have at home. This clearly shows that a new public library at the Great Park would make a meaningful difference for students' success and well-being. As a student, I see how far many of our teachers travel every day, sometimes half an hour to over an hour just to get to our school. That long commute takes time, energy, and money, yet they still show up with dedication and care. Our teachers deserve a safe, affordable housing closer to their workplace so they can rest, thrive, and continue doing their best work without the added burden of long-distance travel.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jonathan.
Hello, my name is Jonathan and I'm a student in middle school. Today I want to talk about why I think that we should invest into safer transportation and community infrastructure for Great Park. One reason why safer transportation and work on roads is needed is because Great Park is meant for families, kids, and older people who have less physical capabilities. Some new and clear signage or protected walkways can help protect us from accidents happening. I also think having some new community infrastructure can help the people, as people need places to learn, exercise, and enjoy themselves. Creating these new spaces can also improve social connection, strengthening the community further. As a person who also likes playing pickleball, I think an addition of courts could help. After this, I hope you think that some new roadwork and transportation, as well as the addition of some new community infrastructure, can help improve Great Park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Howie.
Welcome.
Hi, obviously, as you can see, I'm a high school student, and so I really want to build a new public library. And I would like to share some of my new, own experience about this. Irvine Library right now is pretty crowded for me. So for me and many of my friends, we always have to go all the way to the testing library to study and to get a quiet place to review. And this shows that many students like me really need more study spaces in our own communities. And in my opinion, the new library could help solve this problem by offering more seating and especially more tables. And I also hope the new library can have better noise control and clear guidelines to keep the study areas quiet and respectful for everyone. And so overall, I believe this new library would greatly make our city an even better place to learn and work. And so I hope to have a new library. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Mia Yang.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Mia Yang, and I'm a high school student living in Irvine. I strongly support building a new public library at Great Park because students in this area don't have access to a nearby academic space. The existing libraries in Irvine, such as Heritage Park and University Park, are about 20 minutes drive away from the Great Park community, which makes it difficult for students who rely on e-bikes or don't have consistent parent transportation. Students need quiet study areas, group workspaces, and reliable Wi-Fi, resources that many of us don't always have at home. A Great Park library will give students a safe place to study after school, especially with the new productive bike lanes that make it easier and safer for us to get there independently. By investing in this library, the city will support education, equity, and infrastructure students can rely on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Harvey Liss.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council members, I'm Harvey Liss, a resident of Irvine since 1976 and Executive Director of the Build the Great Park Veterans Cemetery Committee. This is our opportunity to finally get going to get our Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery, with the cemetery part being a gorgeous columbarium which has compartments, as you saw on the slide, with each compartment containing an urn with the ashes of a loved one. It would be a veritable wall of honor. There will not be any grave sites to be seen by kids walking to school, not that there is anything wrong with that, and which is always nonsense anyway, an impossibility with the surrounding perimeter park on a 20-foot high berm. And it will not be paid for by local taxes either. Ultimately, hopefully, it will be paid for by the state. Over the years, the Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery has been overwhelmingly supported by Irvine residents. So I say bravo to our City Council when they vote to approve this complex measure. Lastly, there seems to be a misunderstanding about 5 Points waiver of affordable housing requirement. The city's newly acquired 35 acres surrounding the Irvine train station will be the city's newly high-density, transit-oriented affordable housing development with far more affordable housing units than what is being waived. But this part seems to be poorly codified or explained. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yao Tang, and if I could also call forward Ling Yu Yang, Yafai L, Yang Yang, Miyu Liu, and Jiaqi Li.
Thank you. Yeah, one moment, please. How are we doing? How many here?
So far, Mayor, we are at 30 speakers.
Okay, so we're about almost halfway.
Yeah, almost halfway, correct.
All right, please go right ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Yao Tang. I'm a resident of Irvine, and I'm also a college student. So I want to show the angle from someone in my age that what the project means for young people. For the Veterans Columbarium, it may seem focused on the past, but for the young people, it helps us understand that our life in today does not appear on their own. They were made possible by the work and the sacrifice of those who came before us. They remind us that we are a part of this community too, and we also have a responsibility for its future. I also recognize the financial value of this project. It provides $15 million each for the library and the columbarium. These funds will be delivered in 3 phases, so the city won't face sudden financial pressure. More importantly, this project unlocked $200 million for roads, parks, and schools. As a young resident, we also care about the public spending truly benefit to everyone. So for me, this is not only about building a library or columbarium. It is an important decision that will affect the future resource allocation of the entire city. Open public space, stronger city citizens, and the historical memory of this community. This make Irvine not only convenient to live in, but also the city with roots, with vision, and the one that actually care about the next generation. As a resident of Irvine, I hope Irvine can be a place.
Thank you, your time is up.
You can finish your thought.
Okay,
Just
thank
finish
you.
your thought.
Can be the place where people want to stay, want to involve, and want to grow. I believe this project will bring us closer to that kind of future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Ling Yu Yang.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Evelyn Ling Yu Yang, and I'm a sophomore student at Portola High School here in Irvine. Thank you for giving young residents a chance to speak tonight. I'm here because I want to share my support for the property exchange transaction. As a student, the library is honestly one of the places I rely on the most. Many high schoolers use it for studying, researching, or simply having a quiet study space after school. Irvine is known for its strong education and high quality of life, and building a new library fits perfectly with that. Moreover, having a new library means better resources, but more opportunities, and represents a strong support for students across Irvine. I also want to highlight another part of this proposal that really matters, the columbarium in the Great Park. As young people, sometimes we're not fully aware of the sacrifices made by our honored veterans and military families, but we do benefit from the safe and supportive communities it built for us. Creating a respectful place to remember them is something I really support. As youth, we're not the ones who are making decisions here, but we're the ones who will live with them the longest. That's why I wanted to speak, to show that young people care about Irvine's future, and we hope the city continues to create places where we can learn, grow, and feel connected. Thank you for your time and dedication to our community.
And thank you for your comments.
Yafai Luau. I'm sorry, did I say that right?
Welcome.
Good evening, council members Onofre and council members. My name is Yang, and I'm a 16-year-old high school student from Irvine. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today. As a student, I support the city to construct a new library. There are many people looking forward to have it because it's still very hard to find seats in current libraries. And for this library, I would like to encourage the council and the design team to include dedicated quiet study areas. For my own experience visiting 2 libraries in Irvine, I noticed that there are many groups share one large mixed-use area. Some students or community members need space for group discussions or tutoring, and at the same time, others, like me, often prefer a quieter environment to study. So because of these different needs, I suggest dividing this new library into several clearly defined areas: a children's area, a communication area, and an independent learning area. Of course, this based on the permission that the library can be built. I truly appreciate the city's efforts on this project, and I hope these ideas can be considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Liu.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow City Council members. My name is Liu, and I'm an 8th grader at Orange County School of the Arts. My family and I have lived in Irvine for more than 8 years, and I'm so proud to see how much this city has grown. More families are moving here from around the world for better opportunities, especially for their children's education and future. But not every family is lucky enough to afford it. Some are currently struggling just to find a home they can afford. We want to make sure that there are options where homes are affordable so families and kids can live and build their dreams. And that's why I support the City Council in approving the plan for 1,300 new homes. As a student, having a space to be social and staying active really matters. I always go hang out with my friends. I dance, I shop, I chill at the parks. Parks give kids and families a place to play, a place to connect, and a place to just breathe. My mom always goes to the local park almost every day with our cat to soak up the sunshine, and she sometimes does a little yoga. We always spend too much time on our phones every single day, and that's why going outside, spending time with your family is so important. I'm also very excited about the new idea for a new public library. It's not just for the books. It's for students like me who can go there to study, use Wi-Fi, and feel supported. I'd be there every single day. This project really helps families, and it gives students like me for a place to grow, connect, and dream. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ms. Lee, and if I could also call forward Lucy Liu, Angela Zhang, Micaela Gonzalez, Liu Chen, Mika Huang, Rejunix, Jungsi Wang, and Ralph Farrington.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Jiaqi Li, and I'm an international student who lives here in Irvine. Even though I haven't been here for very long, Irvine already feels like a second home to me. When I first arrived, everything was unfamiliar. The language, the culture, even simple things like buying groceries. One place that always made me feel calm and welcomed was the library. In the library, I don't feel like the international student. I just feel like a person who loves learning. That's why I really cared about the public library project. For me, it's not about politics or taking sides. It's about the kind of community we want to build. A library in a great park would give students like me a quiet, safe place to study, practice English, and connect with people from different backgrounds. It would give children a space to imagine their future and families a place to learn together. I know I cannot vote, but I can share my experience as someone who truly appreciates living here. I hope you will support this project so more students, families, and veterans can feel that Irvine is their home too. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments.
Lucy?
Welcome.
Hello. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Lucy Liu. I'm an Irvine resident. I'm deeply grateful for the partnership and commitment shown by 5 Point in pledging $15 million toward the future library at Great Park. This extraordinary investment in our city's intellectual and cultural growth will leave a legacy that benefits not just today's residents, but for generations to come. It's a significant first step toward building a modern, world-class library system, starting with the main library in the Great Park, followed by additional well-planned branches that will uplift the entire community. So residents from all across Irvine, and not just Great Park, are really energized by this momentum. Therefore, we urge you to honor this gift by using it wisely and in good faith. Let's stay focused on what has already been vetted and approved, rather than diverting the resources and time to new and unrelated initiatives. This contribution was made for the library, and it should remain devoted entirely to building the strong, inspiring library system our community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Angela?
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and city members. My name is Angela. I'm a sophomore from Portola High, and I'm speaking today as both a young resident and a member of Irvine's next generation. We moved here 2 years ago, and as the first generation of Asian immigrants in my family, I really understand why many families from all backgrounds come to Irvine. We come for the environmental quality, the safety, and especially the educational resources that makes this city really a model for youth opportunity. But in recent years, the population, particularly in Great Park, has grown rapidly, while affordable housing has not kept pace. When housing becomes too expensive, families with modest incomes, including teachers, service workers, and young adults, as well as the honor veterans, really struggle to remain part of our community, which would affect the entire social and economic ecosystem of our city. So I really support the city's choice to direct a portion of rent-related tax revenue toward public education, like libraries, school facilities, and teacher welfare. With enrollment rising every year, Irvine's public schools really need more support to sustain the high-quality education that defines our community. To me, investing in both housing and education is a commitment to the future residents and students just like me who will shape Irvine in the decades ahead. Thank you for listening.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Micaela?
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, and I'm especially excited to be in the presence of so many young people. As a mom in District 5, I've been watching the library issue unfold with great interest, and I've been very gratified by having a lot of time with Julie Zioli and library staff, and feel very encouraged that all the students here, when they do get their library, will be very well served by the staff and the program that you guys have assembled for us. And I have to add too, as someone who's been watching, it's been a bit nerve-wracking as we pulled out of OCPL. I think a lot of us thought the set-aside funds that were coming, that may have been coming, would have helped sort of cushion our landing as a new library system. And now with this investment coming forth, it is a very encouraging sign that we are headed in the right direction. So my thanks and my support, of course, to 5 Point for investing in the community assets, and to all of you guys for continuing to be stewards of our wonderful and ever-growing library system. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Chen?
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Skylar Chen, and I am a sophomore at the Orange County School of the Arts. It's my honor to be here. When I heard that there will be a new library, I was so excited because I truly do love the local libraries we have right now. However, I do have some suggestions while I am 100% pro-library. I think we should split the library into 3 sections with different noise levels that serve different purposes. The first section would be completely for kids because we know that they're noisy, but they would have play structures and have fun books. The second section would be for group work where people can share their thoughts and speak freely. And then the third section would be a completely silent section that people can work on their projects silently and without any group work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Microphone.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I have been a student and resident of Irvine for over 10 years, and I believe that the addition of a public library and veterans columbarium are necessary for the preservation of our city's culture. In any given community, an accessible library is an important social space. It is a source of knowledge that has social significance. Additionally, people can host events at the library, bringing diverse companies and people together. As a student, I have been to many events at a library. Students would much like to have an area not only to read books and study, but also a place where students can meet many new people. A veterans columbarium could be another valuable addition to Irvine. It is what the city needs to show our pride in being American citizens. It will make many people feel the significance of our veterans' sacrifices. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to speak today. I live in Irvine and I strongly support the Great Park Library and Veteran Memorial Project. I believe the new library will help people learn and grow, especially children. They will have a good place to report and spend the free time. The Veterans Memorial will host who servants our country and keep our history alive. They will remind us of their service and sacrifice. This project will make our city better. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wang.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Junshi Wang. I'm speaking today about why this initiative is so important for everyone and what it will bring to our community. First, it will push forward the building of community library. Libraries are more than just a place with books. They are where kids can study, neighbors can connect, and people of all ages can learn new things. It will make our community closer and richer. Then this initiative will support voluntary cemeteries and improve public facility. Our voluntaries have cemetery funds so much for us, and they deserve a respectful and well-mentioned place to rest. Better place facilities like park, community center, and safe public place will also make our daily life easier and happier for everyone family here. Every one of us wants Irvine to be a better place to live, and this initiative is the key to making that happen. Let's take the opportunity to building a stronger, nicer community together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ralph Farrington, and if I could also call forward Ling Yu, Vincent Chow, Bozen Wong, John Teberg, Parissa, Amit Modi, and Jenny Curry.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Ralph Farrington, and as Larry may know, I'm the oldest veteran on Irvine Valley College. And
how old are you?
How old?
Yes.
81.
All right, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
And in 2010, and 2016 and 2017, my late wife watched on TV Larry Agran discussing this very subject, and she was in her bed preparing for her future with cancer. so she dreamed, we lived in China, but she dreamed that she would love to be buried in a farmer's field in China. So the reason I'm here is I would like to see a proper place for burial and for a cemetery in Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service.
Ling Yu Yang? No? Vincent Chow?
Welcome, sir.
Hello, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So let's be honest about why we're here. This was a bad faith move. The move to hijack the seed funding from 5 Point represents the worst kind of politics. A rush to jam through a pet project without due diligence and without any meaningful community input. When the city considered the all-wheel plaza, the Oak Park planning area, and the Gateway Preserve, you required months of study, extensive staff work, and multiple town halls with residents. How does it make sense, any sense, to abandon that standard now? The answer is, it doesn't. You know that, we know that, and now history is watching. Today, we should be celebrating a long overdue step toward a modern library, one that is befitting of a city like Irvine. We should be talking about books, imagination, learning, and the future of our children, not political maneuvering. But yet here we are once again on short notice, pulled away from our families to defend our community from games like this. The city deserves better than shortcuts and surprise motions. It deserves transparency, leadership that brings people together, and governance worthy of the people who live here. Do the right thing, bring the community in, and let the city of Irvine be one that we can be proud to transfer to our children someday.
Thank you, sir, and welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm a student of the Irvine. I think the built library, this isn't just about putting up a building. It's about how people and nature can live side by side in the same place. When we place a library here, we are saying that learning belongs in a peaceful, natural space, and also can provide a job opportunity for people. This is what a harmony looks like: people, history, learning, and nature all in one place. This not only for ourselves and for our next generation. That's all.
Thank you very much.
John T-Berg.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name's John T-Berg, and I don't believe anyone said happy holidays. So happy holidays, Council.
Happy holidays.
And I wanted to also say thank you, City of Irvine Council, for making our community safer, happier, and healthier. This past weekend, my family and I spent an afternoon at Beacon Park. It was a lovely Southern California day where young adults and teens were playing basketball. Many families had their blankets spread across the lawn, enjoying a picnic. Everyone, including me, were enjoying the lookout, and hundreds of children were playing and screaming on the playground. It was so joyous. How lucky are we to live here? I think 3 core values describe what it means to live in the Great Park neighborhoods: family, community, and connection. Those 3 words. Does today's proposal capture those 3 core values? I would say yes. I ask you to approve it, and again, wish you a happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Lisa.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm here again, and I've been coming here before different councils and council members since 2018 to speak on this very same issue. Different faces on the dais, different council majorities, and yet the message from the Great Park residents has never changed. It seems that many don't understand that we can have a library without having the columbarium, but one member of the dais is holding the library hostage, and still this proposal still keeps coming back. Not because the community has changed its mind, but because it keeps being repackaged, a new name, a new description, a new angle, intended to make it sound more acceptable. But residents recognize what it is because the substance hasn't changed. To be clear, this isn't about land use. This has become one council member's legacy pet project, something that simply cannot be let go of, despite years of clear, documented, overwhelming opposition. The history is well known, the votes are on record, and yet here we are again. And yet, despite all of that, the Great Park residents have continued to show up respectfully, consistently, and in good faith year after year. I want to take a moment to thank Councilmember Mai. In May, you stood with residents and voted in line with the voice of the people, as well as Councilmember Liu, and as well as Councilmember Treseder. And go. That mattered. It showed leadership, integrity, and respect for the community you serve. We appreciate that, and we ask that you continue standing with us in honoring that same commitment today. Residents are paying attention. We value the leaders who remain consistent for the people they serve, not special interests, especially when the pressure is high. Please stop reintroducing what the community has already rejected and allow us to move forward with the uses that truly reflect the people who live here. I would like to point out—
Your time is up.
Thank you.
You can. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Amit Modi. There's a lot that's good in this deal, and as it made its way through the commissions, I think it was largely supported, including by the Great Park residents. I want to commend, by the way, the numerous high school students from Portola High and other high schoolers that came in and very vocally supported a library in Arda. I think that is an immensely popular feature, and I look forward to this council moving forward with that. The housing element of this is also very popular and something that the city needs. The columbarium is not, as we've established through a number of hearings, and it's going to continue to be an immensely divisive issue for as long as it's brought up, which I have no doubt will be Mayor Agran for the rest of your political career. And so what I would ask, I think there's a better way. We cannot keep dividing the city this way. Councilmember Martinez-Franco, you, in your private life, you are CEO of a company that dealt with culturally sensitive communications. A columbarium or a final resting place so close to homes and schools is culturally sensitive. I know you understand that. There's a better way to do this. Let's move forward with the library. Let's move forward with housing. Take the columbarium out of it, and let's work together to find a place on the base, away from homes, away from a school, where we can do this, and everybody will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Oh, thank you. My name is Jennifer Curry, and I am an Irvine resident. Irvine doesn't settle for bare minimum. Irvine pursues excellence through rigorous planning. The columbarium provision bypasses everything this system requires. No environmental review, no feasibility study, no Great Park Board review, no public notice. As you decide tonight, council members, please reflect on your values of fiscal responsibility, your values of careful planning and honoring the master plan, values of people over politics, values of ensuring that every resident feels heard, values of good government of the people, by the people, for the people. Thank you to the council members who have engaged with our Great Park community. Please remove the columbarium component from this proposal. Irvine's standard of rigorous study before financial commitment is required. Please accept my full support of Veterans Memorial and Gardens and a Veterans Support Center. As someone whose grandfather gave his life fighting for his country, I am fully aware and very grateful for the sacrifices that veterans make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
You have 5. And if I could also call forward Anita Bott, Elizabeth Cypress, Michael, Elaine, Carroll L., Mike D., and Ellen Lynn.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ye Fei, and I'm a student here in Irvine. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak. I want to share my thoughts on the Great Park Plan from a student's point of view. The decisions you make today will influence students for many years. Many of us need quiet spaces to study after school. Sometimes home is noise or parents work late, so the library becomes the only place we can concentrate. But often libraries are full and we can't find seats. I support building a new public library in the Great Park, a library with more study rooms, computers, and safe quiet spaces would help many students to keep up with school. I also hope the city can add student-friendly amenities. Amenities around the park, like outdoor study table, safe bike and walking paths. Even small improvements make our daily life easier. On housing, some teachers and classmates' families can't afford to stay in Irvine. Frequent move hurt stability, friendships, and learning, so I support building more affordable housing in the Great Park. Finally, I believe the Great Park Plan should also respect and honor our veterans. The city could include memorial areas or community space that show appreciation for veterans. So balancing student needs, housing, and respect for public space for veterans would make Irvine more caring and inclusive for everyone.
Thank you for your comment.
Anita Bott.
Good evening. Thank you so much for making time.
Welcome.
I have a few quick slides. The first, I'm not sure if you can see, but is a sign that some of our kids made, which says, "Thank you for building Irvine's main library." Some hearts are on city council, city staff, and 5 Point. We're not going to forget you, Corey. There's a tremendous amount of support for the library. We've seen from kids of all ages, adults of all ages, and we've been working with all of you since September. So truly, I'm here to say thank you. Each of you council members have made time to speak with us, go over facts and figures. Your staff have been very receptive. City staff, every single one of you have made time to deliberate with us, share numbers, and share opinions. We really appreciate it. Something that has been interesting is there's been a few added ideas, like the columbarium since last week. It's a word that I think all of us feel like we're in SAT class because we all learned it last Tuesday when the agenda was released, because it hadn't been socialized before. On the next slide, you'll see there's an extensive process. How does a project get included in the Great Park Framework? Through a very well laid out plan. And some of these ideas didn't go through it at all. The library indeed went through it several times. In the last slide, I just want to read a portion of a letter that was from 5 Point. I'd like the record to show, and Corey, Carla, Dan Hedigan, we appreciate all of you, that the additional funding was offered by 5 Point in good faith in response to a recommendation made at the Planning Commission meeting following requests by residents of the Great Park for funds for a potential library. So we appreciate everybody and the good faith here. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Is Elizabeth? No? Michael?
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Michael, and I'm a resident of the Great Park, and I've worked in Irvine for the past 5 years. I discovered the Great Park through playing basketball at the outdoor courts. The energy of the place, the people, and the activity around the park made me want to live here. What I love about the Great Park is that it feels like a community. Families are always out, people connect through sports, and the neighborhood feels safe and welcoming. That only exists because of the mix of housing, outdoor parks, and nearby retail that keep people engaged and spending time here instead of somewhere else. As the area continues to grow, adding more housing and community-focused retail will strengthen the local economy, support small businesses, and give residents places to gather. That's what builds long-term value and makes Irvine such a unique place to live. I hope future development continues to invest in people, neighborhoods, transit, and vibrant community spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Elaine?
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Larry Agran and council members. Very happy to be here. Our family has called Irvine home since 1985. I grew up in Irvine and went to University Park Elementary School, and when my mom worked there as a teacher, and then Rancho San Joaquin University High School and UC Irvine for undergrad and medical school, and I teach at UCI and have a private practice in Irvine. Being a family physician, I see a lot of fourth-generation families that include kids and also veterans. And some people ask me, how do you raise a good kid? And how do you get the good kid to grow up to be a good person? And I would say, teach them how to be good to those around them, be appreciative of their communities, and also really appreciate those that come before us, those that love and protect us. So now, when I was in high school, I worked and volunteered at many of the Irvine libraries. What we don't have is Veterans Cemetery. And I strongly believe in providing that as an example for our kids, the next generation growing up, that we value. And there's a saying in the Asian culture that I think most of my Asian people may already know, that we need to appreciate when we drink water, but the person who dug the well that supplied that. And I know, being on the council member, I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
And also appreciate the veterans that provide and support us and giving us such a community that we call home. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Carroll.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I wasn't even going to speak on this tonight, but I just couldn't handle the political maneuvering we have going on here. A library is a beautiful idea. You do not need to have that on a ballot. That was discussed already. You know what does need a ballot initiative? Somebody who's trying to feed their pack. If everybody will please pay attention to the following ID number: 1399611. That is the ID number for the Build the Great Park Veterans Cemetery that has been in existence since 2017 and has a debt to Larry Agran and his newspaper, Irvine Community News and Views. Do you know why this keeps coming up as a measure and gets a library tossed on top of it and other ideas tossed on top of it? Because somebody on the dais has a debt. And somebody on the dais looks for a way to create a ballot measure on the ARDA site and continually bring this up. You know who's missing here tonight? Any of the veterans, because they've given up. The Valor Group already knows that this is phony, and they've been hurt so many times by Larry Agran and have moved on to Anaheim. Eyes wide open, Larry Agran, that's what you said. We're eyes wide open to you. Please stop the political maneuvering. People in Orange, come see me if you want more information on this, or file an FPPC complaint.
Mike D.
Welcome, sir.
Council members, as a Great Park resident, I'm speaking to you today to convey my disappointment in the tactics employed to bypass established norms and push favored projects into a delayed and financially strained Great Park Framework Plan. A property exchange agreement that includes generous contribution to Phase 1 should be spent on approved features. Instead, it's being used as a backdoor to introduce columbarium and divert funds from approved projects like the library. This is an attempt to introduce language in an innocuous way to further a narrative and be able to point to as evidence in a potential future ballot measure that a non-veterans columbarium is already an approved feature in the Great Park Framework Plan, which it's not. This is an attempt to circumvent Great Park planning process to avoid the associated community outreach and resulting pushback, the same pushback that went against the cemetery plans in May. It is dishonest and breaks the years of trust and goodwill painstakingly built by Councilmember Carroll and many others through the Great Park Board and Task Force. Don't let a widely supported, highly beneficial community resource be delayed by tying it up in controversy or siphoning away badly needed funds. Don't allow this agreement to be set the stage to gaslight the people of Irvine in the future. Please require any columbarium feature go through the Great Park planning process and amend this agreement to remove the columbarium language and dedicate the funds to the library. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Alan Lynn, and if I could also call forward Prashant and Jeshwin.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alan Lynn. I am a veteran. I am strongly in favor of a library and a Veterans Resource Center. Huntington Beach has their Veteran Resource Center in their library. I am against a columbarium, a city project where veterans like me would not even be able to use our VA burial benefit because it would not be recognized by the VA. Retiring from the military, a system that I was in for over 20 years, was daunting. I would have appreciated having a veteran service or research center in my neighborhood. Please remove the columbarium point in the measure, and please continue building to the framework plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sean? Welcome.
Hello, Council. Comments have been going on long enough that I had time to put my kids to sleep and actually drive over here for my comments. We had no concerns or issues or spent many hours debating a $20 million contribution to an airplane museum in the Great Park. And here we are spending so many hours of our time asking for $15 million to be presented to a library with so many more added benefits to all the residents within the Great Park. I ask you to think about the numbers, think about who and what we are trying to do, and help us make this library happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Justin? Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor Mai, and the rest of the dais. My name is Justin Chettiar, and I'm here on my own accord today. I'm in full support of the library system down at Great Park. As a junior in high school myself, I understand how hard it is to find a quiet place to study. I have a bunch of APs, and it gets hard sometimes. That's why I think a library is a great opportunity for these students to come, to learn, and to grow. Thank you very much, and I hope that my opinion does change everyone's perspective about this, as this is a very important issue for me. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, we have 9 speakers on Zoom, and then we do have 1 in-person speaker who has a PowerPoint.
All right, we're in the home stretch here. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agran. First, I'd like to remind all council members that Judge Melching is not a judge, he's an attorney, and his decisions have cost the city financial consequences. It was $19,000 for the creation amendment. I agreed with the creation amendment, but it still cost the city money. Looks like there's a lot of support for this. To the extent that it doesn't require a voter initiative, I'm in support of it, but I think it would be better that you put it up for a vote. The Gypsum Canyon project is never going to get done. Let's face it. And it's a shame that we continue to politicize veterans on both sides, and the ones that suffer are the veterans. This is a military town. The last place where we should be politicizing veterans is here. There should be some representation of the dedication and the commitment that those people made here. I can remember when anchor corporations here, large tenants, would have commuter vans that would bring in their employees. That was a long time ago. You know, we still have remnants of that here with the commuter lots. But what I haven't heard is the feasibility of the property around the train station. It's a really great proposition, but is it feasible? You know, why don't you, we talk about transportation being innovative and
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 407. You may unmute your mic. Go ahead, 407.
Yes, my name is Tom Showman, and I'm a commissioner on the Community Services and Library. Been a 28-year resident in District 3, and I'm calling to support this measure. Well, one, because the Veterans Memorial Park is being built right now. I like the Veterans Resource Center and the library and the columbarium. You know, in 2020, I was a field director and helped 150 volunteers. We gathered 20,000 signatures to make this 125-acre land zone for the veterans. And I think, we can put a library on there, we can put a columbarium on there, and we can continue to build a Veterans Memorial Park. I'm 100% for the veterans. You know what? I don't want 1,300 more houses in Irvine, but I know if we build those, we can get this project done, started this year. And so I hope the City Council considers that and votes yes on this project to move forward. Thank you very much, and everybody has a great day.
Our next speaker is Michael Lozelle. You may unmute your mic.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is Mike Lozo. I'm an attorney speaking on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility. We submitted some comments with concerns about the use of the addendum, and particularly that the 1,300 new homes proposed is not consistent with the scope of the previous draft previous EIR, and the addendum overlooks the discussion of why it would be within the scope, 1,300 new homes. And that's important because the standard changes if it's not within the scope. It's a fair argument stated about the impacts. And as the previous EIR notes, there's no doubt that there are significant adverse air quality impacts, which are recognized in the previous EIR. They'd still be present for the new homes. And we've also provided substantial comments about indoor air concerns, where if the fair arguments applies, those would certainly show that formaldehyde emissions from finishing materials inside the residences would be above the applicable threshold of significance. Even assuming that the project to add the new homes is within the scope of the certified EIR, we also identify that there are new mitigation measures to address the significant air quality impacts that have already been identified, which are not being applied, including Tier 4 final emission standards for the construction equipment and other things that would adversely affect the...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is O. You may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to highlight 2 points. The first thing I want to speak about is the land swap that's taken place. I've spoken to many school staff members about this land swap and the housing that came about literally in the 9th inning, and no one has literally addressed the IUSD impact about this land swap. We already have Portola High School that is using portable classrooms, and this will add additional pressures on our school resources and not to mention our staff at school that is trying so hard to give us quality education. And the other point is, let's talk about the above ground cemetery columbarium that Larry has continuously pushed. Larry, shame on you for your divisive politics, pitting the community against our veterans, complete lack of leadership. I mean, you've come a long way from pledging to plant trees to making it your political mandate to build cemeteries in the midst of communities, dense communities. I just want to highlight finally that the landscape in the Great Park has changed significantly. A lot of spaces that were used to be plotted for something else are now plotted for housing. We have dense housing in a lot of areas, and it's just inappropriate to continuously consider to have a cemetery planted in the midst of high density.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Shakila. You may unmute your mic.
Hey everyone, good evening, respected Mayor Agran and council members. We are very grateful for the veterans who put their life first for their country than their families. And the location what we are choosing for the columbarium is not the right place to build, which is in the middle of schools and parks with bustling kids and their playful voices. And this is not the location that would fit into the community, where the people who are visiting the columbarium are the families who lost their loved ones and which requires peace and quietful place, and this is not the right place for them between the schools and the parks. I was here at the council meeting last time where there was a discussion for the cemetery and we voted no. I'm not sure why we are bringing up this with a different name as columbarium instead of a cemetery. Please consider that this is no from us as a vote for the cemetery or columbarium. And thank you. And the second item we wanted to discuss is library. We are currently driving 20 to 30 minutes from our home to go to a library, and we hardly spend time there an hour. you have a lot of space here where kids can go for a library and develop their knowledge.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Sahil. You may unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Dear Vice President, you have always been the one who truly listens to us, the regular urban families. So that's why I'm out to you specifically. I heard that it was in the initiative, but that's done time in the past. Cities are living in places. What made sense for a while many does not align with current reality. Rules and plans must evolve as our community. We are the present Irvine. We are the people living here in Irvine. We are not against veterans. We deeply respect our veterans. We fully support Veterans Resource and Service Center. We do not want symmetry or collaboration next to our school. Our schools are crowded with kids desperate library. We are heartbroken after years of packed workshops, surveys, and promises. The main library, part of the great park our kids have been waiting for, is suddenly being hostage in a huge last-minute quietly as a columbarium most of us have never done. Please, Vice Mayor, don't let this happen. You have stood with us before. Please stand with us now. Please take columbarium out of this proposal. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. You may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Fifa. Well, City Council, you heard from the residents. We have been here before, and our support has never wavered. Melinda Liu is out of touch with the residents, and as one resident stated, a library can only exist because of our past. It's time Melinda Liu and Kathleen Treseter get over their hate and look at the good. They say they support a library and new housing, yet mention veterans and their heads rotate like Linda Blair in The Exorcist. They are hypocrites. Honor your promise to speak for the majority and stop finding excuses. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Our next speaker is Junaid. You may unmute your mic. Hello, Junaid. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Council members, we want a library. We do not want a columbarium. We have been here before. We voted this down in May. It is disingenuous to hijack the passion and excitement of our kids for a library and to sneak in a columbarium, which was buried in a 300-page report with no community input, no deliberation. This is not how business gets done in a world-class city. Mr. Mayor, you're using veterans' issues, which are near and dear to our hearts, in a very dangerous manner that is driving a wedge between us. Please stop dividing our city by bringing up this issue in this manner. Bring forward a serious proposal that has a broad base of support in the city and in the Great Park community. Honor veterans in a thoughtful manner that unites the city. Let's do this the right way. Yes on the library, no on the columbarium, yes on unity and honoring veterans the right way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine. Janine, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening. I want to bring up one point that jumped out at me during the presentation that I'm not sure anyone here is focused on. I've really enjoyed hearing all of these high school students speak. They'll all go off to college. I'm sure they're all going to do really great things with their lives. And then they're going to try to move back to Irvine and not be able to afford to buy a home. I'm very concerned about this land swap deal that allows the developer to get out of providing affordable housing. That housing needs to be built now. All of us have children who are looking for homes, who have average jobs as teachers or social workers or government employees who can't afford to buy in the city of Irvine. I also didn't see that the Finance Committee reviewed this. I think there are a lot of costs that the city of Irvine is taking on that have been undisclosed and uncalculated. And then I also noticed that the value of the low-income housing was valued at about $16,000 per unit. I don't know how you build anything for $16,000 per unit when apartments and condos are going for $750,000 each. So I think overall this is a really bad deal for Irvine residents. And I also think that the city should reconsider this deal and enforce low-income housing on the developer. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we had 5 additional speakers join the Zoom queue, and then we still have the one in person.
Is the queue still open?
It's still open.
Why don't you shut it and let's hear from the last 5, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is a Zoom user. You may unmute your mic.
Hi, good evening. I was actually there earlier. I just had to leave to put my son to sleep. So thank you for taking extra Zoom calls. I'm a Great Park resident, and I'm hoping that you can vote no on this item. I'm also hopeful that we can put an end to last-minute agenda additions, especially during the holidays, without proper notice to the residents who will be directly impacted. We deserve transparency. Please move forward with the renderings given on the City of Irvine website with gardens, a library, lakes, and an amphitheater. If this vision depicted in the website is not accurate, please remove it so that other young families like myself don't get fooled into purchasing their homes here. I want to take a moment to thank those of you who voted no in May for the cemetery. Your compassion and care for Irvine residents and our children do not go unnoticed. To those of you who voted yes, I sincerely hope you will reconsider today and help put an end to this issue for good. And if supporting our veterans is truly the driving concern, then let's pursue real solutions like advocating for Gypsum Canyon or exploring alternative locations farther from homes and schools. Blessings and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Priyanka Nsuman. You may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Shuman. I'm a Great Park resident. First of all, thank you, council members, for the library project. However, if we deeply look into it, it's the same agenda of bringing back the cemetery, and that's a no. The columbarium is a no from my side. But I'm deeply hurt and concerned where our mayor is taking Irvine, bringing the decisive politics and the blackmail tactics in Irvine. It is so unfortunate to see our mayor is encouraging to break this community, to fight against each other. We have to stop this. We have to stop it here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Duck Wynn. You may unmute your mic.
Good evening, council members. This is Duke. I'm a Great Park resident. Thanks for allowing me to comment tonight. I wish I could be there in person wearing my orange shirt, but instead I'm calling in to ask you not to move forward with the columbarium proposal for Area 51. I understand that promises were made many years ago, long before any of us bought homes here, but I truly feel for the people who believed in those early plans. But the reality today is completely different. This area is now a community filled with homes, schools, parks, and families, and the cemetery use just doesn't fit here anymore. What's tough for many of us is how often this keeps coming back. It really does feel like Groundhog Day. And I think we can all agree that everyone here is tired of debating this. Let's finally close this chapter and move forward. We also have projects that deserve momentum like the library. My daughter will probably be off to college by the time it opens, but that's not going to stop me from fighting for it. Our neighbors, their younger kids, and future families deserve this library that they can grow up with. And including a Veterans Resource Center inside that library would be a meaningful way to support veterans without introducing a burial site into the residential neighborhood. Again, I'm asking you to remove the columbarium from the plan and respect what residents have consistently said over the years. Thank you.
Our next speaker is G. G, you may unmute your mic. Hello, G, can you hear us? Our next speaker is Cassandra. Cassandra, you may unmute your mic. Cassandra, can you hear us? That is all the Zoom speakers, Mayor. If I could call forward Prakash, he has a PowerPoint, and he's the last speaker.
Very well. Welcome.
All right, we're almost done. I'll wait till the slides come up.
They are up.
I need to move forward 2 slides. Okay, so the city should consider building a columbarium for our vets, but we do need to consider the money. We don't know the cost, but if we were to do it right, with premium granite, union labor, parking, memorial gardens, and 15,000 spaces to start, it will cost $50 to $100 million. The issue is there are no legal guardrails around the money, so it could be anything and take priority over all other projects. Any promises made today about low cost are not bound by law. If we build it, this is what it should look like. Next slide, please. Here's another rendering. Next slide. And another rendering. Next slide. The issue is we don't have the money. We are $500 million in the hole, and we have to build a library and the air traffic control tower, which is going to cost $180 million. Next slide. We're talking about land sales. We think it's about $100 million. Here's the math. Next slide. So you pay for the columbarium, which everyone knows will take first priority despite promises that it won't, and you're left with about $50 million if you're lucky. You cannot build a library and do the tower with that amount of money. If this is approved, we will not have a library. Next slide. Finally, we want to remind you that the artist site is 500 feet from Cadence Park School and Homes, and has been rejected now 3 times because the people who live in Great Park have cultural sensitivities. We have 5 years of public testimony as proof. Let's please find another site and another financing mechanism. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you for your comments. Some of us need an immediate 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes and see if we can wrap this up. Thank you. We're in recess. Would the meeting please come to order? It's 9:25, and after a recess, we have resumed our council meeting. At this time, having taken all the public testimony, would this be an appropriate time, Mr. Melching, to close the public hearing? Or to keep it open for questions, comments? What do you suggest?
Either is fine, Mayor. You can close it now, and then it would be at your discretion to open it again if you wanted to take questions or comments.
If we have to. All right. Why don't I declare the public hearing closed? I guess we have to do a roll call vote on that. I'll move, we close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. We'll just do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The meeting is closed. The hearing is closed. So with that, you want to guide us through this, Jeff or Pete? Or I'll just call for a motion.
Yeah, but Mayor, it's at your discretion. The recommendations are before you. If there's more background or more information that you'd like provided, we're happy to do that, but otherwise at your
Why
discretion.
don't we do that then? I'll tell you what, somebody prepared to make a motion? Or does everybody just want to talk more? I guess they just want to talk more. All right, Councilmember Liu, go right ahead.
Thank you. So after hearing all the comments, I want to also reiterate that we are not opposed to the project per se, or the way it's proposed per se. It sounds like we have an overwhelming support for library and also veteran memorial in the support center and any veterans preferred housing, and absolutely to the control tower to honor our history and preserve a piece of that. And it sounds like the issue is columbarium. I want to address a few things that was that were mentioned in the comment. I've heard some comments about how having a veteran cemetery is our way to honor our veterans, or it sounds like the only way to honor our veterans, and also a question about why I would oppose honoring our veterans. And I want to point out that that's not true. In fact, not that long ago, there was a public hearing in Anaheim about the veteran cemetery proposal in Gibson Canyon, and I was the only person from Irvine City Council to make a comment in support of the project. So this has nothing to do with whether I support veterans or not, or a veteran cemetery to be exact. Orange County has the biggest veteran population, and the fact that we don't have a veteran cemetery is unfair to the veterans, and it's disgraceful. And the purpose of that Anaheim hearing was, in fact, to move this project forward, because we all know that there's not a lot of time, and there's a very pressing issue. And that's why I was there, to support it. And it is moving along so much faster than what we're doing right now. A columbarium, by definition, legally, is still a cemetery. Was there any environmental impact study on the effect of a cemetery in this? Not really. And are we going to get the CalVAT VA recognition so it becomes an actual cemetery, so veteran cemetery, so when the veterans get buried there, they get the services that they deserve? No. Because all 34 cities in the county, in the state, had decided that Gibson Canyon's the place. So going back to this proposal, I think the core of the issue, as some of the commenters pointed out, was the lack of transparency, that this item somehow got put in last minute. None of us know. When the agenda came out, we were all surprised. I have to say, we were all surprised. The residents, me. And I have to say that we've been working on this to reflect the residents' wishes to have a library, working with everyone around. Staff had spent so much time to put together this great deal, to have some affordable housing, to have some community benefit, to kickstart the library project. I've spoken with the folks who support the main library at the Great Park area many, many times, and I've told them I am fully supporting this project, but we just don't have the funding, and we finally have this. And somehow, columbarium was sent in there without talking to anybody. So I think that's the hardest part of this, that we're fully supportive of everything else. But to insert this poison pill, I would say it's quite frankly unfair I want to propose a substitute motion. I mean, I know that there's not a main motion quite yet, but I guess I could, instead of having the, I guess it will be a motion then. Is that, so I'll propose a motion, okay? So let me just get it out and read it right. So with regard to agenda item 5.1, I move approval of staff recommended action number 5, subject to the following revision to section 3.11A and 3.12 of the land exchange agreement. The revision would prohibit expenditure of any portion of the $15 million provided by those sections on the design or development of a columbarium. It would also allow expenditures of those funds on the planning and development of a library anywhere in the Great Park, including on the ARDA transfer site. And do I get a second?
Second. That's seconded by Councilmember Go. All right. Any comment? Well, unless you had something further, I'm just going to go right down the list and call the people who wish to be heard. Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco, followed by Councilmember Mai.
Thank you. Really appreciate everybody's comments and thinking about these ideas. I first want to talk a little bit about the original PA 51 item, and then I'll go on to the library. So I support this PA 51 item because we need more housing, first and last. I strongly feel that housing is a human right. We also need affordable housing, and this will allow us to actually put affordable housing near the train station that is transit-oriented development. And I'm very excited about this. It would make a lot of sense for especially our young professionals to be living right near the train station. They can get from there to many places, live affordably. It's, I think, a really great initiative for our city. Now, in terms of the library, I have been very excited about this idea of a main library. I've noted that, from what I can tell of all the speakers who spoke today, nobody got up and said they didn't want a library. All right. So this is very much a unifying idea, which I think we need. If we look at our politics at the country level and elsewhere, it can be very divisive, and I think folks don't like that. I think where we can find unifying ideas, we should take them whenever we can. Now, I do want to give credit to 5 Point. So I've been meeting with the CEO of 5 Point now for a few months about this issue. So I proposed originally to, I'm asking 5 Point for seed money to pay for the design and outreach for a main library, and was very pleased when they said yes. They are good faith partners with the city. The CEO, I really respect and appreciate him. This is not always an easy job working with the city, but he does his best. I have to say, given that I had asked for the money for a library, I was also very surprised to see the agenda come out and having a list of other projects that were not the library proposed for funding from this seed money. Now, again, we need the money for the library. That's the unifier. The columbarium has been the subject of much discussion tonight. I want to emphasize I fully support a columbarium. I really would like one to be in the city. My father, he was a vet. He served in the Korean War. He was cremated. I still have most of his ashes. And I would love, as I was looking at that rendering up there, I was really picturing being able to come and see my father's name there. I'd be so proud to have his name there. It would really mean a lot to me. Now, from what I understand, I've been hearing that the estimate for this columbarium would be in the, maybe, I heard an estimate as 1 million, even if it's 10 times that, even if it's 10 million, I think that that is something that the public would really support in terms of fundraising. I think if there were a nonprofit that wanted to fundraise for a columbarium, I have no doubt that they would get that money pretty quickly. And in fact, I'd be very happy to work with whoever would want to have a columbarium to find another location in the city for this. I don't see why it needs to be ARDA. I think that's the divisive nature here. I didn't hear anybody say that they don't want a columbarium. They just don't want a columbarium near their homes. That is a cultural issue. I was not raised in that culture. I don't viscerally feel that. I don't viscerally feel that it's unwise to be near human remains, but I do respect that others have been raised in that culture and that feels very, very central to them. So why not find another place? Like, we do have the cultural terrace. One of our commenters suggested that. Let's put it near the Flying Leathernecks Museum. It seems fitting. It would not be near homes. I imagine that the objections would dissolve under those circumstances, still giving a lot of support to our veterans. And in fact, I would even donate to having a columbarium elsewhere that is not a concern for our residents. I really want us to be working here on unifying ideas and not divisive ideas. Right now, the way it's being currently proposed, the columbarium is being used as a divisive issue. I would rather it just be unifying. I think we can all agree we should have one. Just the question is, where's the best place to put it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Hi, thank you. Well, let me tell you one thing. I voted to keep a veteran cemetery during the summer, and I didn't do it lightly. My vote came out of knocking on doors in my district, and the majority of my residents who had veterans asked me to have a veteran cemetery. That is not a question in my mind. It's an easy give. However, the way that the columbarium was presented today, I just don't feel comfortable about deciding about it right now. Let me tell you how things work here in City Council. We get together with our city manager. He tells us what is going on in the agenda, explain us. For us that are not lawyers, sometimes we have to meet with our attorney to ask further questions. This thing was briefed to me just yesterday. So as you can understand, all the mumbo jumbo that you guys had in there, I couldn't understand a thing. So I respectfully ask the mayor to move this item to January so I can get more information about this and I can get a better informed decision, because I don't want to disappoint my District 5 residents that asked me for this, and I believe in transparency. Thank you.
Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, with all the public comments and my fellow colleagues here, I think everybody is 100% in favor of the library. I don't think there's a single person in this room or at home in Irvine that doesn't want to honor veterans either. I'm very adamant about honoring veterans, even to the point about the Resource Center. I was raised by a World War II vet. My mom flew on bombers. Most of my family, we've lost members fighting alongside veterans in the Vietnam War. Veterans are very important to me. 100%. Housing's needed, 100%. I have a question for Melching first here. Cemetery, I heard a compromise earlier that potentially we can have a columbarium at potentially another place at the Great Park. Is that permissible?
Not under the current zoning.
Okay, so it can't happen anywhere else.
There are two zoning designations on the Great Park, 1.9 and 9.1. And 9.1 is the ARDA site, and it's allowed to have a cemetery. But 1.9 is the rest of the Great Park, and it's not.
Your answer is it can't be anywhere else. It can't be next to the flying land, even if we wanted it to be, unless we rezoned it.
No, in fact, that was rezoned in the initiative measure, so that would require an initiative measure to achieve that.
Got it. All right, and so my personal feelings on this are, I like a veterans cemetery. I believe in veterans. I want a place for veterans. But out of respect for the people that are living in the area there, I've said this before, I said this when we did the other vote. It's a different time. There's different people. There's a different community that lives there. It's not the same as before. We have to respect that. And I'm not up here to say my personal opinion. I got to listen to the people, and it's the people that are living there. So I'm not going to be able to support the cemetery. It's just simply because out of respect for who's living there.
Councilmember Mai, I apologize for interrupting you. I need to correct something I said. If it was a city-owned cemetery in the Great Park, it would be exempt under the zoning code. So, but if it was privately owned, it wouldn't be allowed.
Understood.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, happy holidays. Thank you for sticking with us through the evening here. I know you guys very value your time here. I'm a little upset because Councilmember Carroll wouldn't let me spike the football about 6 months ago, but yeah, here we are again. Listening to 3 hours of public comments tells me either we have a very complicated problem to solve, or we're just doing something wrong. So which one is it? This seems to be like an easy problem. Everybody favors the library. I didn't hear anyone complaining that. Everyone favors a $15 million public benefit that developer has provided us, as well as a great land swap that will allow our city to create a whole new area like never before, a transportation-specific development. And by us doing it this way, it chips away at public trust, and that's been the problem. I'm sure we'll be able to move forward on this, and I just want to bring to light that the reason we went to districts is exactly to solve these kind of problems. When you're knocking on doors in your district and your residents are telling you to do something in another district that seems to be an issue, why are other districts trying to tell another district what should or should not be in front of them? I mean, the whole purpose of going to district is to get better representation. So we pay the taxes. We pay a lot of the taxes as presented, and we just want to make sure that our voices are heard loud and clear. And I think it has been today. So thank you so much for showing up for us.
Thank you. I see no further requests. Is there a motion in front of us?
There is, Mayor, and actually I was going to ask the requester if I get some clarity on that. Did your motion, through you, Mayor, with your indulgence, Councilmember Liu, did your motion include actions 2, 3, and 4 as is, and then with the action item 5 amended, or was it just in relation to action 5?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, so it will include action 2, 3, and 4? Yes.
Okay, and then also too, there is an ordinance in there, so the ordinance would have to be read into the record. I'm happy to do that if you'd like, or if you'd like to read the ordinance, I'll defer to you.
Would you read it, please? Thank you.
With your indulgence, is that okay, Mayor?
You can go right ahead. I'd suggest you turn it over to the city attorney.
I can do that too if he wants to read it.
I'd like nothing more. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 0095551 PZC to update applicable text tables and exhibits of the Irvine zoning ordinance to reflect an increase of 1,300 residential units and a corresponding decrease of non-residential square footage in the Great Park neighborhoods in Planning Area 51 Great Park, rezone land within Great Park from 8.1 to and 8.1B, Trails and Transit Oriented Development District TTOD to 8.1C TTOD, and add development standards and land use regulations to the 8.1C TTOD zoning district filed by 5 Point Communities Management, Inc. on behalf of Heritage Fields El Toro LLC. And that's all.
All right. Does that include item 5?
The motion before the council includes items 2, 3, and 4, and item 5 subject to the revision that Councilmember Liu described.
All right.
And Mayor, for the record, I did take a moment to speak with the representatives from 5 Point, and they've indicated they're okay with that revision.
All right. Any further comment? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
No.
Councilmember Treseder.
What is the question again? My apologies. Oh, for the motion?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
No.
Carries 4-3 with Councilmember Carroll, Councilmember Martinez-Franco, and Mayor Agran voting no.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that concludes item 6.1, mercifully. All right. Shall we move on? What? I can't hear you. Sir, I'm sorry, 5.1. 5.1. All right. Thank you for... Thank you for all those who participated. And with that, we move on. I think we should probably go back to the consent calendar, get rid of that. I think maybe we've worn out the 4 people who had asked to be public commenters. Am I right?
We have 4 on the consent calendar, correct, Mayor?
All right. The consent calendar tonight, considered to be non-controversial matters, consists of items 3.1 to 3.13. These are ordinarily handled on a single roll call vote. We do have public commenters who wish to remove certain items. Is that correct?
We do, but a couple of things, Mayor, if I may mention. We need to convene the special joint meeting first.
All right.
And then also, there are 2 consent calendars before you. There's the items that you mentioned, item 3.1 to 3.13. And in addition, there's 1 consent item for both the City Council and the Great Park Board, which is item number 4.1.
All right. Let's do this little procedural gymnastics. We will convene to the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board. The council here serves as Great Park Board members as well as City Council members. This allows us to do business simultaneously with Great Park Board issues as well as with council issues. We need to have a calling of the roll for the Great Park Board. Mr. Peterson, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Chairman Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Here.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Director Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agran.
Here. Items 3.1 to 3.13, would the clerk call upon those individuals who wish to be heard?
Happy to do so, Mayor. And just to clarify, I apologize, there are 4 in person, but we have 2 on Zoom to speak to consent calendar items.
All right, are 2 here in person?
4 in person and 2 on Zoom.
4 in person, all right. Sturdy individuals, have them come forward. Let's see if we can move through this quickly. If they would, as they come forward, identify the consent calendar item or items that they wish to address.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Joanne Slobodian, Carroll L., Sandy L., and Steve.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello again, everybody. Tonight, I want to focus on something foundational, accuracy and transparency in our public record. The minutes from the last meeting are not accurate. They do not reflect that Councilmember Martinez-Franco explicitly requested that item 5.8 be continued, which means the item was not to be discussed that night. Yet the minutes presented as though the discussion proceeded normally and as though the Office of Inclusion is already moving forward. This is misleading, and it is the second meeting where the minutes lean in the same incorrect direction. Accurate minutes are not political. They are a legal requirement and a public trust obligation. When minutes omit essential facts, like a continuance, they distort the official record and confuse residents who rely on those minutes to understand what actually happened. And Irvine has strong examples of what accuracy and transparency look like. Vice Mayor James May, congratulations. Through his work on the Independent Redistricting Commission, consistently emphasized precision, openness, and strict adherence to the public process. And Councilmember William Go, through his civic engagement, regularly calls for clarity and truthful documentation so residents can trust the information they receive. And he did a great job tonight, too. So on this issue, be like James and William. Value accuracy, value transparency. Thank you.
Carroll.
Thank you and welcome.
So you have before you the minutes that are in question, and what we want to bring to your attention, and I'm going to open this, is that in bold 5.8, that item was actually removed, right? And then in bold, it reads, action item moved by Mayor Agran, seconded by Councilmember Martinez-Franco, and unanimously carried. And it gives the impression as if the item in bold was carried. The item was removed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco. It was not voted on. And in addition, when you read over all the notes, when it goes to the City Council discussion, Councilmember Carroll and Councilmember Mai asked really important questions to Mr. Crombie, and those are missing. And if you look at any of the other minutes, when council members speak, it says Councilmember Mai asked the following, Councilmember Carroll asked the following. Here you just hear City Council discussion included. It's a very strange, abbreviated version that yet again seems like it's trying to keep on record false information of the Office of Inclusion. Again, Office of Inclusion did not pass the first go-round. This is another time, another attempt to try and keep a record. I don't want to hear that because there's a recording, the minutes don't count. The minutes obviously count. This is a written record. I would like to ask respectfully that the council consider striking this, having them redo it to properly show the actual discussion that took place, and making sure that what's in bold doesn't represent something that you guys didn't vote on yet again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Melchi, what do you suggest here?
Well,
how do we correct the minutes?
Well, one thing you could do is simply continue this item to the next city council meeting and ask that the city clerk re-review the minutes and correct them if necessary. That's that's an expeditious solution rather than attempting to ascertain if there's an inaccuracy or not tonight.
All right. All right, let's just keep going.
Sandy?
Okay, thank you. The minutes from the October 28th City Council meeting should not imply that an Office of Inclusive Excellence has been justified, and it is not needed. They should actually, however, accurately reflect that many of us gave comments about the lack of need for this office. Before the city creates an entirely new office funded by Irvine taxpayer, the public deserves to know why. Where is the evidence that Irvine needs this office at all? We are not a city with DEI deficiencies. On the contrary, Irvine earned a perfect score on a national DEI benchmarking evaluation. A perfect score. It doesn't make sense to override our already well-functioning DEI committee that has full transparency to fund a new city bureaucracy that will lack that same transparency. People who claimed that opposition to create this office is somehow mean or uncaring or bigoted are very offensive and patently false. In truth, we are celebrating how well our city is honoring our diversity. So now we can use our taxpayer money for areas where there is actually a pressing need. There's nothing mean about that. Please don't approve the minutes as submitted, as they are deceptive and inaccurate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Elliot Knox. Elliot? Okay, our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. With regard to the minutes and DEI and OIE, like DEI was born out of Farrakhan's desire to become mayor and politicizing the BLM movement. The DEI committee failed when it could not create an RFP for a DEI consultant. It should be, stricken out and, crossed out and no longer followed, and the OIE should not be. And as far as the minutes being accurate, the minutes haven't been accurate for a long time, especially with me, so I agree with all the previous speakers. With regard to the donation to Global 365, and I encourage those council members that are going to do that to instead donate to those NGOs that lobby against underage labor, especially farm labor, because that occurs here in California, and that is illegal. This whole Global 365 stuff goes against the constitutional rights of parents, their fundamental rights to parent, and also the children to emancipate before they're 18 and make their own decisions. And there's already a process in place with regard to underage marriage and the courts. And so it's a waste of the county money. I would claim that it's a misuse or misappropriation of county funds, and those funds should be used towards things that can be assessed and that are illegal, like underage labor that occurs in California and farms and elsewhere. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine. Janine, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Joe. I also agree that the minutes, as reported at this board meeting, do not reflect the actual discussion that occurred on the previous board meeting. But I also want to use this opportunity to congratulate the City of Irvine for the 2025 Municipal Equality Index scorecard from the campaign. The City of Irvine received a perfect score of 100. This again reflects our wonderful commitment to DEI and the success that the City of Irvine has without having to institute a DEI office. I also wanted to comment on the grant that's being used to support the Afghan Literacy Foundation. I think many of us are highly sympathetic to what's going on with women in Afghanistan. They're forced to completely cover outside. They're not allowed to speak outside the home. Windows that can see the women are being bricked up, and the latest is they have to cover one eye. Their situation is incredibly dire. However, I don't feel that it's appropriate for city taxpayer funds to be going to support people who live overseas. Those dollars are specifically designated for City of Irvine residents. I think it would be more important for the City of Irvine to provide this funds to local organizations that perhaps support Afghan refugees and help them catch up in education and assimilate into the United States. Some good examples could be the South County Cross-Cultural Center. This is a local organization that supports Afghan refugees and would be a better use of the taxpayer City of Irvine dollars because it could actually help people in the City of Irvine. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues wish to withdraw any items from the consent calendar? No? Yes, Councilmember Carroll.
Oh, I may be a little premature, Mayor, but 3.7, if that, I may be waiting on that one, but 3.7.
3.7. Why don't
And the
we-
minutes as well, whichever item that one is, sorry.
And the minutes. All right. Having withdrawn those, do you want to speak to those items now?
Sure, yeah, just with regard to the minutes very quickly, it just appears like we have some public comments. I would just say, barring our city clerk's objection, or if you have any comments, Mr. Clerk, with regard to, I would just move that we just continue the minutes until next month, and maybe you can kind of work on, a transcription that maybe is, the best way, maybe a little more fulsome. I can't say I have all the information, but it seems like a reasonable request. But I'd love to hear your thoughts through the chair.
I'm happy to do whatever the will of the council is. I'm happy to pull them, bring them back. Happy to go back, re-review. This is my understanding of how the item was discussed and the action that was taken. But again, I'm happy to pull them and bring them back and re-review the video if that's the will of the council.
Okay, then I would move that then if someone want to second that.
I'll second.
All right. Motion and a second to pull those items. Direct that the city clerk take a look at those and bring them back, corrected or not, at a subsequent council meeting.
And then just to clarify too, if I may, Mayor, through you, Councilmember Carroll, we would still move forward with the joint meeting minutes of November 12th of 2025, because we have 2 sets on there.
Yeah, that would be fine. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yeah, I apologize too. Was there a second to that? My apologies. Thank you. Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
There a motion to adopt the balance of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Liu, seconded by Councilmember Carroll. Would the clerk please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yeah, I want to pull 3.8.
2 point what?
3.8.
3.8, okay. Any others? I think we have a motion and a second to move the balance, but not 3.8.
Or 3.7. So
Or
3.7 and 3.8
3.7.
have both been removed.
All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
All right, so item 3.7. Who would pull that? Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Just really briefly, that's the council calendar. Unless anyone objected, I would just propose, given that the May 26th, fourth Tuesday, and the September 8th, fourth Tuesday is the day after Memorial Day and the day after Labor Day, respectively. And given school calendars and IUSD, if we could travel, if we could remove those. If we need to have special meetings, we could certainly add those. Last year, I know we actually had some removed due to some of the high holy days. So I would just propose May 26th and September 8th removed from the regular city council meeting.
All right, that's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second it. Do you want to speak to it? All right. Why don't you explain the significance of those dates and why you would want them canceled as meetings, if you would?
Sure, yeah, no, just briefly, the way the calendar falls, last year we had some dates that we met once per month versus twice. I think it was due to the Jewish high holidays. Similarly here, we have a national holiday date sequence where the day after Labor Day and the day after Memorial Day is scheduled as the fourth Tuesday, just the way the fourth Tuesday sits. So my thinking was, let's take those off since some of us will be traveling. There's school holidays through those dates. Some people take ski week. And that we could take those dates off like we did last year due to other reasons. But that was the thought process.
Let me quickly ask the city manager, any problem with pulling those dates?
No, Mayor.
All right. All right, there's a motion properly before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Oh, point of order. I think there's a couple people signed up to speak.
Councilmember Liu and Councilmember Treseder.
Just wanted to know if we're proposing removing those or are we delaying it by a day? That's all I want to know. And since city manager doesn't think there's a problem.
If I heard Councilmember Carroll correctly, he said to remove them, and if we need to, we could call a special council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Treseder, then Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Thank you. I have no objection to removing May 26th. I am hesitant to remove September 8th just because then that means that we will go from August 11th through September 22nd without a meeting in between. And I think that there probably will be some urgent items. Special meetings are great, but then also they run into travel as well. I try to schedule my travel out as far in advance as possible, and if something like this is going to come up last minute, that could be a problem. I mean, there's always an option to come in via Zoom, but I can't support removing September 8th. Thanks.
Councilmember Carroll, what's your pleasure?
No, I appreciate council members' thoughts on that. Just would ask the city manager, do you have a view on it? That does it kind of fall too much of a gap in your opinion, or could we manage?
So in looking at the calendar, that would be a 6-week gap in between meetings, and we've had that before. So I think that if there's anything pressing, we could call a special meeting.
Yeah, and I would just add also that the California State Legislature that deals with ostensibly larger issues takes off 2+ months, as does the United States Congress, so I think we might be okay. So I would just, ask for those 2 dates.
All right, anything further? Councilmember Carroll's sticking with removal of that second date, and would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
No.
Councilmember Treseder.
No.
Vice Mayor Mai. Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 5-2 with Councilmembers Martinez Franco and Treseder voting no.
All right, are we done? Are we done with the consent calendar? Oh, Councilmember Martinez Franco, go right ahead. Which item was it, please? I think it was 3.8. All right, go right ahead.
Yeah, I want to hear, I want everybody to hear what an excellent job our health and wellness is doing with they have funds and the new bed shelters that they are going to be contracting with the city of Costa Mesa, hopefully soon. And I just wanted them to have that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Franco and Mayor Agran, members of the City Council. My name is Brian King, Assistant City Manager. Here before you to give a presentation on HHAP funding, round 6. And happy to answer any questions that aren't part of this presentation that you might have regarding Councilmember Martinez Franco's comments. But on this item, so HHAP is a state of California formula allocation grant program that supports regional coordination and expands or develops local capacity to address immediate homelessness challenges. This is round 6 of that program. The city has been obviously participating in rounds 1 through 5. We've been getting grant allocations, which has been a large component of our health and wellness efforts, as mentioned by Councilmember Martinez Franco. It's been something we're proud of, and we've been using to really launch the initiatives of the program. This round of funding is $5.9 million. This requires some coordination with other agencies. It's a requirement of the state. And it requires us to submit an MOU that's jointly signed by the other entities. Those entities are the County of Orange, the City of Anaheim, and the City of Santa Ana, and obviously Irvine. What we do is we collectively prepare an MOU under consideration and submit. And so this item will, if approved, will allow the city manager or his designee to enter in an agreement with those entities to submit to receive the funding. The purpose of the MOU is to strengthen countywide coordination among all entities, to ensure that we coordinate and communicate whenever possible, and really allows us to have a tremendous impact on the community and, again, further our health and wellness initiatives. And again, the recommended action before you is to authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into an MOU between the county, Orange County Continuum of Care, the County of Orange, the City of Anaheim, and the City of Santa Ana for round 6 of this program. I'm happy to answer any questions about this item or any other efforts underway.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted a little bit more about how we're going to use these funds. And I mean, some of the ideas, I know that it's not something yet in place, but some of the ideas that we have.
Yes, certainly. We're looking, and I think you're referencing the efforts we're looking at with the city of Tustin. They have a shelter, and we're looking at working with them. And I don't want to get too much out in front of that, but we're making good headway, and I'm happy to report that progress on obtaining some shelter beds that we can use in the city of Tustin for our city when we need to work with those that are unhoused and get them into a shelter.
Anything further? Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember Martinez Franco?
Yes, I authorize the city manager. I move the motion to authorize the city manager. Do I read all these things?
No, you don't have to read it. You can.
Well,
You move staff recommendation.
yes, I move a motion for staff recommendation.
Excellent. Is there a second? I'll second. No requests to be heard. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes the consent calendar, taking us, I believe, to item 4.1.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I apologize. If we get a motion to close or to adjourn the joint meeting before we move on.
Even if have we taken 4.1?
Yes, that was included in the consent calendar, I believe.
Was it?
If not, then we can do a separate motion on that. It's a consent calendar item, but happy to
Okay, we're good. Is there a motion to adjourn the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Councilmember Mai? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Believe it or not, we are escaping the joint meeting constraints and are now reconvening to the City Council meeting. Having done that, do I need to announce the time? It's 10:15. And let's just keep going here. All right, we did 5.1. Now we're at 6.1. Would the clerk please identify this item of council business by subject?
Consideration of a request by Councilmember Carroll to discuss the closure of Irvine's household hazardous waste facility.
All right, Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just very, very briefly, I just, the memo sort of speaks for itself. There's been, a fair amount of feedback. I look forward to hearing from the public. with regard to the household hazardous waste facility that we've been providing to residents and area.
Excuse me, Councilmember Carroll. If I might, there's a little bit of an update, and if you indulge me, I'd love to provide it.
Absolutely.
So based on this agenda item, our staff reached out to the county to inquire about extension of lease agreement with the county. And there was a little bit of an urgency to the situation in that the county had already applied with their regulators to close the facility. And so to prevent closure, which would have necessitated reapplication, the staff sent an immediate letter to the county with an extension, just because we wanted to prevent that closure. And so we did so with the assumption that an approval tonight, we're asking for ratification of that decision.
Okay. Thank you. That's great news. I mean, this is a facility that's been used by thousands of people, and got a lot of really good feedback with regard to the upcoming closure that was perhaps being slated. And it's just great to hear that it sounds like, and I think that's what the idea was. The memo was to give you, Sean, and the city team the flexibility you need to work with the county to just continue this much needed community asset and resource. You know, everything from paint cans to batteries, and this is probably as good a time as any to just briefly say that the disposal of common household batteries is a huge issue with regard to proper or improper disposal. And if you have not seen the waste management trucks on fire, you will at one point soon, and that is a clear indication that either a laptop or household batteries have been disposed improperly, which is truly an environmental disaster, and things that shouldn't be buried in a regular landfill. So that's just great news. And of course, it's an e-waste facility. For everyone that maybe not know that, it's a wonderful place to bring electronic waste items, which should not go in regular trash for the same reason. So thank you very much. And I guess I would just move that we we would ratify that, and look forward to hearing public comment.
There's a motion offered. Anybody want to second it? I'll second the motion. No requests to be heard. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, we do have requests to speak.
Thank you. How many?
We have 10.
All right. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Carol Schwartz, Joanne Slobodian, Alan Meyerson, and Harvey Liss. And we'll start. Let's see, it looks like Susan Sayer's. Oh, here she comes. We'll start with Susan Sayer.
I'm going to ask our speakers to try to limit their comments to 2 minutes. Please. Thank you.
I'll make it real quick. Yeah, I totally approve of not allowing it to close and approve the extension until we can find another place locally. And thank you, Councilmember Carroll. We finally agreed on yet another thing.
Thank you, Ms. Sayers.
Carol Schwartz.
Welcome.
Hello. You guys know me. I'm Carol Schwartz. I want to thank you all for getting the extension until the end of 2026, because I think that the hazardous waste facility is extremely important. Now I must express my bewilderment regarding the reasoning behind closing the site in light of the fact that in September of this year, the city of Irvine was awarded the prestigious designation as one of the first 32 California clean cities. This award highlights our commitment to environmental stewardship. My concerns, if this site is closed or moved to Frank Bowerman landfill, follow. City Council members, if you would kindly refer to the back side of the brochure, which I provided for each of you, listed are the hazardous waste items that they accept. There are a myriad of items that are considered hazardous waste. To name a few, we have batteries, paint, e-waste, which are printer cartridges, computers and TVs, cleaning products, and hypodermic needles. If the facility is closed, our options will be to travel to Anaheim, which is 26 miles round trip, Huntington Beach, which is 26 miles round trip, San Juan Capistrano, which is 30 miles round trip, and if it is moved to Bowerman, that is 26 miles round trip. Now, sadly, I predict that many Irvine residents will simply not want to drive that far to dispose of their hazardous waste. So then what happens? The answer, hazardous waste will be deposited in the trash, picked up by Orange County Waste. The hazardous waste is then sent to the dump. Now our dump sites will be filled with hazardous waste. Going back to our California Clean City Award, I ask, what would happen to our California Clean City status? Will it be publicized that we've turned our backs on our commitment to environmental stewardship? Now that is not a pretty look, not to mention what we were doing to our environment.
Your time is up.
I do have a resolution for you, a couple. I have two suggestions. Simply do not close the current site or move it to the Vieira Verde Industrious dump site in the Great Park. This is only 4.6 miles round trip from Central Irvine. I thank you for your time.
Yeah.
I sincerely hope you will make a decision that is the best one for our Irvine community and for our environment.
Thank you. If you have a copy of your resolutions, you can hand them to the clerk and we'll make them a part of the record, all right? Thank you.
Joanne Slobodian.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello again, and this is my last speech tonight, so thank you. On December 5th, OC Waste and Recycling issued a memo stating that Irvine Household Hazardous Waste Center will stay open for up to 1 year while a new permanent site is identified. That extension happened because residents spoke up and because Councilmember Mike Carroll listened. In Voice of OC, he said, residents rely on this service. We need to ensure Irvine keeps access to safe hazardous waste disposal. So tonight, I want to say this very clearly. Mayor Agran, be like Mike. Mike Carroll focused on Irvine and listened to the residents directly affected by this hazardous waste crisis. Mayor, your responsibility is Irvine, not San Onofre. You should not be taking on nuclear waste battles in another county while Irvine still has no permanent solution for its own hazardous waste problem. If hazardous waste requires your oversight at San Onofre, it absolutely requires your leadership here at home. Up to 1 year is temporary. It is not a plan. So tonight, I'm asking for a clear commitment, a permanent hazardous waste site secured before the extension expires, monthly public updates on the search and negotiations, no lapse in service. The current site stays open until the new one opens. Residents did our part. We spoke up. Councilmember Carroll, you listened. Now, please bring that same leadership to the last major open space in our district, Oak Creek. Be the champion who protects it for all of Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Alan Meyerson.
Welcome, Mr. Meyerson.
Well, apparently, Mayor, people will find anything to attack you about, and it's always the same people. It gets old. I just wanted to comment on this because when I found out it was going to close, I contacted the city manager, and I wanted to compliment the city manager on his quick response, giving me the details about what was really going on. People tend to get a little bit of information and panic because they don't really know what's going on. And when I found out what was going on, I felt a lot better. I think the contract with the county requires a 6-month notice. I'm not sure of that. And I wanted to say that I know the county owns 100 acres in the Great Park that's going to be used for a rail yard. And I think that might be a good place for this facility. Since the county runs this and the land they're using is Irvine land and they're running it for free, the city's not charging them to use the land, they're going to have to probably build their own facility. And I think the rail yard, the 100 acres for the rail yard would probably be a good place for it. So I just wanted to compliment again the city on this, especially the city manager with his quick response to me and giving me the full information so I knew what was going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harvey Liss, and if I could also call forward Heidi, Jay Bruce, and Cheryl.
Are those the last three?
We have 2 on Zoom.
All right, shut the queue if you would.
I'm Harvey Liss. There was a posting on Nextdoor of this message from the city manager that the lease has been extended, except it didn't say for how long. Obviously, this is a very important facility to provide. We seem to generate a lot of hazardous waste. I think I'm battery powered myself, but in any case, the city needs to come up with an alternative location. And I guess we have a year to figure that out. And that's all I need to say about that. It's a very important service to provide locally. Thanks.
Thank you.
Heidi?
Okay, good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor Agran. The recent announcement of the 1-year extension for the Oak Canyon Hazardous Waste Facility is not a win for Irvine residents. In fact, it's unlawful. Let's start with the key missing detail. There's no mention of whether the new permanent site will be in Irvine. This could mean that we will still have to travel to distant locations like Huntington Beach or Anaheim. But furthermore, the announcements omit notice of our legal right to participate in this process. Federal RCRA rules require public meetings, comments, and hearings for hazardous waste site selection and permitting. California's DTSC mandates pre-application meetings, 45-day comment periods, community plans, and resident input from the start. Under the Tanner Act, we help set siting criteria. Residents must weigh in to decide the best location, yet this was ignored in all updates. The process takes at least 1 to 2 years, so a 1-year timeline is a stretch that shortchanges us. We demand full transparency, involve residents now, as required by law, to select a safe local site through common sense unity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jay. Jay, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, City Council members. I've been researching this topic for an article for my school newspaper, the Northwood Howler, and I've been talking to city and county staff, looking at public records, and I just wanted to correct the record a little bit and talk about how I feel like this really shouldn't have happened in the first place. First of all, Irvine Center is the busiest in the county. It has 250 customers per day, and last year it collected 59,599 pounds of household hazardous waste. The county paid for its construction back in early 1994 using $216,000 of its own money, and it continues to pay for its operation. It doesn't pay rent because it's offering the city a service at its own cost, and we knew that back in 1994 when we leased it, the facility. This discussion began on August 28th when, to my knowledge, without City Council direction or public announcement, the city's Public Works and Sustainability Department told the county of its intent to terminate the lease. The original 1993 lease agreement would have forced the lease to extend until December 1st, 2026, but the city requested the county to vacate by February 28th, 2026, and the county obliged, wanting to be big partners. And the Public Works Department didn't know how the county would provide alternative facilities before they notified them of their intent to terminate the lease, and negotiations fell through. So reasonably, OC Waste and Recycling decided in November to close the center by December 31st for cleaning, equipment removal, and inspections. And we only reversed that decision to terminate the lease by February 28th after public backlash. I just wanted to ask why we didn't come to an agreement with the county of how they would provide alternative facilities before we decided to terminate the lease, and whether or not the dog park expansion was approved by City Council in the first place, because it certainly didn't seem to be, looking at the August 8th, 2023 approved Operation Support Facility expansion. And looking towards the future, we need to determine where the county can even have this, because the Bowerman landfill isn't open to the public. So we can't the logistics would just be completely challenging for the county to
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, council members, Mayor Agran. I've used these services before. I've used the dog park before. You know, I just want you guys to look at this with respect to duplicating passport office. You can go into the Murphy U.S. Postal Service office. You can go into Newport Beach Postal Service office. You can go to any of those and do your passport. You can go to UCI and do your passport. But there aren't many locations for this to happen with hazardous waste. And we wasted all that energy about the passport office, and this thing was looming. And here we are. And all I can tell you is it'd be a disservice to the residents and the citizens of Irvine not to have this location here. I'm glad to hear that the lease was extended or something happened with regard to that continuing, but this is the type of stuff that the city should be concerned about, not duplicating passport services. In fact, the county provides those services too, and James Mai promoted the county offering those services, I believe, in Alicia Viejo or Laguna Niguel. So why are we concerned about passport offices when we need to worry about having somewhere to deposit our hazardous waste? Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes discussion. Is there any motion that is necessary?
There is a motion on the floor, Mayor.
And
that was made by Councilmember Carroll and seconded by you.
That motion is what?
To ratify the extension of the lease is my understanding.
To what?
To ratify the extension of the lease. That was my understanding.
All right. And who seconded that motion?
You did.
All right. So we have a motion properly before us. A second. Would the clerk, oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Treceder, and then Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. Yeah, this is an important issue, and of course, I really want to have a hazardous waste site in Irvine that is convenient. I just am asking for some clarification from Mr. Crombie. I thought that this had already been all settled. The city hasn't signed our part of it yet?
So the city did send notice to terminate with the county. That's true, and that would have been due in February. When Councilmember Carroll brought this item forward and significant calls had come to the city, we began to explore extension, and it became urgent to send a letter so that the county didn't execute their permits to terminate. So we did do that. Okay. And so that letter went. The county has responded and said that they will stay.
Okay, so we've already said that we will extend it. That's done.
That's correct.
Okay, and the county agreed. So what is the ratification for?
The issue is that the letter was sent before council provided direction. Staff did that with the assumption that it would pass because of the urgency of the situation that was presented.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could add one more detail, that extension was through the end of the next calendar year, and does say that if an alternate location isn't found, it can be extended for another year.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you so much. Well, I want to thank Mr. Crombie and the staff for really working on these. I know that all city council members received the same emails requesting us to work on these, and I know also from several city council members that we all work in asking staff to work on these. So I really think it was an effort from all our city council members and the staff that this happened. And my request is just to keep on looking for a more permanent solution for them to stay in Irvine. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Treceder.
Yeah, I just want to mention that I also talked to staff about it as soon as we heard from the residents. I think probably most of us did. Thanks.
All right. Is there a motion?
There is a motion.
And a second.
Correct.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Excellent. Vice Mayor would you indulge me just a little to move 6.3 up? I see there are people who've come kind of a long distance. And if we could handle this is largely administrative at this point, pretty simple.
Sure. What would you like me to do?
Just let me call it now, and then we'll come right back to 6.2, okay? Thank you. Item 6.3, would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 6.3 is consideration of a request by Mayor Agran to discuss next steps following the September 30th, 2025 study session on spent nuclear fuel at the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of my colleagues who participated in the September 30th study session that we held. I think it was very informative. Just about everybody hung on for 90 minutes or 2 hours. We learned a lot. There's a real movement beginning to emerge to take on this spent nuclear fuel problem at San Onofre. Council member, I see a former council member is here. Congressman Mike Levin is at the forefront of this. Katrina Foley and others are leading the charge on the Spent Fuel Solutions Coalition. And at this point, rather than get deeply into this, what I'd like to do is offer the motion that I put in my memo and see if we can get quick action on it. The motion I had shared with my colleagues was to direct the city manager to preliminarily establish a multidisciplinary songs storage planning team and return by February 24th, 2026 with the proposed team roster, a succinct scope of work and schedule, and funding recommendations. I'd like to note that Professor David Richardson at UCI has agreed to help us, said so at the September 30th meeting. Dan Stetson, who was part of the Citizens Engagement Committee, he's chaired that for a number of years, similarly, and Greg Yatsko, who is the former chairman of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So this would simply have the city manager come back to us on February 24th, at which time we could explore this in greater depth. No money would be spent before that meeting at all. No money is being appropriated. I ask for a second to the motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second, Mayor, for you.
All right. Any questions? All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, we do have public speakers.
Oh, wow.
We have 13 requests to speak.
My goodness, real stamina. Okay. I see there are a couple here. Thank you. Forgive my oversight. Go right ahead. Are you calling the people present in the room first?
Correct.
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Dan Stetson, Manuel Camargo, Alan Meyerson, and Steve Berger. And we'll start with Ms. Sayer.
Yes, hi again. I'm Susan Sayer, and I'm a longtime Irvine resident. I've been concerned about the safety of the San Onofre spent nuclear fuel since at least 2010. I'm concerned about the threats to human and animal life and to our environment that the nuclear contamination poses to Southern California and a good portion of Mexico. I'm opposed to moving the spent nuclear fuel to a local destination. I'm concerned about having the fuel located above ground in above-ground fortified storage container, which would be easily located and subject to sabotage. My questions are, where do you propose the storage facilities to be located? What 24-hour security and safety measures will be put in place? How will the spent fuel containers be transported? In the past, we were informed that the containers were not safe to transport by roadways, by rail, by air, or by sea. Who all will Irvine partner with to share the cost and liability related to moving the spent nuclear fuel containers and providing 24-hour security at the new location? Thank you.
Thank you for your pertinent questions.
Dan Stetson.
Welcome, Dan. Thank you for hanging on.
Thank you. On Veterans Day, I opened the door, and there was an American flag there with a note of thank you for my service, military service. I have to tell you, it made my day.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
I'm Dan Stetson, a 38-year Irvine resident and volunteer chair of the Community Engagement Panel for the Decommissioning of SOGs. I'm also on Mike Levin's Spent Nuclear Task Force. For decades, we've seen plans to remove the spent nuclear fuel. In 2010, the Blue Ribbon Commission established a comprehensive framework. 2021, SCE spent over $3 million bringing together a panel of national experts and develop a strategic plan. In 2023, the Department of Energy launched a consent-based siting plan that is currently underway. The problem isn't making the plan, the problem is implementing them. As the Blue Ribbon Commission said, we know what we have to do, we know we have to do it, and we even know how to do it. The problem isn't technical, it's political will and institutional reform. What can Irvine do to help? Number one, join and become active in the Spent Solutions Coalition. Number two, pass a resolution supporting safe removal of spent fuel, as 10 local cities and 3 counties have already done. 3, take an active role on Congressman Levin's. You received an invitation from him today on his Spent Nuclear Task Force. And number 4, help recruit members of Congress to join the Bipartisan Spent Fuel Solutions Caucus, co-chaired by Mike Levin of California and Chuck Flashman of Tennessee. We all want the spent fuel removed quickly and safely. We know what needs to be done.
Thank you.
We just need to finally do it.
Thank you very much.
Manuel Camargo.
Welcome. Forgive me, Annie, for not acknowledging the very constructive role that SCE has been playing in all this.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So again, good evening. My name is Manuel Camargo. I serve as Principal Manager for Strategic Planning for Southern California Edison and for SONGS. So first, thank you to the Mayor and the City Council for your focus on this very important issue that suffers from a lack of attention. Let me underscore one very important point, and that is that we at SCE are not satisfied with the status quo as it relates to the spent fuel that is currently stored on site. It is our priority to, and we are highly motivated to relocate the spent fuel off-site so that we can finish the site restoration process and return the land to the Navy and the Marines to support the National Defense Mission of training Marines. We do know, however, that the Navy and the Marines want the site cleared of spent fuel. In a 2021 letter that I've provided in hard copy to members of the Council and the Mayor, Commanding General for the plant for Camp Pendleton called for the expeditious relocation of spent fuel to an off-site facility, and went on to say that he and the Marines do not entertain proposals to relocate the spent fuel elsewhere on the installation. However, good news is we SCE led the creation of a strategic plan, and there are other options. Alternative range from a permanent deep geologic repository to a consolidated storage facility. So we do have those options to pursue. With any alternative, I would say that at least from SCE's perspective, we think that it's critically important to solve the spent fuel challenge for the entire U.S. nuclear fleet, not just limited to the spent fuel that's at Songs, and that's what we're focused on. Importantly here too, nuclear utility customers, including those in the city of Irvine, prepaid for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel. And today, more than $52 billion reside in the nuclear waste fund.
Your time is up.
No, please continue.
Thank you, sir. In the meantime, spent fuel will remain safely stored at Songs, and it will be no different if the facility were located further inland on Camp Pendleton. So we need to hold the Department of Energy and the federal government to its legal and contractual obligations, and we would appreciate the opportunity to partner with the city of Irvine in looking to make that happen. We see a window of opportunity opening, and we'd like to navigate that with your help. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Much
Alan
appreciated.
Meyerson, and if I could also call forward Steve Berger, Harvey Liss, Alex Ding, and Dave Rice.
Welcome.
Well, speaking after two experts, I don't know what I should say. I do know that I wanted to thank the mayor for putting this on the agenda. Anybody that would criticize you for doing this is obviously unaware of the dangers of spent fuel being so close to the city of Irvine. I know there was just another huge earthquake in Japan. There was another tsunami there. And what's to say that that can't happen right here in the Pacific Ocean by us? That would be a horrible thing. And I think the urgency of this matter is important. It needs to be taken care of. And if something just crossed my mind, maybe OCPA could be involved with this, since they like to deliver electricity and they're involved in utility stuff. Oh, but wait a minute, they probably don't have any experts in this field, so they couldn't possibly do anything to help us with this. But it would be nice if they could. Yeah, I just, again, wanted to thank you for doing this, and I hope it goes swiftly. It needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Harvey Liss.
I'm Harvey Liss, a resident of Irvine since 1976, and I've been involved with a group for the past couple of years of experts who are looking to solve the problem of moving the waste that's in San Onofre. It's an unfortunate name to call spent nuclear fuel spent. It may be spent for power generation, but it's highly, highly radioactive with very different nuclides than what it began with. So this radioactive so-called spent nuclear fuel at San Onofre is on the beach, exposed to passers-by on the I-5 or by boat or from the air. It's all stored in thin wall canisters, 5 feet in diameter and 15 feet long, and each canister contains about as much radioactivity as the entire release at Chernobyl. We can debate how safe it is or not safe, but obviously it should not be there in such an exposed location. And I think everybody agrees that it should not be there. This motion is to really develop the beginning of a plan which would in some fashion replicate what's already being done in Switzerland that has developed the mechanism of transferring the fuel to safer casks and putting them into fortified storage facilities. So it's not totally mysterious how to solve it, except, of course, our problems here are a bit different than what happens in Switzerland. We have certainly different agencies to deal with, and this will again put Irvine in the pioneering situation of addressing a very serious problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Rice, and if I could also call forward David Richardson and Cameron Cosgrove.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I just want to thank you all for your public service. This is a long event, and you go through it regularly, so kudos. I'm a 40-year resident of Orange County, South Orange County. I've been involved in this issue on San Onofre for over 10 years. By the way, I'm also the president of Orange County United Nations Association. And what got me into this issue was just an understanding, trying to understand what's the real risk of this here. And over 10 years, I also became involved in Congressman Mike Levin's task force. We submitted a report to Congress with about 30 recommendations. He's been feverishly working in Congress on 8 to 10 of those, making some progress. But I think, as we all know, we're very frustrated by the lack of commitment that the federal government has made to solve this issue. And so this is one of 65 commercial plants in the country that all have this issue, and they're being told you can't go anywhere with it, you just have to stay with it. And that doesn't seem to be a very reasonable thing to do. My background was in technology. I was at IBM and a bunch of other companies. Part of that had to do with dealing in the area of disaster recovery and emergency planning for information systems. And one thing we learned there was that needless emergencies can be very costly. They can be catastrophic, as a matter of fact. And one of the best ways to deal with needless emergencies is simply to prevent them. And all we're talking about here is taking a look at creating a potential plan B if the federal government continues to not be able to come through with what they need to do. This is an opportunity for Irvine to take a leadership role in this effort, not only for most of Southern California, but something that could also then transfer to others as well. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
David Richardson.
Welcome, Professor Richardson.
Thank you. Just let me preface my remarks by noting that my statements pertain to technical and scientific expertise, so these comments should not be construed as implying support or opposition of the university with regard to any political activity or issue. With that said, in my role as Associate Dean for Research and Public Health and Professor, I can offer scientific assistance with this project, help to identify technical experts and resources at UCI and outside as necessary to assist the city as it considers this issue. In addition, as a professor of environmental and occupational health with specific expertise in radiation, I'm happy to provide any scientific expertise to the team that I could or to the city. And lastly, I just want to commend the city for taking leadership on this role. It's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Cameron Cosgrove.
Good evening.
Welcome, sir.
Hi. Back again. My name's Cameron Cosgrove. Grew up here in Irvine back when it was new in the 60s and 70s. I also served for 10 years, either as a city commissioner or council member here in Irvine. I currently live in San Clemente, where over the weekend there was a 3.3 magnitude earthquake about 2 miles from San Onofre, about 7 miles underground. My understanding is that the station was inspected and there was no damage, but these are the kind of consequences that we do live with every day. It's moments like this that I think we do have to be honest with ourselves, which is how many of us truly believe that the plan A is going to materialize in our lifetime. That's exactly why local leadership matters. Local leadership steps in when the federal or state processes stall, or when communities are just left holding on to the liability with no solutions. The Nuclear Waste Policy Act of 1982 is now 43 years old. And yet here we are, decades later, still asking the same question. What's the plan? The federal government spent $15 billion developing Yucca Mountain. They studied it, they engineered it, they built it, only for the project to be canceled just before opening because of a political decision made by an executive order to shut it down. And that only reinforces what we already know. Washington is about politics, not solutions. That's what we're about. That's what communities are about. It's local governments.
Keep going.
Just a few seconds more. It's local governments that have been the birthplace of practical solutions and putting pressure on the next level up, because normal citizens can't go before Congress like we can go before you. So we need the local government to represent us to the federal government when these situations are happening. So I want you to know you're not going to go this alone if you decide to move forward. I, among many others in Southern Orange County, are willing to step up and participate with you. So I would urge you to consider that as well.
Thank you. Let me just ask, and you think your city and neighboring cities might be willing to participate in this effort as well?
I can't say I've socialized the concept with them and don't really know, but you know, I think it's worth asking. And I think with the right package, it would be considered for sure.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is H. Williams. You may unmute your mic.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Hoken Williams. I'm the executive director of Committee to Bridge the Gap, the nuclear policy group that helped expose the damaged steam generators that led to the shutdown of the San Onofre nuclear plant. Our organization has a long history studying the risks and harms of spent nuclear fuel and advocating for the safest possible stewardship of radioactive waste. So we've been thrilled to see the city of Irvine consider stepping up and engaging proactively with the San Onofre nuclear waste that sits so close to the community. No one wants that waste to stay here, that much is clear. The federal government says it plans to take responsibility and move it, but at best it will be many years until that is able to happen. So as long as the waste continues to be stored locally, it just makes good sense to store it as safely as possible. And moving the waste into fortified storage at a better location, as the plan you are considering commissioning tonight would detail, that would be a big relief for everyone who lives nearby. It's been very gratifying to see all these Onofre stakeholders with our diverse interests and views come together for the sake of nuclear responsibility and public safety. Council members, we would be honored if you decide to join this effort and take steps now that may help avoid catastrophe later. I hope you'll vote yes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Nadia. Nadia, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor Agran, council members. My name is Nadia Paja. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again on behalf of the Samuel Lawrence Foundation. We want to express our deep appreciation to each city council member for your leadership. The September 30th session was a really meaningful step for our region, and I think inviting experts and residents into the conversation demonstrated Irvine City Council's real commitment to public safety and transparent decision-making. It's clear that stakeholders agree that the 3.6 million pounds of spent nuclear fuel at San Onofre must be moved to safer, above-ground, fortified facility. And there is strong support for Irvine taking a leadership role in shaping that near-term plan. Your willingness to explore a local storage plan and to create a multidisciplinary team to do this work thoughtfully and collaboratively is the type of proactive, forward-thinking governance our community hopes for. The importance of preparing, not waiting, shows that the health and welfare of residents come first. On behalf of SLF and many grateful community members, we applaud the request to direct the city manager to assemble the SONG storage planning team and return in February with the proposed roster, scope, schedule, and budget. This is responsible leadership, and I'm very grateful. Thank you for taking this seriously and for giving our region a chance to move from uncertainty towards real preparedness. We hope you will vote to pass this, and we look forward to supporting the Irvine City Council efforts.
Our next speaker is Gary Hedrick. Gary, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, thank you very much. I so appreciate the chance to thank you for what I've seen evolve over the last 15 years. And on top of what everyone else has said, I'll just be brief because this is such a rare opportunity. I've seen it and I've witnessed it as we evolve from a situation where it's difficult to make any progress to where there's openness now, there's receptiveness from all sides. We all want to get this solved, and all we're asking is for the chance to see how much it may cost, what's the scope, and how soon can we get this done? So I really appreciate, you know, from the bottom of my heart, and for all the people I represent, from San Clemente Green, and the whistleblowers, and all the people that have worked so hard to get to this point, we're really near making a breakthrough, and it'd be in great Irvine fashion if you could show the leadership at this point when we need it so much. And I appreciate, I can't wait to hear the outcome, and I'm counting on January 24th to be a turning point in history for our nation with Irvine at the lead. Thank you so much.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you to all those who testified. I see there a request to be heard from Councilmember Treseder and Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. I appreciate the Mayor for bringing this issue forward. It is very important. And I'm very concerned about the spent fuel being stored where it is right now. I think it's vulnerable to many different problems, including terrorist acts. I am so worried about it that I was pleased to accept Congressman Levin's invitation to join the Spent Nuclear Fuel Task Force, I think like 4 or 5 years ago. And I've really learned a lot while I've been on the task force. I have to say it's humbling. There are so many experts on that task force, a lot of engineers, community leaders, a lot of grassroots leaders, that I really learned a lot from them. I want to make sure that Irvine supports their efforts. I think we could do a lot to be leaders within that group. I think that I really appreciate Mr. Stetson's suggestions. They make a lot of sense to me. So just to reiterate, one of them was join the Spent Fuel Solutions Coalition and become active alongside 300 members in 11 states. That seems like a no-brainer. Pass a resolution supporting safe removal of spent nuclear fuel, as 10 local cities and 3 counties have done. Yeah, absolutely. Take an active role on Congressman Levin's Spent Nuclear Fuel Task Force. And I think we should absolutely do that. We should have a representative from the City Council on that task force, perhaps the mayor. I don't know if I understood the commenters correctly, but maybe there was an invitation that just went out for that. So I fully support that. Help recruit members of Congress to join the bipartisan Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus. That also makes a lot of sense, including our local Orange County Congress members. And I want to make sure that we boost and amplify the current experts who are working on this. I don't want to be duplicating efforts. I don't want to maybe inadvertently slow down current efforts. Like Congressman Levin has been working very diligently. I'm so impressed with him. He very much cares about this issue, and he's seen a lot of wins already. I don't want in any way make that more difficult for him. I would just rather be a team player and work with those who are already on the ground who are doing this. I also want to say I'm a little bit, I see that part of the motion saying funding recommendations. At this point, I'm not going to support any funding coming from the city for moving the spent nuclear fuel. That can be astronomical in costs. There are already funds that are allocated for doing this. I don't think that we need anything more than that. And so overall, yes, important. I think we should absolutely do the things that Mr. Stetson recommended. Can't have enough people on the ground. And I just want to be working with the folks who are already there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Let me just say right now, the various suggestions about joining various organizations, that's implicit in the direction to you. Mr. City Manager, to list those organizations which we should indeed be a part of as we move forward. And when you come back February 24th, please include those. Thank you. Councilmember Liu, then Councilmember Mai.
I want to echo Councilmember Treseder's comment, and it does make a lot of sense that we're just joining what has been happening and not distract. And I did find the funding recommendations. I understand that Mayor did say we're not funding anything right now, but the funding recommendation, I don't know how much, and that's kind of a scary part of voting to approve this. So I kind of want to ask if there's any estimate on finding another solution or moving what cost. Does anybody have any idea how much potentially this could be?
Are you asking about?
Like finding a permanent solution or even a temporary solution, whether, I mean, I guess it begs the question whether it is necessary. I did visit songs with Mayor's office as well, and it sounds very secure, and we did have to submit our names beforehand to get background check to go. There's guards around, and so, you know, to me, I understand that some of the buildings are tsunami proof because with the consideration, and when we were there, it was literally lots and lots of surfers out there right next to the plant. So I just want to know, one, if it is necessary for us to move it, and moving it, like Ms. Sayer had mentioned, is moving it even safe for us? And then on top of that, how much is this going to be, and should we just wait for a permanent solution and join the existing efforts instead of distracting from it? And I mean, lots and lots of things to consider. So
We do not have estimates for permanent solutions or temporary solutions yet.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
let me just say, we would be involved with others in the preparation of a plan, not implementation of the plan. And I think when you come back February 24th, we'll have a better idea. I've heard a number of estimates from Greg Yatsko and others as to what it would take to prepare an appropriate plan with alternatives and so forth. If you do your work diligently, as I know you will, you'll come back to us and we'll be able to begin to assess the magnitude and what kinds of partners we might have in all of this.
and Mayor, I'm
Yes,
not done. I have
Councilmember
one more
Liu.
question. If I may ask, I heard that the last permanent solution site at Yucca Mountains, I believe that's Nevada, was closed down for a political reason. May I ask who was in charge and why, how that happened?
I'll give you two names, Harry Reid and President Obama.
And who was the chair for NRC at the time? Is that?
Greg Yatsko.
Okay.
And it's an intriguing political story, unhappy one, but intriguing.
Well, the fear is that that could happen again. As far as I know, that the only country in this in the world that has a permanent solution is in Finland, and Sweden, France, Canada, and are actively planning one. So I fear that what we're doing here could distract. If we join, that might be a better plan. If I can offer that as an amendment to your motion.
Well, I don't think an amendment would be appropriate at this time. Making suggestions to the city manager, I think you'd welcome those as you pursue this with staff over the next few months. A number of us concerned about all this. We're very open-minded. We don't know what solution or solutions we'll wind up identifying and planning, but you'll come back to us and we'll have some idea. You don't anticipate spending a good deal of money between now and February 24th.
If it's the pleasure of the council, we'll return on February 24th with more details on analysis, cost, schedule, all of that.
I think that would be great. We have a number of volunteer professionals as well, and I'm happy to give you a list and see if we can have a real collaborative effort here. All right, Councilmember Mai, then Councilmember Martinez-Franco, then Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is an important issue here, and we do need a solution. I mean, it's clear that everyone believes this, and thank you to the speakers who came out here. Dave Rice, I've worked with you in the past at the UNA, so I know this is important to you, and thank you for the task force members that were here from Mike Levin's office as well. The speakers out here and just what was said up here really opened my eyes, because I knew that we could potentially join this coalition and this task force, and I think it's important that we do that. I think as a city, I sit on the legislative committee with Mayor Agran. I believe that we can do that. I believe so. We can join that, and we should join that. One of the things that I always talk about when I'm up here is when I'm considering any sort of city action or any type of action, whether it be financial or just as a philosophy as well, is I have to ask myself is, will this make life better for Irvine families? Does this improve our safety services or neighborhoods? Also, is this something that Irvine residents have asked for? Does it protect our taxpayers? How does it look in the long term as well? My priority and my decisions up here are made to prioritize Irvine. They're not to prioritize anyone else. And we can be supportive of this, but I don't believe in spending enormous amount of money, any sort of money on it. I'd rather spend it on Irvine, and maybe that's a position that people are saying, hey, we should take care of the entire community, we should take care of all sorts of other things. But I'm going to prioritize Irvine no matter what first. Leading is fine, and joining a coalition is fine, but spending money or time, I'm not in agreement with that. I'm here to support efforts in Irvine. If we're doing any studies, I'd rather spend money on traffic studies around schools. I'd rather spend money for our community before anyone else. We could surely be supportive of other efforts around the county, around the state, and take a position, but I'm prioritizing Irvine.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco, and then
Yes,
Councilmember Treseder.
My thing here is that I just wanted to have a consideration that's when Mr. Crombie is doing this study. And of course, I don't know much more than Mr. Camargo, but like I mentioned before, I work with them in doing community outreach for the task force. So I learned a little bit of what was happening at that moment, and I'm aware that for example, the Navy didn't want the waste to be moved to anywhere else. So the solutions that we're proposing right now, I think they were proposed before, and they were not accepted. Now we depend on the federal government to approve all these movements. So they have done that. So I just want to make sure that when we come back with answers, we come out with something new that SCE hasn't proposed already. So far, that is the reason that it hasn't been moved. We don't have in the nation any permanent repositories that are approved. Nobody wants it. And like Councilmember Liu mentioned, Canada is one of the places that are eager to have it, but without the approval of the federal government, we're not gonna move anywhere. So just take in consideration those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treceder. I think you'll have the last word.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in agreement with many of my colleagues here, and yeah, just want to reiterate, happy to do anything that, one of these 4 things that Mr. Stetson recommended. But as it stands right now, the motion is to establish a multidisciplinary song storage planning team and return by February 24th, 2026 with the proposed team roster, a succinct scope of work and schedule, and funding recommendations. And unfortunately, that I'm just not able to support. If there's an amendment where we instead work on one of these other 4 things, absolutely happy to support it. But the way the motion is right now, no, I can't. Very sorry.
I don't understand. If I might, what is it about the motion that is troubling for you?
I don't like that it moves to establish a multidisciplinary song storage planning team and return by February 24th, 2026 with the proposed team roster, a succinct scope of work and schedule, and funding recommendations. Thank you.
You don't like the whole motion?
That is correct. But if you're willing to change it to one of these other 4 things, I absolutely would support it.
You mean joining other organizations and so forth?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy to include that, but
Okay.
I would hope that we would bring something to the table, real value added, as we work with the Spent Fuel Solutions Committee and work with Congressman Levin and work with all the others that I'm eager to work with. So, all right. Do we have a motion here? And a second? All right, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember
I'm sorry,
Carroll.
Councilmember Liu, you're waving your hand.
So did the amendment, was there an amendment to the, can somebody read the entire motion so we know what we're voting on?
Well, I had indicated I was happy to include, excuse me, I was happy to include working with and being a part of joining all of these various committees, joining with the leadership in those committees.
By Councilmember Carroll was to direct the city manager to preliminarily establish a multidisciplinary songs storage planning team and return by February 24th, 2026 with the proposed team roster, a succinct scope of work and schedule, and funding recommendations. That's the motion before the council currently. Councilmember Liu, I'm not sure I fully understood, but I think you may have proposed an amendment to have us join the Spent Fuel Committee. I'm sure I just butchered the name of the committee. If that is your proposed amendment, the mayor signaled he was amenable to it, but you would need the consent of the second, which is Councilmember Carroll as well.
Right, that's what I was asking if, well, as we all got a copy of this, the first item is to join the Spent Fuel Solutions Coalition, and we already received the invitation from Congressman Levin today at the meeting, and I believe privately to Councilmember Treceder years ago as well. So I think that's what we're trying to add on.
Yeah, I'm amenable to that. Absolutely, yeah, let's do that.
That's incorporated in the motion.
That's correct. This is a friendly amendment to the motion.
Very well. Thank you I'm sorry, Councilmember Treceder and Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Treceder.
Thank you. I think maybe it would make things clearer if I just made a substitute motion. I move that Irvine joins the Spent Fuel Solutions Coalition, becomes active along 300 members in 11 states, that we ask staff to draft a resolution supporting a safe removal of spent nuclear fuel, that we take an active role on Congressman Levin's spent nuclear fuel task force, including appointing an Irvine council member if the congressman agrees, and also help recruit members of Congress to join the bipartisan Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Did you want to speak to that, Councilmember Treseder?
I think I would just say what I've already said. I really appreciate all these action items. It's Irvine setting up our own storage planning team and maybe attempting to reinvent the wheel that I am concerned about. So, thank you.
Let me just respond to that, if I might, and then I'll call Councilmember Mai. The various groups that exist and so forth, yes, it was Mr. Stetson's recommendation that we join these various groups and so forth, but we have some truly unique talent at UCI, right here with Dan Stetson in Irvine. We were all at the study session when Greg Yatsko indicated that he stood ready to assist in this matter. And I really wanted to see if we can explore, if we can bring some true value added right away to all of this. Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the substitute motion made by Councilmember Treseder kind of checks the box for everything that we want to achieve, sans spending money. I mean, it pretty much accomplishes what we want to do already with joining these coalitions and working with these experts and tapping into Irvine's expert talent pool as well. So it sounds good to me.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, I do support the mayor's resolution. I guess one of the thing that I didn't know this was going to go in this direction, so I would have added earlier is that I had a chance. Supervisor Foley contacted me about some of this and talked to me about this thing that I don't think Levin is involved in, which is the Spent Fuel Solutions Coalition that Supervisors Foley and Jim Desmond on a bipartisan basis chair. And I think that's something that I think would also be incorporated as something that we should look into, which would be the primary motion, which is really just sort of a group, and I think we're ostensibly a member of it already, of really locally focused people on this issue. And I do think that Irvine is, I think we're probably counting ourselves out. There's not any expenditure of funds here. But what it is a statement and opportunity for us as Irvine to be clear about the problem that we have literally down the road and the potential for difficulty. And maybe every other city council can get the actual, and thank you for coming, the representatives from SCE that we invited on tours and things like that. But I do believe humbly that if Irvine is going to get involved with it, it should do it with some degree of meaningfulness in the position that we're in. I don't think there's really any other city in Orange County and maybe beyond that can lead in the way that Irvine can without just simply joining a committee. So this isn't me saying that, Supervisor Foley is supportive of anything. I don't want to quote her, but she did want me to raise, hey, we need you to really step up and activate on this this one particular coalition, and I said, that sounds fantastic to me. I mean, we have so much that we can do. And it's really exciting to have SCE on the board here, just to stand there and say all those things with regard to the fact that can't be more of a bipartisan issue than something like this that's a real problem. And again, just simply and appreciate the public commentary about the fact that there are scores of nuclear facilities with this same problem. Sure, but this is the one on our doorstep. This is the one in the middle of the 6th largest county in the United States. This is the one that is near a place that can get things done and has gotten great things done. And this is the one that is near Irvine, California, and it's our opportunity to lead. I would simply just close by saying that this is the city that was, without question, the leading, far before me, and we don't have to get into who and what, we certainly can, is the reason why the ozone layer was paid attention to, the city, Irvine. Just like this is the place where the C in E equals MC squared was discovered. Irvine, C, the speed of light. Ozone layer, Irvine, no other place on the planet. We can do the same here. So I do support the mayor's motion, and I hope that my colleagues will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Before turning to Councilmember Liu, I just wanted to invite Councilmember Treseder, instead of offering it as a substitute motion, I would hope you might consider making it a second motion. Just think about it. And let me turn to Councilmember Liu now, and then let's see if we can wrap this up.
So the way the original motion stands, what was giving me pause was that it looks like we're just going to go at it alone, and that's why I was having reservations about that. And in knowing that we actually have this letter in front of us from the Marine Camp Pendleton that they don't want it moved, and this is currently on Marine land. I mean Navy, but Camp Pendleton's a Marine base. It feels like we are doing something that they don't want us to do when it's not even on our property. So that's why I hope that instead of going at it alone, we can join the group. And I agree with what Councilmember Treseder, she has convinced me that sounds like the more responsible way to do this, rather than being kind of the lone horse on that, and we're just, doing it by ourselves. And with a known future, we can still be the leader in the group. By joining, we can be active, but I just don't see how we can do this on our own, since there's already a bipartisan effort on the congressional level. And not only that, this is a federal matter that we don't technically have the jurisdiction here in Irvine locally as a city. So I understand that, the concern is if anything happens that we could be affected, being in proximity to San Clemente, but I wonder if there is any kind of plan to do this any better than the 300 other members in 11 states. So that's why I would prefer to have the substitute motion that Councilmember Treseder offered.
Any others? Let me try and bail us out here. A substitute motion basically is to join a bunch of organizations, good organizations. I want to do that as part of our involvement. That was recommended by Dan Stetson. It's been recommended by others. We absolutely want to work with these other organizations. We have the ability, however, to do some unique things here. Anybody who takes a look at Dr. Richardson's CV and his involvement in occupational health and radiological incidents, anybody who has read Dr. Yatsko's book and his expression of willingness to help us for free, as far as I can tell, I think we would be missing the mark if we didn't begin to explore these resources. The idea that we could do something in collaboration with resources at UCI reminds me of when Dr. Sherwood Rowland and his lab got involved with the city on the CFC's matter. I would implore Councilmember Treseder to allow the main motion to be adopted and then offer her motion not as a substitute, but as an additional directive. Would you consider that?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Liu, you can finish it up.
Thank you. I mean, and that's what I was trying to add to. Well, I mean, at UCI right now, we actually have a tiny little generator. So, you know, we are absolutely at the forefront of nuclear technology, which I'm looking forward to visit one day and see it in action. But, you know, what I wanted to know is if it's possible, I feel like we're putting the cart, you know, before the horse. So if we could maybe join first and take on the leading role, and then if necessary, then we will, I mean, this could be done as part of the coalition, but if it's necessary for us to start our own plan, so to speak, then I feel like when it's necessary, then we can come back and revisit that.
Councilmember Treseder.
I like Councilmember Liu's idea. We can see if we have trouble getting traction with the other groups, and then certainly we can bring back this idea of the mayors. I do want to point out that there are UCI folks on Mike Levin's task force already, some really excellent engineers, and also me. Thanks.
May I ask you to offer your motion not as a substitute, which frankly is a hostile substitute motion to actually substitute out the original motion, but to offer it as an amendment, an accompanying motion, so that we can move forward. Absolutely, I want to see us join all the organizations, be active in them, and be a real contributor. At the same time, I want to see the city manager come back with some information at the end of February that would hopefully be able to point us in a direction where Irvine could be a leading municipality, not just a following municipality as we move forward.
No, thank you.
All right, I ask for a defeat, a no vote on the substitute motion, because its effect will be to destroy the main motion, a very hostile act. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
No.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mott.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
No.
Carries 4-3 with Councilmembers Carroll and Martinez Franco and Mayor Agran voting no.
All right, we're done. Next matter. What is this, an Independence Day celebration? 6.2.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Melissa Haley, Director of Communications and Engagement, and with me this evening is Karina Lee, Public Engagement Strategist. At its November 12th meeting, the City Council approved the general fund appropriations and revenues for a total appropriation of $600,000 for the 2026 Independence Day celebration. The City Council also directed staff to return at a future meeting with an analysis of the costs and operational considerations associated with holding the celebration on July 3rd or July 4th. Based on research and planning completed to date, staff recommends hosting a 2026 Independence Day celebration on July 3rd, given event logistics, increased costs, public safety staffing, and production resources. Events of this size and scope require a minimum 2 to 3 full days for site preparation, load-in, staging, and decor installation. By holding the event on July 3rd, staff and contractors can work through a normal installation window without overtime pressure or rush order conditions. This approach also takes into consideration conversations with our partner, the Pacific Symphony, and their desire to continue their tradition of hosting the annual Summerfest July 4th Spectacular on the 4th of July and reduce that operational overlap. Should the Pacific Symphony hold its event on July 3rd, the city would need to be in site setup after their concert concludes. Completing a full site build overnight would necessitate a larger labor pool at escalated holiday rates. It would also require city staff to oversee installation through extended overnight shifts. Holding the event on July 3rd supports operational efficiency, maintains a safe work environment, and positions the city to deliver a high-quality production for the community. By avoiding elevated holiday labor and equipment rates, it results in meaningful cost savings across core production categories, including labor rates, entertainment, equipment rentals, and the drone show. Preliminary estimates show costs increase by roughly 21% if the event is held July 4th. Availability is also a growing concern. Many entertainment providers are already booked for July 4th, and early outreach indicates increased competition and higher pricing across the region for that date. Hosting the event on July 3rd provides greater flexibility and ensures access to a stronger pool of entertainment options. The estimated differential between the two dates is approximately $157,600. As previously shared, the Irvine Police Department has indicated increased staffing will be required for the 2026 celebration, with additional public safety personnel deployed throughout the city on July 4th to manage holiday-related calls and other community events. Assigning staff specifically to our event could be challenging. Greater staffing resources would be available on July 3rd to maintain safety standards inside the Great Park and on exterior roadways to support quicker response times and enable more manageable staffing schedules. Hosting the celebration on July 3rd supports broader access for Irvine residents, particularly those who work in restaurants, hospitality, healthcare, and other service industries and that are often unable to participate in July 4th festivities due to work schedules. Staff are working on a ticketing model that does prioritize Irvine residents. To advance the planning and execution of the event, staff will focus on sponsorship and revenue opportunities, engaging potential sponsors, and evaluating paid parking options to help offset event costs. our resident-focused ticketing model by developing something that prioritizes Irvine residents and supports smooth event entry, and ground transportation planning, assessing mobility and shuttle options to improve circulation, reduce congestion, and enhance the guest experience. The recommended action before you this evening is for the City Council to approve the staff recommendation to host the 2026 Independence Day celebration on July 3rd, 2026. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions you may have.
All right, any questions of staff? Any questions? Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yeah, so the question is that are we able to find sponsorships?
Once we secure a date, we'll be able to start going out and engaging our sponsors, yes.
Okay. And do we see the total cost again? Do we have the slide that
Yes,
we can
of course.
see the total cost of July 3rd versus July 4th? Okay. Do you have do we incur in any cost for having staffing the Pacific Symphony? Like, I don't know, do we pay for anything that they do, or do they cover the cost of the police department? And
that's a completely separate item, separate from this citywide event. So there are contracts in place with our Great Park Live operator and how PD is engaged that is separate and aside from this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liu and Councilmember Mai.
I just wanted to make a comment that last time I believe I voted no because I have sticker shock, and to go on the 4th and increase a budget that's already too big for me will be a really hard decision to make to accept. We've heard a lot about what happened last time, and so has the city done anything to improve the ingress and egress access to the Great Park? Because last time when we had this event, there was a lot of issues with traffic, and I've heard quite a bit about the possibility of a medical event that basically EMT would not have access to reach the patient in time or even get them out. The fact that a lot of police resources were pulled away to concentrate on the Great Park really left the city, the rest of the city, vulnerable to any criminal activity. And the fact that PD's already probably committed somewhere else is going to be an issue to have this on the 4th. So it's, and then Marineway hasn't been widened, the underpass hasn't been done. It's just a lot of, we don't have the infrastructure to go on, to start with, and then, to have it move to a more expensive one is a really hard one for me to accept. So for that, I don't think I can, I know that it's already passed, that there's $600,000 already committed. I just cannot vote on the 4th.
Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I know that, thank you for that presentation, Melissa. I know that you guys need a date so that we can get things rolling, and it's kind of being delayed. So we need to make a decision ASAP on the 3rd or 4th. I personally, I prefer the 4th just because it's the 4th of July. It's a 4th of July celebration, but it's not what I want. We have a fiscal responsibility to the city, to the residents. We have to do what we can to support staff in their efforts. We have to support our partners, Pacific Symphony. So Even though I personally would love the 4th, I think the 3rd makes the most sense. Just for logistically, for planning, it's going to be very tough for you on the 4th. I understand that. So I will be going for the 3rd.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Well, like I mentioned, I'm gonna repeat like I said before. It's gonna be someone who works in PR that I worked for several years. I know that it's gonna be even harder to get sponsorships in the 3rd than it is in the 4th. Everybody's gonna want to sponsor the 4th. Everybody wants to see the same success that we had this year. And we are not gonna promise the sponsors on a July 4th success. We're promising on a July 3rd, where probably nobody's gonna care of attending, or very little people, not as many people as July 4th. So that's the only thing that I'm afraid about, not getting enough of sponsors, and the cost is gonna fall on the city. For me, I will not spend the money at all. And let's not do it. But if we're gonna spend it, let's reduce some costs. Let's not do the drones. Again, I didn't like the drones. I don't think they are valuable. Let's reduce the drones, and maybe we can cut on cost. On the other hand, I truly believe that success will bring the sponsors to cover the majority of the event. And as an immigrant, someone who values being a U.S. citizen and is very proud to be a U.S. citizen, I think celebrating the 4th of July is very important for to recognize the diversity that it is our city, and that a lot of people value the 4th of July. Again, a lot of people don't have family to spend, and to offer that space to be in a 4th of July setting at the Great Park and all together as a family in the safest city of America, I think it's one of the best gifts that we can give our community if we're going to spend that such amount of money. Thank you.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would just like to echo Councilmember Martinez Franco. I think I pretty much hold the same position as you do. I am concerned over the amount of taxpayer dollars being spent on this event, as Councilmember Liu is as well. At the same time, I really am excited about the opportunity, particularly in this climate. Councilmember Triceder talked about the national climate and the local climate, and if there's places that we can try to bring things together, it certainly is locally, and I concur with that wholeheartedly. And there's probably no better time to do it on the birthday of our country, and which happens to be our 250th birthday, next July 4th, not next July 3rd. I respect staff, and Melissa, you know, I mean, from the minute I heard this idea, I did object personally with you and staff and Sean. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me on a number of reasons, but I will just take two. Well, the main one I did, which is our nation's birthday is our nation's birthday, and I'm not going to be supporting taxpayer dollar investments on the day before our nation's birthday. It doesn't really kind of doesn't ring true, or it doesn't ring right to me. The two other things that I get a little bit concerned about, for me, I think is kind of like a weighing of interests. The first thing is the example and the issues that we faced this July 4th, some of which were intrinsic and some of it were extrinsic and outside factors. I think that as Irvine, I think we can give ourselves a little more credit than is due, and sometimes when things happen, it's opportunities. We do postmortems. This team has already gone way well into that. I know staff has already mentioned about crowd control and making sure that we have Irvine people at our Irvine parks as a priority, particularly Great Park residents, if we're going to have it there, that finance that entire operation over there. These are the things that I would be kind of looking at. And then secondly, you know, I have attended many July 4th Pacific Symphonies beginning in Irvine Meadows, and then the 5 Point Amphitheater, and currently. I appreciate the fact that we would have to kind of yield and move them and all that stuff. And I'm a dear supporter of that symphony. It's amazing. I fully support them being our adopted symphony. I can't wait to welcome their offices home to the Cultural Terrace. However, our job is to exercise our fiduciary duty for 318,000 residents. And on that balance, I would respectfully move that Pacific Symphony to the July 3rd date, and they can have a fantastic paid-for ticketed event while we have our 100% free for our residents event on July 4th that we'll be making an investment in. It just seems kind of a little bit off on the prioritization scale to kind of say Pacific Symphony should be performing on July 4th because they have been, and all our residents get to celebrate on July 3rd, but not on July 4th on our actual, holiday event. So I just, offer those comments. And just to summarize, I think that I am willing to make the investment. I also agree that we can cut the drone show, and there are places that we can make, changes. But I do think that if we're going to make the investment, we must make it on July 4th, in my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I call on you, Councilmember Liu, I'm going to take the liberty of adding my own comment. Councilmember Liu, I think you had it right when we last voted on this matter. I was a little uneasy, but I voted in the affirmative, and of course you're coming back now with a report. Frankly, I think this thing is ballooned way out of proportion, and that much as I enjoy the 4th of July, we ought to maybe for the 250th be starting new traditions here in the city, and we ought to be able to do that with a couple $100,000, whether it's at high schools, supporting Woodbridge, supporting other communities. Some of the best decisions made, at least in my experience, are to not go forward with something that is increasingly doubtful as to its being implemented in a way that we're pleased with. One of the things I'm concerned about, I'm very concerned about the Pacific Symphony. We did them a lot of damage, outright damage, last season. And we also put ourselves in a position to expose ourselves to tremendous liability. I think Councilmember Liu said it. I agree. It's almost a miracle that we didn't have a medical incident, road rage, craziness that went on last time. I don't have confidence that we can do something this big on that weekend. So, as they say, count me out. I'm done with all this. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. And I remember you said I raised a yellow flag, so, a red flag for you. So thank you for acknowledging that, but I wanted to remind you that we have 4 public comments. We haven't gone to them yet.
You want to hold off on any comment? All right. Councilmember Martinez Franco, and then how many
we have 4 requests in person and 1 on Zoom, although I believe 2 may have gone home that were in person.
We wore them out. Okay, so 2 altogether?
Well, looks like we have 5 total, but I think 2 may have left.
So we probably have 3 on Zoom.
No.
Here.
So we have 4 total signed up in person, 1 on Zoom.
Okay. Why don't you call those folks, beginning with the in-person?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call Doug Elliott, Jay Bruce.
Councilmember Martinez Franco? Well,
Don't we?
I thought you already called me to speak before.
If you want to, sit down.
Yes, so the other thing I wanted to ask, where did Mr. Merchant go? If we can actually do another motion that will donate just partial money to Woodbridge Village Association so they can spend their 4th of July.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco, the agenda item is the approval of the date for the 2026 Independence Day celebration. So if there is a different action that is to donate if there's a different action which is to donate funds to a different organization for a different Independence Day celebration, it would have to be re-agendized and brought back on a future agenda.
Got it.
All right. Please call our commenters.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call Doug Elliott, Jay Bruce, Sean Sutton, and Jason Garshfield.
Thank you, and once again, good evening. Well, it's still evening and not yet morning. I'm Doug Elliott, again, a city commissioner speaking only for myself. I'm going to throw out a lot of what I was going to say because of the conversation from the dais. I find myself agreeing a lot with what the mayor had to say, and that kind of goes back to my original position on all of this. But I think that whatever we do, staff has made a compelling case that any big grand celebration needs to be on the 3rd, not on the 4th. Pacific Symphony, as far as I'm concerned, has a lock on that date. And let's consider that independence didn't happen in a day. It was a process. It started out with, early on with things like Thomas Paine writing Common Sense, and I think we need common sense here. The Declaration itself took weeks to write under Jefferson's leadership. The Lee resolution was passed on July 2nd that basically resolved independence from Great Britain, and then was followed up 2 days later with a declaration. The feds will be recognizing Friday the 3rd as the day off for federal employees, and I think many, if not most employers, will be doing the same. It's going to be a 3-day weekend. It's the 250th anniversary of the country. I think we can spread out events over all 3 days for all it's worth. And finally, I'd suggest that somewhere along the line, we consider a program really devoted to the meaning of the occasion. Maybe air a public event with Ken Burns's episode on the Declaration, followed by a discussion with professors of history and so forth. I'd like to see something like that. And finally, thanks to staff for calling it Independence Day. That's what I've been advocating all along. If we remember that it's a holiday by that name and not just a date on the calendar, I think we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Sutton.
Good evening, Mayor Agran and council members. Excuse me, my name is Sean Sutton. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for Pacific Symphony, and I'm honored to be here to speak for John Forsythe, our president. We're truly honored by the city to have been named the resident orchestra at Great Park Live. We've had a wonderful experience working with your incredibly professional staff, and we're grateful that you're reconsidering the date for next year's event. We have a 30-year tradition of doing a July 4th concert, which brings families together, honors veterans, and supports community celebration, and we'd like to see that continue. And we think that there's an opportunity for a weekend of 2 days in a row of celebrations, and we appreciate your reconsidering the date. Finally, we want to make it clear that we absolutely will support and work with you regardless of your decision, and we appreciate your support and your coordination with us. And lastly, thank you for your leadership and your partnership over the last couple of years. We greatly appreciate it, and we think we've done something remarkable thanks to your efforts. And we thank you, and we wish you very good holidays.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. You may unmute your mic.
Can't even believe we're having this conversation, to be honest with you. But you know what? $600,000 is a lot of money. I think we ought to cancel the whole thing, like the mayor said. I agree with everything Councilmember Franco stated. This is just too much. And to have it on the 3rd, well, then that's not even 4th of July celebration, because it is on the 4th of July. That's America's birthday, okay? It's not July 3rd. So, you know, that's just an insult. Irvine, Woodbridge puts on a great fireworks display. That's where I go every year. The Great Park, $600,000, that's a lot of money. I say cancel it, don't even do it there. You know, every community, or it used to be, where even the schools put on firework displays. So, you know, if we got more communities into doing their own fireworks display, we wouldn't have everybody rushing to one event, which was crazy last year from what I heard. And who organized that whole thing anyway at the last minute? That was just suicide. Good thing nothing major did happen. And then you guys want to turn around and do it again this year. Oh, but you want to do it on the 3rd. Well, that's not 4th of July. That's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not concerned what date we have it, as long as we do it properly. My only concern is I don't support this to be an annual thing. If it's a 250th, great. And if it's going to be at the Great Park, I hope that we resolve the issues that we faced last year. So, thank you.
Thank you. No further requests, no further council members in the queue. Councilmember Liu, and then let's move toward concluding this matter. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to stress that we had talked about this privately, and you kind of hinted on the dais today about maybe spreading out the event and have a series of it, just like Mr. Elliott had also suggested. I think that would be a better plan. And just to put this in perspective, what we're talking about is some other cities' entire year of community engagement budget for one event. So I want to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible with our Irvine taxpayer money in that sense.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the council? Would somebody offer a motion? What's that?
We're pretty all over the place. What's the urgency?
Well, I assume if we continued this to January, that makes things even tighter and more difficult. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, I've expressed my sentiments. I'm not voting for anything that costs more than a couple $100,000. I'm just not. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yeah, and one last clarification, Mr. Merchant. So if I come back next month, can I kill the whole 4th of July in the Great Park and just add to a sponsored Woodbridge Village Association's 4th of July? Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that?
Yes. So if the council voted tonight to pick a date, either July or 3rd or July 4th, you could agendize an item for a month from now to cancel the event and devote spending toward something else. You may want input from Ms. Haley about the commitments and the work that will occur with staff and the expenditures between now and that meeting.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Treceder.
Thank you. With respect to the question at hand, I prefer July 3rd. There are many reasons for that, but the bottom line is the bottom line, which is that it will save us $157,600. I imagine the public, if they heard that we were going to spend $157,600 more of their money just to have it on July 4th instead of July 3rd, I don't think they'd be very happy with that. So I just would rather do that. I'd rather support the Pacific Symphony, and so I'm voting for July 3rd. Thank you.
All right. I'll tell you what, I move that we direct staff to suspend any and all exploration of either July 3rd or July 4th at the Great Park and come back to us in January with alternatives within, well, since it's a 250th, within a $250,000 budget. That's my motion. Is there a second? All right, no second. The motion was to direct staff to suspend all further planning relative to July 3rd, July 4th at the Great Park, and to instead come back to us in January with a $250,000 budget that might include a number of different events around town. That's the motion. Is there a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Martinez Franco. I've made it clear my thoughts on this. If anybody else wants to speak, fine. Otherwise, let's take a vote on the motion. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
No.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
No.
Vice Mayor Mai.
No.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3 with Councilmember Go, Councilmember Treceder, and Vice Mayor Mai voting no.
Thank you. That concludes this item. Let's move to item 6.4. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Would the clerk please, would the clerk please describe this item by subject?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 6.4 is consideration of a request by Councilmember Liu to discuss the establishment of a citywide Lunar New Year event.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. So this came as a request from the public, from the general public, that we have a lot of residents ask that since Irvine is a very diverse city and we have nearly 44% API population, why do we not have a Lunar New Year celebration? Because we are constantly going to cities, neighboring cities, to attend events. And so I have also heard from several different organizations that are willing to take on this. And so what I want to do is to make sure that the city will be facilitating this in a, not as a host, but as a facilitator to help move things along and help them with permit or planning as part of it with minimal physical commitment. And we have the Asian American History Museum folks here, Yulan Chong and Jack Dong, here to answer some questions if Mayor may indulge us on that. And I believe Melissa also has a presentation as well.
All right, is somebody coming forward? Thank you.
All right, good evening. Melissa Haley, Director of Communications and Engagement, and with me is Corey Hildebrand, Community and Library Services Manager. Our staff has had the opportunity to connect with the Asian American Museum of Orange County regarding their recent request to reserve portions of the Great Park in order to host a Lunar New Year parade and festival on February 7th, 2026, honoring the Year of the Horse. We have learned of their interest for a parade to take place beginning at 11 a.m. on the Great Park timeline, starting next to Lot 4, with festival activities beginning at approximately 12 p.m. at Great Park Live, featuring a variety of Asian American cultural performances, kids activities, and game booths, community booths, Asian ethnic food selections, and family fun, of course. The requested parade route spans less than 1 mile from parking lot 4 leading up to Great Park Live. Approximately 20 to 25 local groups will participate in the parade that will be led by dragon and lion dances, including floats, marching bands, traditional dances, Asian American nonprofits, and local community organizations. As the parade concludes, the Asian American Museum of Orange County envisions the festival to begin in Great Park Live from 12 to 4:30, as mentioned, with approximately 20 to 25 performing groups from the local AAPI community offering culture performances on the main stage. In addition to Great Park Live's existing food options, 15 to 20 culturally appropriate food vendors will be engaged, as well as up to 50 booths for those games, activities, organizations, and more. There's also interest in having a Lunar New Year exhibition set up with 2 floats and public safety vehicles. To run an event of this size, the costs start at a minimum of $100,000 and are more likely to hover around the $125,000 mark. Staff has engaged AAMOC on potential for revenue opportunities to offset those costs, including a paid ticketing model, parking, and sponsorships. We've started our, they have started our city's special event permitting process and have been in communication with our staff regarding Great Park and Great Park Live operations. The goal of AAMOC is to seek city support for year 1 and year 2 with the ability to stand on its own by year 3. Given that this is a reservation, they have requested that the City of Irvine be a partner and co-present the event via sponsorship by waiving facility rental fees and considering additional support. This concludes our presentation, and we are also here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? So what are we talking about in terms of a cost here? Is it 100,000?
Approximately would start at 100,000 or scale up to about 125,000, pending on how they, should they choose to ticket and have a ticketing model inside Great Park Live or just a free open public event, then that would increase costs due to public safety staffing.
Would these sturdy folks be willing to come forward and speak a little bit about this proposal?
Thank you for City Council for hearing this opportunity. We're excited for this event because, and the community we talked to are very excited about the possibility of having this event coming up in February. We've reached out to vendors and participants, and everyone's very excited for this opportunity to do this. As Melissa had mentioned, we are talking to sponsors. As a matter of fact, today, trying to have a potential financial institution be a sponsor, and we're just finalizing some of the details. But we will offset some of that cost with sponsorships, and looks like we'll probably do some ticketing as well, just to offset some of the costs. But we would love the city to obviously be a wonderful partner in this because, you know, of the community that's here. And it is one of the most important holidays and celebration within our Asian American community.
And what's the bottom line for the city?
It would be great if the city can waive some of the fees associated with the rental. That would help us tremendously. So yeah, that would be a minimum request that we would like to ask for.
And what does that involve? How much money
The
if we
rent
waive
for-
all fees?
The rent for Great Park Live is $15,000. The rent for outside of the timeline is approximately $3,000. So we're looking at about $18,000 in rental fees to start, including additional staffing that might come with that.
Anything else?
No.
What do you wish to do, Councilmember Liu?
And if I can offer a motion just to clarify things. So, okay. I request that the city manager and staff facilitate in collaboration with local stakeholders the creation of a Lunar New Year celebration that reflects our diverse population and cultural heritage. The city's financial contribution is not to exceed $50,000, and staff will return to the City Council on January 13th, 2026 for review and approval of the event plan and budget. And I'll explain why I said not to exceed $50,000.
Why don't we get a second on your motion?
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Go ahead, Councilmember Liu.
Because right now we are still working on some of the details, and there might be other expenses that could be unexpected. But I think for a plan that has cost recovery plans and sponsorship, I believe it is something that we can work with. And so, you know, we're waiting for this to come back and get city approval on January 13th.
All right, any further comments? Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
I really love these as a part of the DI committee. When I was in the DI committee supporting these kind of events, they were really good. The only concern that I have is that are we gonna do the same concessions for other organizations that will come and ask us to do events? For example, if we wanna do a Dia de los Muertos, are we gonna do the same concessions to any other organizations that wanted us to waive their fees, as well as, I don't know, when they have Greek festival and all these things, and they keep on asking, and they are gonna start asking the city. So I love to support as much as we can. If we can, yes, let's do it. But I wanna know what is the plan ahead. I don't know who can answer that.
May I? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, good evening. Actually, it's good morning. So I think for Asian American History Museum of Orange County, we are really looking forward to have the city's support, because our goal is the same with the city, to bring people into the Great Park, because Great Park will be just a tremendous landmark in Orange County, and that's the City Council are doing that. And for us at the Asian American Museum, we are trying to play our part. This is not a large-scale event. This is a community member bring together event, so the cost will be very minimal. And I just heard that the motion is to keep a cap, which I think is reasonable. And for the investment to this event, we do have a 3 years plan. Eventually by 2028, the Asian American Museum will be on the stage after OCMD and the Children's Museum and Airnet again. After they kind of establish it, we will be on the stage as well. So I think this is a plan that we already have, and we are very exciting. Any level of the support that city will give, we will be grateful. But this is the plan to be an event, awareness building, to let the people know Asian American Museum is coming, and we will appreciate any support from you. Thank you so much.
Also, to answer the rest of your question, we receive inquiries for the Great Park all the time. And a lot of times those we have to decline usage because we already have reservations or field holds or permitting challenges, and we don't want to also overbook the park. But we do have many community partners that are looking to the city to help stand up events and move them forward, and then help them stand on their own. So I know that we've historically done that with a few.
Yes, it has not been uncommon for us with Great Park Live to offer some support the first year in order to get them going, and then they come back the next year and they pay the fees in full.
All right, do we have a motion?
We do have a motion, Mayor, but we have 2 requests to speak.
All right, let's hear from the 2 individuals and then see if we can wrap this up.
Thank you. Is Mike D here? No? Our next speaker is telephone number 347. You may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Steve Fox. As a city, we do not host a New Year celebration on January 1st, nor do we sponsor events for any other widely recognized United States holiday. Creating a brand new city-run event dedicated to one specific cultural tradition would set a significant precedent. Once the city officially hosts one cultural or ethnic holiday, it becomes extremely difficult to justify why we are not also hosting celebrations for others, including Christmas, which is a nationally recognized holiday. The memo states that hosting a major citywide Lunar New Year event would demonstrate the city's commitment to inclusivity. However, that is not the truth. It does just the opposite. Highlighting one cultural tradition while excluding many others can be perceived as selective support rather than true inclusivity. If the city cannot support all cultural holidays equally, then caution is warranted before committing resources to even one. This proposal does not only give the appearance of favoritism or selective preference, but it does just that. City-sponsored events should reflect broad, citywide demand and not the interests or background of any individual council member or group. Furthermore, the memo requests that the city provide the venue and coordinate with all participants, while at the same time claiming the city will incur minimal to no cost. That is also simply not true. Any municipal event, especially a major citywide celebration, requires staff time, public safety, personnel planning, and ongoing coordination. These are real resource commitments. They are not minimal. Nothing prevents cultural organizations, community groups, or residents from hosting Lunar New Year celebrations on their own, just as Christmas and New Year gatherings occur every year without the city sponsoring or organizing them. Cultural traditions are often best celebrated through families, communities, and nonprofit groups, not through new, resource-intensive government programs. It is essential that Irvine remains fair and consistent when determining which events it chooses to sponsor. I respectfully ask the council to carefully consider these factors before deciding whether the city should host a major citywide Lunar New Year celebration. Thank you, Merry Christmas, and Happy Holidays.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion now?
Yes, Councilmember Liu offered a motion, and it was seconded by Councilmember Treseder.
And it had a $50,000 price tag?
That was my understanding, with a not to exceed of $50,000, but I'll defer to Councilmember Liu if
Could you
she
state the whole
disagrees.
motion?
She did.
Would you like me to repeat it?
Yes.
Okay. And before that, I would like to address the last caller's concerns. This is an event that is open to the public, and we have cost recovery measures. And again, I'm going to reiterate that the city is not hosting this. We are simply facilitating. And like our guests have already stated, that they have already sought sponsors, and they have already secured sponsors. So there is a plan to minimize the input by the city. And on top of that, this is something that the city had chosen to endorse, an Asian American museum that this will be an event to bring awareness to the existence of such a plan and promote this at the same time. And I simply don't see how an open event could be exclusion to other groups. We also have Diwali at the Great Park. We also have lots of other festivals, which I'm sure the city is involved in some ways to help. So we're not favoring one way or the other. We currently have 3 AAPI members on the council, and so I don't see how this is excluding anyone or being discriminatory. So with that said, I'm going to reread my motion again. I request that the city manager and staff to facilitate in collaboration with local stakeholders the creation of a Lunar New Year celebration that reflects our diverse population and cultural heritage. The city's financial contribution is not to exceed $50,000, and staff will return to the City Council on January 13th, 2026 for review and approval of the event and budget.
And who seconded that motion?
Councilmember Treceder.
Councilmember Treceder seconded it. Any further comment? If not, will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll. Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
I think that concludes our agenda.
Thank you.
Having completed the business of tonight and early morning, I'll move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, there
Yes.
is one point of order I do want to mention. When we considered the role of the vice mayor, there was also an action to consider who would serve for interim mayor for the ensuing year.
I move we continue that matter to the next meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That matter is continued. Motion to adjourn is before us.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Meeting's adjourned.